Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Prologue. She heard the alarm ringing in her ears, rousing her from a dazed state. Even with her senses dulled, her vision blurry and her hearing muffled, she could tell something had gone wrong. She could see the blue lights of Chaldea's and fate had turned red, chunks of the ceiling had fallen to the floor, and fire licked at various places around her. An explosion. Right, that was what happened. They had been preparing for the first ray shift experiment, and then there was that deafening sound. She must have lost consciousness. Realization dawned on her soon after. The other teams, the staff, the MSTs. How many of them were still alive? Her ears were still ringing a bit. If anyone was screaming or saying anything, it just became muffled static to her. She was on her belly, she soon realized. She moved her arm forward in an attempt to crawl, but soon realized that she couldn't move. After that, she came to realize that she couldn't actually feel anything below her waist. She turned her head behind her to look, wondering what had happened, only to see a massive chunk of concrete block most of her vision. Oh, she thought dully. Now it made sense. She was going into shock. Her spine had no doubt been severed by the impact, and with the pool of blood she could now feel underneath her, something had likely been pierced as well. So, this was it. She was going to die here. She felt disappointed, strangely enough. Not scared, or sad, or angry. Just disappointed. She felt like she had been robbed of something. All this time put into bringing her to life, making her a demiservant, and for nothing, in the end. She would simply die trapped under some rubble, having done nothing with the gifts she had been given. She hadn't saved the world, she hadn't helped anyone. It was tragic, but it wasn't like she could feel sad for herself. After all, she wasn't worth much to begin with. Her only concern was Dr. Roman. She hadn't seen him among the staff when the experiment began. Hopefully that meant he was safe and had avoided the worst. He was probably slacking off when everyone else was getting prepared. That was just like him. She wondered if he'd miss her. He probably would. He was sentimental like that. He'd still have Fu, though. That was a small comfort for her, but it comforted her all the same. It was all right. She could just let go now. It was then that she lifted her head. Had someone been calling for her? Her hearing was fading in and out, but she could have sworn she heard her name just now. She blinked behind her glasses, as a shape appeared just before her. It was a person, and as it drew closer, she had this nagging feeling that there was something familiar about him. Wait, she had met him before, hadn't she? Oh, that's right. It was the new recruit. She saw him out in the hall earlier. He must have avoided this whole thing. What was he doing there, though? Shouldn't he be trying to get away? The young man stopped for a moment, looking down at her, as she did the same to him. He looked horrified. Not that she could blame him, she imagined that she looked like a mess right now. What took her by surprise, however, was when he hurried past her, coming to a stop at the debris holding her down. She turned to look at him as best she could, only to be greeted with a far more baffling sight. He was trying to push the debris off of her. "Senpai!" She croaked out. In response, the young man cried out, "Just hang on." There was clear panic in his voice. Was he really trying to do this? She knew it was impossible. She'd seen him before. He was skinny, almost underfed. The director had deemed him unfit to even participate in the ray shifting. There was no way he could move this off of her, and he had to know that too. So why was he even trying? "Senpai," she said again. "Just hang on." He uttered again, grunting as he kept attempting to move the immovable object. "I can save you," he continued, every word strained and tense. Save her? Why would he even say something like that? There was no way he could. It was utterly impossible. Everything was set against the both of them. At the rate things were going, they were both going to die. Was this a bad joke? No, it wasn't the time for something like that. She could see it on his face. The pain and panic that was written all over his expression said he was completely serious. He genuinely wanted to try and rescue her, even if it meant he was likely to die in the attempt. The fire was growing by the minute, and whoever set off the bomb was still out there. The longer he stayed there, the worse the risk was for him. Yet, he still spent time in this futile attempt. It made no sense logically, but she couldn't begrudge him for it. No, she actually found it endearing. Gallant. Heroic, even. She wished she had spent more time with him. He seemed like a very nice person. She heard him make a pained noise as his grip slipped off of the debris, causing him to stumble and fall to his knees beside her. The chunk of concrete hadn't budged at all. "Damn it," he shouted out, frustration evident in his voice. He turned around and started to get back up, seemingly to try again, but she knew it was enough. She reached out and touched the hem of his breathed leg, just to try and get his attention. "Senpai. It's okay," she said in an attempt to comfort him. The young man paused, dropping back to his knees. He seemed to understand the hopelessness of the situation, but it did nothing to dissuade his feelings. No, it's not," he responded, his voice trembling as he spoke. It was so strange to her. He barely knew who she was. Why was he going this far for her? However, the confusion that came with the illogical nature of his actions was buried more and more behind growing feelings of admiration. With those feelings came fear, much to her surprise. She was going to die, that much couldn't be avoided. Yet, she was going to die while knowing nothing about the man who tried to save her. He was a stranger, risking everything for another stranger. Someone like that deserved to be recognized for it. She moved her hand off of his leg, but held it out to him, her voice becoming more pleading. "Senpai. Can you hold my hand? Please?" The young man looked at her again, and wordlessly did as she asked. Both of his hands clasped around hers, even as they trembled against her skin. His hands were a bit larger than hers, yet his touch was gentle. She allowed herself to smile. "Thank you," she whispered. She noticed a light trickling of blood against her hand, coming from his. He must have cut it on something while trying to free her. His hands were still warm, however. That feeling alone made her elated. No one had done something like this for her before. It felt special, in a way. Dr. Roman had told her that only those who were very close to each other held hands like this. How funny it was that it was only at the end of her life that she met someone who would do this for her, then. "Thank you," she repeated. She lifted her head slightly to look at this person, only to be greeted with another surprising sight. This mysterious boy had tears trickling down his cheeks. His eyes had met hers, and the sorrowful expression was all she could see. Was he crying because he knew he was going to die? Was he just that scared? No, he had to know what he was doing coming in. Then, he was crying for her. She was going to die, and that made him sad. What a strange and wonderful boy. She wished dearly that they had spent more time together now. "I didn't get to tell you my name before," she whispered to him. She couldn't give him anything else but that. She hoped it'd mean something to him. "I'm Mash Kirilight." The boy sniffled, but he kept his hands on hers. He nodded slowly, acknowledging that she spoke, but unable to answer himself. "Can you tell me your name, please?" she asked him. It'd be the last thing that she heard, at this rate. She liked that idea, for some reason. The lights around them seemed to throb, but her vision was getting blurry again. She could hear the alarm, hear the computer saying something, but it was a muffled mess. She strained herself to focus, wanting to hear his reply. He sniffled again, and as her vision began to fade, she just managed to hear him. "Midoriya. Izuku." Hell on earth. Izuku felt like he was falling. A slow, weightless descent, deeper and deeper into a pool beneath him. Nothing lay before his eyes but darkness. Nothing reached his ears, only silence drifted through the abyss. Was this what dying felt like? His body felt listless, without any energy to speak of. He couldn't move anything, and frankly, he didn't see the need to. It was as if his concerns were suddenly much less important than they used to be. So, this was it. His life was over. Well, if one could even call it a life. Spent so much time pursuing an impossible dream, with everyone telling him he should give it up. Even his idol, the man he admired most in the world, told him he was better off trying something else. He hadn't even decided if he wanted to give up. He just kept pushing forward like some idiotic robot. This was his reward for that, it seemed. A small part of him felt bitter about that, but there wasn't any point dwelling on it now. The only real concern he had was for his parents. What would his mother say when she found out? Would she even find out? How long would it take? Would she know he was dead, or would she think he just ran away somewhere and abandoned her? Would his father find out? Would he even care? It was a shame that he'd never know the answer to these now. He hoped at least that they would recover. Maybe they were better off without him anyway. His mother could leave that town and go abroad with his father. They would still have each other. They could have another kid. Maybe they'd have better luck then, and not be stuck with some poor idiot without a quirk. Yeah, they'd move on. They'd be okay. It was fine. He could let go now. Oh, right. There was that girl he met. The one with the lilac hair and glasses. Was she okay? He couldn't remember if he got her out of the rubble. Probably not, come to think of it. That was unfortunate, she should have at least got a chance to live. Pai. Senpai. She did call him that, didn't she? That was a weird thing to say to someone she'd just met. She didn't look Japanese either. Was it just a word she'd heard from someone and was trying it out? How strange. It was a shame he didn't think to ask her, but then again he was never very good at talking to cute girls. Up. Wake up. Wake up. He couldn't wake up, he was dead. Or dying, at least. Who was talking to him, anyway? The voice sounded familiar, at least a little. She sounded worried, but he couldn't imagine why. Had someone found him? Please. Wake up. Wait. Was he not dead? Senpai, if you don't wake up, you're going to die. The first thing Izuku's brain registered when his eyes opened was a blackened sky, with red glowing beneath it, the smoke rising higher and higher into the endless horizon. The second thing Izuku's brain registered was the worst pain he'd ever felt in his life. He let out an agonized scream, instinctively recoiling his back off the broken ground beneath his body. It did little to relieve him, as his shoulders and legs were also wrought with agony, and each movement he tried to make only made the already excruciating pain intensify even more. He rolled over onto his side to try and relieve it, only for pain to shoot through his arm as well. He rolled again onto his chest, and yet he'd find no relief there either, as he jolted back as though he'd just been stabbed in the heart. Each movement was accompanied by another scream, and already he was at risk of screaming himself hoarse. In the midst of this, his brain tried to make sense of his surroundings, but the sensations were so intense he could barely get his other senses to work. He saw buildings around him, or the remains of them anyway. He saw rubble close to him, chunks of concrete that had been blown up off of the ground and lay littered in random locations. He saw fire-consuming debris, threatening to approach him if he remained where he was. He tried to push himself to his feet, but even just resting on his knees sent waves of agony through his whole body. He felt what little strength he had leaving him with each passing second, and was growing far weaker and weaker in turn. The temptation to drop back on the ground and return to the bliss of unconsciousness was growing stronger in response. He could swear he heard someone calling to him, but he'd soon have a far larger problem on his hands. Within the line of his blurry and hazy vision, he'd see a shape slowly approach. As it drew closer, he wondered for a moment if he was in the middle of a harrowing nightmare. A skeleton. A literal walking skeleton, like something out of an old movie. Its bones were nearly black with age and decay, yet it could still walk around. Granted, it dragged its feet with each shift forward, its arms hung limply at its sides, and its head hung slightly to its left, but the fact that it was moving at all was a horrifying miracle. It shifted closer to Izuku, and its right arm lifted a sword that was as rusted and decayed as it was. Passing out again would have to wait, clearly, as Izuku had to move. Yet, as much as he tried to will his body to do so, each twitch just caused him to flinch and yelp in pain. His legs couldn't even move properly. This couldn't be it, right? He just clawed back from death, and now he was going to die for real. Senpai! There was that voice again. Who was calling out to him? Izuku would receive his answer when another figure dashed into his line of sight from behind him, diving in front of the skeleton before its swing could finish. He first saw the shield. It was round in the middle, but had 4 edges that stretched out to form a giant cross. It was easily bigger than its wielder, and yet she swung it forward as though it weighed nothing. The round middle clashed against the rusted blade, pushing it back and forcing the skeleton back a step. Before it could make another move, the bottom edge of the shield arced through the air, crashing against the skeleton's exposed neck, causing it to fall to the ground in a pile of bones. With the battle over as quickly as it began, Izuku was able to see who had saved him. She must have been a knight of some kind. She was even wearing armor. At least, it looked like armor. It was only when she turned around and knelt in front of him that he felt a slight twinge of surprise, mixed with recognition. "Senpai! I heard you screaming, are you hurt?" she asked anxiously. The lilac hair, with some of it covering her right eye. Didn't he see her before? His thoughts were getting fuzzier and harder to pick apart. Why was she calling him that? Her eyes swept over his body, her expression one of tense analysis. "I'm not seeing any injuries on you," she remarked, her hand reaching out and touching his chest. In response, he let out another cry of agony, a fresh sharp stab going through him. Her hand recoiled from him, panic sweeping over her face. Possible internal injuries. "Senpai, where does it hurt?" she continued, acting more like a medical professional than the knight who'd just slain a member of the undead. Izuku clenched his eyes tight, trying to think of how best to describe what was happening to him. He began, before giving a sharp cough. He didn't feel anything come up, so at least he wasn't bleeding internally. Where? He managed to utter, even though that barely covered it. He felt like needles were piercing every section of his body, like he'd gone to the worst acupuncture artist there was, and every movement or contact with anything just brought that pain screaming back. The girl looked confused for a moment, but was replaced by a serious expression as she tried to take control of the situation. That may be the result of a head injury. A possible concussion, or worse. She said aloud, but seemed to realize she shouldn't have, as she hurriedly moved on. "Can you stand?" she asked. Izuku opened his eyes again, and noticed that the girl was holding both of her hands out, the shield now strapped to her back. In response to her question, he instinctively reached out and clasped both of her arms. Let me try," he asked. He felt her own hands hold his forearms, which just sent new shockwaves through his body, but he forced himself to ignore it. He shifted one leg up, his foot making contact with the ground. He yelped in pain again, as his leg shook beneath him. "It's okay, MSTR. I'm right here. You can do it," the girl said to encourage him. Now she was calling him MSTR. What could possibly possess her to say that? Questions for later, if he made it. Izuku pushed up with his leg, and felt his nerves scream in torture, almost as much as he did. He tried to force his own shout back, but it pushed its way through his clenched teeth anyway. He shifted his other leg, pressing his foot against the ground, and pushed up as well. Another growl of anguish, but he persevered, and he had managed to at last stand. The girl let out a grateful sigh. "Good, you did it. Now, we'll dash," she began to say, but Izuku didn't give her the chance to finish, as he suddenly fell forward, his head making contact with her shoulder and almost his entire weight pressed against her chest. She made a noise of embarrassed protest. "Senpai." Her only reply was Izuku's shaky and exhausted breathing. He felt his strength was nearly gone. He struggled just to stay conscious, for the moment unaware of the social faux pas he'd just committed. Which was good, because if he was aware he'd probably pass out anyway. The girl wrapped her arms around his back as gently as she could to keep him steady. She heard him make a slight grunt, as even that seemed to hurt him, but other than that he simply stayed there, trying to catch his breath again. "I'll be okay, senpai. You're going to make it." Izuku heard her say that, but could feel his senses drifting away again. Following that, he thought he heard the sound of static. There was another voice, a male this time. Did he know them? He heard the girl talking to him, but couldn't make out their entire conversation. The word "rayshift" was uttered, as well as "emissar" again. What was that? Why did she say that again? Injuries were mentioned too, no doubt his. Whatever it was that happened to him, he wasn't entirely sure he could recover from it. He hadn't felt so weak before, and he couldn't stand it. He must have faded in and out of consciousness, because the conversation seemed to go on for too long and ended too quickly at the same time. He felt the girl shift against him, as if trying to push him up again. For his part, he groaned and started to lift his head, trying to force his legs to support his weight. Okay, MSTR. We're going to have to start moving again. Please, try to walk. The girl asked. There was MSTR again. Senpai was an odd decision, but that epithet just made him feel uncomfortable. What the hell had he signed on for? He did his best to do as she asked, lifting his head a bit more to actually see again. Before he could even register what he'd done, he saw the shape moving behind her. His eyes widened and he started to force his throat to work. He started. Sir, I know you're in a lot of pain, but we have to move, she responded obliviously. Behind, he tried again. There was a pause, then the girl spoke with a slightly suspicious tone. Sir, were you staring at my dash behind you? Izuku finished, not giving her the chance to complete that accusation. The girl turned her head, and true to Izuku's word, another skeleton had wandered closer to them, a rusted sword raised. She pushed Izuku back, hoping for the moment that he could at least stand on his own, then reached back and drew her shield again. She moved it forward, the round middle clashing against the skeleton's chest, sending it stumbling backwards. Acting quickly, she swung the low edge forward, catching it against the skeleton's legs. They flew right off of the body, clattering against the ground a few feet away, sending the rest of the skeleton downward. For good measure, she lifted the shield up over her head, and with a cry drove the edge down, smashing it against the skull and causing it to shatter into pieces. As quickly as the combat began, it was over. Indeed, Izuku was still standing at the end of it, and his eyes were still wide, only now he wore an expression of awe. Whoever this girl was, she was amazing. The girl lifted her head and looked forward, a chill soon running through her. That one skeleton was just a scout. She could see many more ahead of them, and it wouldn't be long before they reached them. She couldn't hold against them forever, especially not with her newfound MSTR barely holding on. So the only option left was retreat. She propped her shield on her back again, then turned and walked over to Izuku. Before he could say anything, she suddenly scooped him up in her arms. Izuku let out a surprised yelp in response, and a brief blush ran across her cheeks. Sorry. Please excuse me, but we have to go. With that, she started to run, carrying him as if he weighed nothing. Izuku watched her with dazed awe, especially as she deftly and easily ran through the ruined city in search of safety. It was only now that things finally began to make sense for him. She was a hero, she must be. She was far stronger and faster than the average person, that much was clear. She saved his life too, even at the risk of her own. Who else but a hero would do that? The explosion that happened at that facility must have just been one in this city, wherever it was. She must be one of the local heroes. Although it was incredible she even was, since she looked to be close to the same age as him. Maybe the rules for becoming an official hero were different in this place. That didn't explain the usage of senpai and hisan, however. Why would she call him senpai when he wasn't a hero? He couldn't be a hero, after all. Had she just made a mistake? 𝐒𝐿 was much more confusing, but he'd have to ask her about that later. As they ran, the scenery opened up more to Izuku, and the terror of the situation began to sink in more. The fire seemed to stretch on and on the further they went, with no signs of stopping or slowing down. A few times the girl had to stop in her dash and change direction, as the flames had spread out to block her path. The buildings looked to be modern, what remained of them. They must have been in the main district of the city, as the majority of them were stores and skyscrapers. The buildings that weren't surrounded by flame were crumbling and falling apart, with even the tallest ones having holes blown into them, and some threatening to fall over completely. What could have done this? It must have been a villain attack of some kind. That was the only explanation that made sense to Izuku. A simple terrorist bombing wouldn't reach this far. For the villains to go this far, however, was astonishing to him. Weren't there enough heroes to go around here? The damage was insurmountable. This city might not ever recover from this. If only All Might was here. He could have fixed this right away. Were they too far away for him to get to? The girl finally came to a stop after ducking behind one of the destroyed skyscrapers. She paused to listen for any signs of enemies. When she seemed satisfied, she knelt down. "Okay, 𝐿𝐴𝐺𝐸, I'm going to put you down now." True enough, she did just that. Izuku winced and hissed as his body made contact with the ground, but he didn't protest any more than that. The girl was very concerned as she watched him. "It still hurts?" she asked. "Why, yeah. But it's okay," Izuku answered. He turned his head to look at her again, allowing himself to tilt his head slightly in as good of a bow as he could manage right now. "Thank you," he added. The girl smiled softly, giving a slight shake of her head. "There's no need to thank me, Mr. It's my job to protect you. You being safe is all that I need." Izuku looked uncomfortable again after that. The statement was exactly what a hero would say, but what she called him. Before he could even think of how to word it, he was already saying it. "Why do you keep calling me Mr.? It's really weird." The girl blinked, a look of slight surprise crossing her face, before she likewise looked uncomfortable. "Do you not like it? Would you prefer I went back to calling you senpai?" Izuku shook his head slightly, but added, "Why are you calling me that too? Didn't we just meet? How am I your senpai at anything?" This earned another look of confusion, only mixed with slight hurt. Izuku winced, more out of guilt this time. He must have insulted her somehow without realizing it. Great way to treat the girl who saved your life. He quickly spoke up again. Sorry, I just really don't understand short-term memory loss," she interrupted, looking worried all over again. "If only I'd noticed while we had contact with the doctor," she added, admonishing herself for her mistake. This all only served to confuse Izuku further. Before he could ask anything, the girl leaned forward slightly. Instinctively, Izuku leaned back, although he regretted it as another twinge of pain shot through him. The girl stared right into his eyes, and Izuku noticed idly that her own eyes were almost the same color as her hair, just a bit of a deeper shade. She wore that concerned expression, and asked in a similar tone, "Senpai, do you recognize me at all?" It was a rather odd question, but come to think of it, he did a bit. They had met before, hadn't they? How had that happened? His head ached from the effort, but Izuku did his best to remember. Hours prior, Izuku wondered just how he had gotten himself into this mess. Well, he knew, but it wasn't like he could have predicted how it'd all go. He had decided after that fateful encounter to do something substantial, mostly just to make up for how rotten he felt. Fortunately for him, there was a BLD drive going on in town. It wasn't much, but knowing he was saving lives by donating did help him feel useful again. Being a typo meant that they desperately needed him, and on some small level it was nice to feel needed. What was less nice was suddenly being accosted a couple of days later, finding out the drive was actually a front for a security organization in another part of the world, and that he'd basically been drafted into working for them. What the drive's real purpose even wasn't explained to him, nor what it was that he'd really be doing. All he was told was to come along, with the veiled implication that he didn't have much of a choice in the matter. His poor mother looked like she was about to faint when he came home with two men in black suits. That did seem to force their hand, however, and they offered a bit more of an explanation. Chaldea was a government-supported organization that was more or less an observatory. They couldn't say where it was, or what they were observing, or why they were called a security organization, but saying that it was all top secret was enough to get both Izuku and his mother to clam up. They tried to look at this optimistically, that it would be a very well-paid job and Izuku would be doing some good, even if he was a lot younger than he expected to be before ending up with a job. He did want to help, of course. He just wished they could have gone about it a different way. His mom wasn't happy that both her son and her husband were working abroad, but it gave Izuku some purpose beyond the dream he kept trying to pursue, so she relented. She'd have Mrs. Bakugo to talk to, at least. Just as long as Kaken didn't no use thinking about him now. Wherever he was, at least Izuku was far enough away from him. Izuku shuffled his way along the pristine silver halls that made up the paths of Chaldea. His hand was placed against the wall to support himself as he walked. It brushed over the symbol painted on the wall. A stylized sea, looking like a wave of water, encircled by a crown of branches. The insignia of Chaldea. He really had no idea what he'd been in for. The director had bombarded him with so much information that he was still trying to process it all. He could barely make heads or tails of any of it, mostly because he just felt so tired. Whether it was the jet lag just getting out here, or that strange ray shift experiment that they subjected him to, or some combination of the two, he felt like he could collapse at any moment. The director nearly literally kicked him out of the room because of that. He was supposed to go find the doctor to get an examination, but stopping to rest for a few minutes couldn't hurt, right? It wasn't like anyone else was around, they were all at the meeting. So he stopped and pressed his back to the wall, then slid down it until he was sitting, his legs splayed out beneath him. He gave a long exhale after he did, left to stare at the glass window across from him. Wherever they were, it was clearly very cold. All he saw since arriving was a snowy landscape, stretching as far as the eye could see. They were very high up too, and the director had said they were on top of a mountain. At least the sky was clear. What was he doing here? The director had referred to him as the extra recruit when she looked him over, after he displayed just how woefully ignorant he was of the situation he was in. So was he just there to fill a slot? Did he just get picked at random to have another body on board? So he went to a completely different part of the world for a job, and nobody actually expected him to be of any use. It figured. Nothing had changed at all. Phoo! That was a strange sound he'd just heard. It was a light, squeaky sound, sort of like an animal's cry. He turned his head to where the sound came from, and found that he was right. Only it was not like any animal he'd ever seen. If it was meant to be a dog, it was the smallest dog he could think of. It looked more like the size of a squirrel or a small rabbit. Yet it was covered in white luxurious fur, like it was taken care of by a professional dog trainer. The top of its head had yet more of it, and it draped back and over its head like long wavy hair. Its tail was much the same, a long puffy thing that swished back and forth as the creature stared at him. Its eyes weren't like a typical dog's, though. He was pretty sure they didn't have eyes of almost pure violet. Most dogs didn't have long pointed ears, either. That just drew the rabbit comparison again. Izuku stared at the creature for a moment, then without thinking replied, "Hi." It wasn't as if the creature could understand him, right? Well, so he thought, because it gave another squeaky bark in return. Phoo! Whatever it was seemingly pretty smart. Again, without thinking, Izuku held out a hand, inching it cautiously towards the creature. When it got close enough, it leaned forward onto his fingertips, rubbing its chin along them. Getting the message, Izuku lightly scratched under its chin, which it seemed to appreciate, its tail wagging faster. It let out another light cry, this one more of a 𝐭𝐽, emphasizing its appreciation. Izuku smiled gently. "You're a friendly one, aren't you?" he queried. The creature responded by moving around his hand, only to hop up into his lap. It nestled down comfortably there, but after a second it turned its head to look up at Izuku expectantly. He stared back, but chuckled lightly and moved his hand down, gently stroking the creature's back. It cried softly again, another 𝐭𝐽, thankful for the gesture. "Were you lonely?" he asked. The creature gave no reply, simply leaning into his petting. He moved his other hand to scratch its chin again, but rather than give him the chance, the creature's small tongue flicked out and licked at his fingertips. He gave another chuckle in response, tickled by its action. "Maybe you thought I was lonely." The creature stopped its licking at this question, turning its head to look at Izuku again. "Phoo!" it cried out. Was that meant to be a yes? Izuku noticed at this point that it had a cape tied around its neck. It was hard to spot since the outside was as white as its fur, but the inside was of a sky blue, and it was only when it turned its head that he could see it. Someone must be the creature's owner, then. Guess he had to keep it company until the owner arrived. Not that he minded, of course. The creature moved so that it was fully facing Izuku, two of its paws placed on his chest as he stared up at him. Izuku was still smiling all the while, both of his hands now lightly rubbing the sides of its head. The creature closed its eyes and hummed gently, especially when Izuku started scratching behind its ears. Phoo was its only response. Izuku chuckled again. "So, do you have a name? Or should I just call you Phoo?" "That's what I call him, anyway." Izuku blinked when he heard the female voice. He looked up from Fu to see the owner, as the girl in question stood across from him, partially blocking the light from the outside window. He could see her lilac hair, part of it draping over her right eye, but it didn't hide the small round glasses she wore. Her outfit was a little unusual, some strange fusion of formal and ordinary. A black dress that ended in a slightly flared skirt, with black leggings beneath it, but with a collar and red tie, and a white and grey hoodie covering her top half. It was almost like she was trying to hide herself, or appear as nondescript as possible, but she wasn't sure how to. The girl leaned forward with a smile, then patted her own legs, getting Fu's attention. "Come on, Fu. You shouldn't bother others, you know that," she said softly. Fu let out a short cry of protest, before hopping up and landing on Izuku's shoulder. It turned its head and stared at the girl, crying out again. "Fu! Fu!" Izuku wasn't sure what was going on, but he looked back at the girl and wore a nervous smile, lightly waving his hand while putting the other on Fu's back. It's okay. He's not being a bother, I promise." At the same time he moved to stand up again, keeping Fu steady as he got to his full height. The girl watched him move up, looking a bit uncertain herself. "It's nice of you to say that. But you don't have to defend him," she answered, sounding disbelieving. "He's supposed to stay with me, but he keeps wandering off." "Really, it's all right. He's been." Izuku started to answer, only to feel Fu hop up again, this time landing on his head. He felt the creature stand there for a moment, before nestling down in his hair, a light cry leaving its mouth. Izuku gave an awkward laugh before continuing. "He's been very nice." The girl watched this display with an expression of slight surprise, a sentiment she echoed when she spoke again. "That is rather strange. Fu isn't normally this friendly with strangers. There must be something he likes about you." Izuku blinked, now just as surprised as her. "Really?" he asked. The girl nodded, then took a step closer, reaching up to his head. "Come on, Fu, that isn't a nest or a bed. He has somewhere to be right now," she said while grasping at Fu. He protested in reply, though it was more of a resigned Fu this time. It was only when the girl had gotten that close, having to stand on her tiptoes just a bit to reach Fu, Izuku nearly nose to nose with her, that it finally dawned on him. He was talking to a girl. He was talking to a girl. As the girl pulled back, she saw that Izuku's face was now a bright red, his eyes wide and his mouth hanging open in shock. She tilted her head, holding Fu in her arms. "Are you alright?" she asked. Izuku jolted in recognition, waving his hands back and forth as he answered. "Yep. Absolutely. Totally 100% A-okay. And no trouble at all. Nothing at all to worry about, promise." "Oh God," he was screwing it up. "Stop screwing it up, idiot. She's gonna look at you like you're insane or a creep or an insane creep." He shut his mouth tight for a second, exhaled through his nose, then tried to change the subject. What did you mean, I have somewhere to be?" he hesitantly asked. The girl was still staring at him with that uncertain look on her face, but did answer after just a moment's pause. "The infirmary, remember. The director told you to go see Dr. Roman, so he could check on you." Izuku jolted again, suddenly remembering why he was even in the hallway in the first place. "Oh CRP. I totally forgot." He shouted out without thinking. He quickly bowed to the girl, hurriedly giving an apology. "I'm sorry to have bothered you, I'll get going now." "Thank you." He straightened up and started to run back down the hall, only to get a few steps before hearing her again. Excuse me." He stopped at the call, turning back to look at her. "Why yes?" Had he done something else wrong? The girl looked a little worried when she regarded him, and soon clarified what was on her mind. Please don't let what the director said get to you, okay? She's got a lot to deal with right now. She doesn't have anything against you personally," she explained. Izuku blinked, definitely surprised by this response. He hadn't expected this girl to try and comfort him after what happened there. Had she even been in the room? He must have been so nervous that he didn't even see her. He straightened up after this, rubbing the back of his neck as he answered her. I appreciate that, but it's okay." He started, wearing a slightly ashamed look on his face that he tried to hide behind a smile. I know I'm just here because they needed an extra pair of hands. The director doesn't have a reason to expect much of me, so I understand why she's upset. I just have to try and do better from now on, that's all. The girl was staring at him with a slightly shocked expression. Had he said something else wrong? Seemingly not, as she replaced that look with a soft, comforting smile. Don't be so hard on yourself, senpai, she responded, her voice equally as soft and warm. Whatever your reason for being here, I'm sure you'll be a great help to us all. If comfort was what the girl was going for, it certainly worked. Izuku felt his face heating up again, but that warmth was more evenly spread, and he felt his chest flutter a little bit. Whoever this girl was, she must be the nicest person in this entire facility. At least, to him she certainly was, for all of the short time he'd been there. Thank you, was all he could give in an awed voice. The girl's smile grew a little bit, only to disappear when Fu cried out again with another fu. She blinked at him, then looked over her shoulder. Oh, right, I need to get back, she hurriedly said. She looked back to Izuku, bowing her head slightly. It was nice meeting you. I'll see you later, she added, before turning and running back the way she came, only looking back to wave at him as she ran. Izuku likewise lifted his hand and waved back, calling to her as she ran. Why yeah. See you later. He watched as she turned the corner and disappeared, and almost as soon as she was gone, he let out a shaky exhale and fought the urge to jump for joy. He talked to a girl. And he didn't make a complete idiot of himself either. And she was so nice too. She wanted to talk to him again, oh god, she wanted to talk to him again. How was he going to handle that? He was going to totally screw that up and come off like the biggest dork who ever lived, and she'd laugh at him, and no. None of that. Things are going good for once. He just had to stay positive and things would keep going that way. He wouldn't screw up with her again. Hell, maybe she liked dorks. Yeah, this would be fine. He turned and resumed running down the hall, still feeling elated at what had just transpired. His earlier worries and self-admonishment were gone. Sure, maybe he was at the bottom of the ladder and the rest of the workers either didn't care about him or disliked him, but one really nice girl seemed to like him. So this whole venture was already a step up from school. Sure, he didn't even know her name yet, but it wasn't like she was hard to miss. Wait. He stopped running again, something the girl said to him sticking out in his mind. Senpai, he uttered aloud. What a strange thing to call a total stranger. Now the memories slowly flowed back into Izuku's mind of that first fateful meeting. With that came what occurred after. The explosion in the meeting room. The fire and rubble everywhere he could see. Finding the girl among the wreckage. Trying in vain to free her. Holding her hand as death came for them both. He blinked a couple of times, not taking his eyes away from hers. Mash. Kirilight. He said hesitantly. Mash gave a clear sigh of relief, her eyes closing after. Thank goodness, you remember that much at least, she whispered. She opened her eyes again, giving Izuku that soft smile he now remembered from earlier. Yes, my name is Mash Kirilight. I'm an agent of Chaldea, originally assigned to Team A for the purposes of ray-shifting into the past to dispel any singularities that threaten humanity. She explained. Unaware of the baffled look on Izuku's face, she continued. And you are Midoriya Izuku. Or, well, Izuku Midoriya, as I'd say it. I'm glad to meet you properly, senpai. Even if the circumstances could be better. That was a lot to take in, to say the least, but Izuku noticed one important bit in the midst of all of that. It's nice to properly meet you too, but... He started, hesitating for just a moment, before adding, you didn't actually answer either of my questions. Mash blinked once, a small confused sound leaving her, before her cheeks flushed slightly out of embarrassment. Alright, sorry. I was just so worried about you, I didn't think. She admitted. Izuku tried not to think about how Mash actually looked very cute while embarrassed like that, which was asking for the impossible, but thankfully she helped there by speaking up again. You see, I'm a designer baby. She explained. Which wasn't actually an explanation at all, as Izuku's baffled and slightly disturbed expression showed. See, come again. He managed to get out. What in the hell did that mean? It brought up a lot of questionable implications, but thankfully he didn't have the wherewithal to voice any of them. Mash frowned slightly, then tried again. What I mean is, I was created in Chaldea's laboratory by its founder, Meris Berry Animusphere. I was made for the purpose of housing a heroic spirit, and thus became the first ever demi-servant. That is what a designer baby's, essentially, she finished. For a moment, she let this set in, then wore that light smile again as she added, as such, I'm not exactly human. So, when it comes to being a human and acting as one, you are my senpai. This did clear up some questions, except it came with adding yet more. Izuku was definitely curious about what a heroic spirit or a demi-servant was, but there was a bigger issue to address now, which he wasted little time doing. So, wait. Because you were made in a lab. You think you aren't human? The question definitely caught Mash off guard, as her eyes widened slightly before giving a hesitant answer. It's not exactly a matter of what I think. But you look human. Izuku interjected before she could continue. You sound human. You act human. He continued. He then placed a hand on his own chest, ignoring the twinge of pain the act provided. And you saved my life. What's more human than that? He concluded, as if what he said was the most obvious thing in the world. The way Mash looked at Izuku after that, he could have sworn she thought he'd dropped to his knees and hailed her as a goddess descended from the heavens. She had so much surprised joy behind her eyes alone that it was clear he had paid her the biggest compliment he could have, and he hadn't even tried to. In fact, for a moment Izuku could have sworn he saw pinpricks of tears in her eyes. She turned her head away from him, speaking in a shaky voice as she tried to calm herself. That's wonderful of you to say, senpai. But there's still a lot I don't understand about being, well, human. I'm hoping I can learn, and if you teach me when this is all over. Izuku felt that one thought bubbling up in his brain, that he needed to spoil her rotten with compliments if they both lived through this. If only to make her this overjoyed again. He naturally tried to force that thought back into the recesses of his mind, but it quickly latched onto something else and turned into another thought instead. Namely that Mash definitely wasn't wearing what she had on when they first met. Aside from her glasses having mysteriously disappeared, the armor that he thought she was wearing turned out to not quite be that on closer inspection. It was more like a deep blue spandex that covered her torso, arms, and legs. There was an armored skirt around her waist, which made sense. Her feet ending in heels, on the other hand, didn't really. The exposed midriff made even less sense from a practical point of view. It wasn't like Izuku had never seen an outfit like that before. Most heroes wore tight, form-fitting outfits. That was part of the job. One only had to say midnight and the bar was pretty much set. It was very different to have someone wearing an outfit like that and be just inches away from him, however. Anyway, I should also explain. Mash began, turning to look back at Izuku, only to see that he had suddenly turned his head away from her. Worried, she shifted around from his side to his front, trying to peer around to see his face. Senpai, are you okay? She asked. Why yeah. Absolutely. Perfectly fine. He responded, trying as hard as possible to keep his face hidden but failing miserably. Senpai, your face is all red. Mash commented, which was followed by a more concerned question. Do you have a fever? Do you feel ill at all? Izuku jolted at the question, turning to face her again and hoping she'd believe him. No. No fever at all, promise. That anxious smile was on his face again. Mash wondered just what brought that on. Phew. Thankfully for Izuku, a familiar cry brought this topic to an end. Crawling out from a compartment on the inside of her shield, Izuku saw that ball of white fur leap out, landing in his lap again and staring up at him. Phew. He cried out, seemingly just as worried about him as Mash was. Phew. Izuku cried out, both because the landing sent another wave of pain through his body, and because he was just surprised. Was he hiding in Mash's shield all through that fight? The creature paid his question no heed, instead crawling up his chest to his shoulder again, and starting to lick at his cheek. Somehow, that much didn't actually hurt. He reached up and petted Fu's back for a moment, before grasping him and pulling him back to look at him. How did you? He could only give fragmented questions, before his eyes trailed to something else that caught his attention. He placed Fu back in his lap, then looked at the back of his left hand. He saw red markings there, and for a second he wondered if he'd cut himself at some point. He reached over with his right and ran his fingers along them, wincing at another jolt of agony. The markings were still there, as if they'd been burnt in, or tattooed onto his skin. One small circle near the base of his hand, a larger circle around it, and a large V-shape that stretched to his knuckles. It looked almost like a rabbit's head, he idly thought. That is what I was going to explain next. Mash interjected. Izuku looked up at her in confusion, then back at the markings, as she pressed on. Those are command seals. They are proof that you've been chosen as a MSTR. As such, while I might only be partially a servant requires a MSTR, and vice versa. So, I've contracted with you. Izuku blinked, then his head whipped to face Mash again, shock evident in his expression. Wait, see contract. Command seals? He asked, just echoing the first terms that didn't make any sense to him. Mash let out a light sigh, turning her head away while muttering to herself. Dr. Roman said you wouldn't understand a lot of this. She turned to look at him again, pointing to the markings and explaining in a matter-of-fact tone. If you use one of those command seals, then the magic within them will compel me to do whatever it is you ask. You only have those 3 however whoa, hold on. Izuku interrupted, now looking much more disturbed than before. I don't want to command or compel you to do anything. And how can you say something like that so calmly? Shouldn't you be freaking out or something? Mash blinked in confusion again, as if Izuku had said something totally incomprehensible to her. That's good of you to say, senpai, but it's not that. She started to explain, before she stopped and looked over her shoulder. She stared off into the distance for a moment, then looked back at Izuku, now more serious. There's a lot to explain there, but we only have so much time before we're found. There's a ley line approximately 2 kilometers from here. Once we get there, we'll be able to form a more stable connection with Chaldea. Dr. Roman and I will explain things more after then. More terms that Izuku couldn't wrap his head around, and Mash wasn't giving him the time to ask. She stood up after this, then held out her hand for him to take. For now. Just look at it as my job to protect you. Now, let's go. She concluded. Izuku, without thinking, took her hand and started to push himself up. However, as soon as he moved he felt his body scream in pain again, a low growl leaving his mouth as he settled back into place. Mash was kneeling in front of him once more, already worrying. Are you still in pain, senpai? Hang on, I'll carry you again. Before she could, however, she suddenly saw Fu pushed into her arms, the animal giving a confused cry to match the expression she was wearing. Senpai, she asked anxiously. Izuku's head was lowered for a moment, but when he lifted it again, he had a look of weary determination on his face. Take Fu and go. Mash stared at him after he said that, not sure she could actually believe it. What? She whispered. Izuku exhaled, followed by a rough cough, then he explained what he meant. There are other people around here, right? They need help. And at this rate, I'm only slowing you down. Senpai, no. Mash started to protest. I'll be okay. He countered, turning his head to look around him. I'm sure I can find somewhere to hide from. Whatever they are. I'm not leaving you, she protested again. Kirilight-san. You can find someone else who's better qualified for this MSTR thing. She started, but was cut off by Mash again. No, she shouted, catching him off guard, especially as she leaned in closer to him. Fu had leapt from her arms and to her shoulder, giving her hands the freedom to suddenly clasp his. I don't want to contract with anyone else. You're the MSTR I want, no one else. Izuku was so baffled and disturbed by this that he was left with even more questions, but the way Mash exclaimed that and stared at him with that expression of fright at the thought of what he proposed made it hard to argue any further. Even so, he couldn't comprehend it. But why? I don't understand anything here. I don't know what's going on, or half of the things you explained, or how I'm supposed to help you. There. There has to be someone who won't just weigh you down. He protested, just as worried for Mash's life as she was for his. She looked like she wanted to cry again, but for a totally different reason than before. She closed her eyes, took in a deep breath, then slowly rubbed her hands along his. Somehow, this gesture didn't hurt either. "You held my hand, Midoriya-senpai." She started, opening her eyes to look at their hands after. "Even with so great a risk, you tried to save me. When that failed, you heeded my selfish request and held my hands. And you cried for me. I was so moved by that." She lifted her head after this, her smile saddened, but present all the same. "What I wished then was that you would live. Someone as nice as you should live on, and not just burn up in that fire. Now, you're alive, and I can protect you." Her hands tightened just slightly around his. His hands still didn't hurt. "Whatever you might think about MSTRS and servants, I promise you, this is what I want to do. Even if you weren't my MSTR, I'd want you to be. I'd want to protect you with everything I have," she resolutely concluded. After a moment's pause, she lowered her head again, and added, "So, please, don't ask me to leave you behind." Now it was Izuku's turn to be moved. What he had done in that moment was something he didn't view as heroic at all. He foolishly tried to save her rather than get someone else to help. He held her hands because he was too weak to do anything else. He cried just as much because she was going to die as he did for failing to save her. He almost wanted to try and downplay what he did, but Mash's declaration of protection made that impossible to do. No matter what he saw his actions as, she saw them as something worth praising and helping him in turn for. There was still a lot about MSTS and servants and this whole situation that didn't sit well with him, but her earnest longing to protect him wasn't something he could find fault in, or try to stop her from doing. "Okay," he finally said. Mash lifted her head and smiled widely at him. He couldn't help but smile back at her. "Thank you," he added. Mash nodded, sounding overjoyed when she spoke. "I won't let you down, senpai." "I don't think you ever could," he remarked without thinking. It did make Mash's eyes light up in happiness, so it wasn't a bad thing in the least. Mash moved to pick him up, but he held out a hand to stop her. "And wait," he started, then shifted his legs underneath him. "Let me try." Mash moved back a little bit to give him room, as Izuku slowly and shakily got to his feet again. He grit his teeth as the waves of torturous pain shot through him, but he forced himself to ignore them. Bit by bit, he rose off of the ground, his legs trembling with each inch shifted. Finally, he stood as close to his full height as he could manage, Mash having stood alongside him. She watched him with a wide, admiring smile on her face. Then he took a step forward and nearly fell right over, Mash rushing to catch him before he landed face first on the ground. Izuku groaned in pain, hanging onto her as he tried to stand again. Sorry. Just need to get used to this." He felt Mash's arm wrap around his middle, while tucking his arm around her shoulders. Fu was now standing on his hand, watching carefully. "Lean on me for now, senpai," Mash suggested. "But if we run into danger, I'm going to have to carry you again." "Okay," she added, which Izuku couldn't really argue against. "Yeah. All right," he replied. "Thank you again, Kirilight-san." Mash looked up at him with that smile again, before they started to walk in step. The process was slow, and each step he took sent more jolts of pain up his legs. Worse, if what Mash said was right, they had a long walk ahead of them. He felt Fu run along his arm, then jump up and rest on his head again. He wasn't sure if it was just him being light or some sort of magic at work, but it didn't hurt him at all. Oh, right. Magic. That was apparently real now. There had been so much to try and process that hearing that magic was actually a thing barely registered with him. Something else he'd have to ask Mash about. As well as ray shifting, and more about this MSTR servant thing, and why he had to have command seals, and a lot more. Though, for now, they just had the trek ahead of them. "Oh, senpai?" Mash suddenly asked. Izuku turned to look, only to suddenly remember that her face was nearly right against his. Turning away as his face burned red again, he anxiously responded, "Weiss. You You don't have to call me 𝐤𝐬𝐬𝐿, she explained. It's a little formal. Oh, sorry, he replied. He didn't think he was, but then again they were from two different cultures. He still didn't even know where they were, come to think of it. Another question for later. Then, what would you like me to call you? He asked more hesitantly. Well, just Mash would be okay, came the answer, said without any worries and just a bit of hopefulness. Hey, are you sure? Izuku sounded even more nervous when he asked this. Sure, it was less formal, but it felt way more familiar than he was ready for. If it's not a problem, she said, sounding like she was already expecting him to say no. Izuku really couldn't bring himself to dash her hopes, it seemed. Even if it was a little awkward. Oh, okay. Mash. He stuttered out. He had to remind himself again that they were from different cultures, she didn't view things the same way he did. He risked a glance over at her at this point, and saw that she was very happy with his reply, even if she wasn't looking right at him. So yeah, the light surge of embarrassment was worth it. If you like, why you can just call me Izuku too. That, on the other hand, was probably not worth it. Mash actually stopped in her tracks, now looking at him while her own face was heating up. What dash? Izuku tensed up, swiftly realizing he'd done something else he didn't quite catch. I am mean. It just doesn't seem alright for only one of us to use th the first name. So. I mean, you don't have to. He sputtered, trying as hard as possible to salvage this before it got worse. That's very nice of you to say. Mash sputtered back, having quickly looked away from him as her own face shone bright red. I might need tea to think about it. Why yeah. Oh, of course, I understand. Izuku hurriedly replied. Fu, the little animal emmed from atop Izuku's head. After this, they had got moving again, but there was definitely a bit more tension in the air. Izuku thought to himself that this was definitely not what he expected his new job to turn out to be. If he only knew. Life's magic. So. You're saying we've gone back in time. After a good distance had been covered since their initial departure, Izuku had insisted on trying to walk on his own. While his steps were very unsteady, and it slowed them down a bit more, he was determined to get past this unknown injury of his. Even with the debris and random flames making traversal difficult, he did his best to push through. Considering each step made him want to almost buckle to his knees again, the fact that he was moving at all was surprising. Mash couldn't help but admire his drive to persevere through this. That admiration was tinged with concern, however. While his gesture to her in the midst of the explosion was something she'd always cherish, that paired with him attempting to force her away under the pretense of slowing her down made her wonder a bit more about him. What he was doing now only made her thoughts more solid, and allowed a question to present itself in her mind. Izuku Midoriya. Her senpai. Her MSTR. Did he place any value on his own life? The alternative was simply that he didn't think things through all that much. Which she could believe, he didn't seem unintelligent, but the amount of things he didn't know or understand only seemed to grow the longer they spoke to each other. While ray shifting was a top-secret technique that only Chaldea had access to, MS's, servants, magecraft as a whole, and many other things just prompted confusion from him. Dr. Roman had told her that and explained why. But the reasoning he gave was so impossible that she couldn't actually believe it. Which further necessitated their task to find a ley line and get everything cleared up. For now, though, she'd do her best to field his questions and keep him up to speed. To put it simply, yes, she replied, walking close to him just in case he ended up falling again. The process of ray shifting involves projecting your spirit into the past. The spirit is broken down into spiritrons, then sent back to the selected point in time, allowing them to continue on with the mission. For this to fully work, a quantum observer is needed to maintain the spirit's integrity, solidifying its place in the new time. This also works to prevent the counterforce from considering the new spirit a phantasmal existence, as it would otherwise reject the spirit and erase it from the place and time it was found. Izuku had stopped walking, and was staring at Mash with a blank expression. She blinked, then wore an embarrassed expression when she spoke again. Tea too much? She anxiously asked. He flinched at this, then looked embarrassed in turn, rubbing the back of his neck as he responded. Well, I think I got some of it. He took a moment to mull over all of the information given, his hand having moved to his chin as he did. So, I'm not actually here, but my soul is. Mash looked surprised for a moment, then gave a small nod. In summation, yes, she replied. But, then how am I touching anything? Izuku continued, his foot tapping on the ground as he asked. He winced again, lifting his foot and rotating it slightly. And why am I hurting so much? Shouldn't I just phase through solid matter? It isn't quite like that, senpai. Mash answered. Converting your soul into this state gives it form and mass. Which is also why you're still able to feel pain and touch things. It's as if your body came along anyway. Izuku pondered this, humming as his hand returned to his chin. So, for that to work, the soul would have to have some sort of mass to start with. At least, if this is similar to the 3 states of matter in science. But wouldn't the body feel the extra mass of the soul? The fact that the soul is even a tangible thing to begin with is astonishing, but being able to manipulate its form like that just raises so many questions. If that was even possible, though, how hasn't science been able to detect the soul? Shouldn't we have made some sort of discovery about it by now? Unless that information has been kept secret, but to what end? What else could you do with a soul if you can have it separate from the body and solidify on its own? Does that do any damage to the body itself? If I can feel pain as if I had a body, then there must still be some sensory feedback done to the body. Unless this is just my mind telling me I should be in pain. If that's the case. Mash watched with a mixture of astonishment and bewilderment as Izuku continued to talk to himself, asking more and more questions in relation to this one piece of information. Fu was still sitting in Izuku's hair as they had gone on, and the constant muttering had got even him to look down at the boy with as close to a confused expression as he could reasonably manage. This went on for a few seconds longer, before Mash suddenly spoke up again. Senpai. He jolted out of his mutterings, looking at her with a briefly stunned expression, as if he'd just been pulled out of sleep. He sputtered for a moment, before looking embarrassed and turning to stare at the ground instead. Sorry. I kinda do that sometimes. Mash was quick to shake her head and reply encouragingly. No, it's okay, senpai. It's good that you're asking so many questions too. I was just about to say that we should probably focus on things that I can actually answer. She was certainly surprised by this new piece of information about him, but she definitely couldn't fault an inquisitive mind. It reminded her a bit of the detectives in the novels she loved to read, which only made her admiration for Izuku grow a little more. He looked back up at her while still appearing a little embarrassed, but acquiesced to her point. All right, of course. He resumed walking after this, again with a hesitant step, then spoke up with that same curious tone. So, in that case, where and when are we? That was the obvious question, Mash realized. Moving in step with him, she resumed explaining. This is Fuyuki, a regional city in Japan. It is the year 2004, the time of the Fifth Holy Grail War. Normally, the war was supposed to end in a clear victory for one of the MSTs present. But this level of damage was never reported. Izuku was now staring at Mash with wide shocked eyes, not expecting that to be her answer. Fuyuki. They were back in Japan. So they hadn't left the country at all. Or, no, had the ray shifting sent them through space as well? If they could send them through time, it only made sense they could do that too. Do you know this place, senpai? She questioned. In response, Izuku first shook his head before continuing. Not personally, no. I've heard of it, but I haven't ever been myself. He clarified. It's on a different island from Japan's mainland, he continued. He then paused in thought for a moment, lifting his head to look around their surroundings. Didn't a massive fire hit this city already? He asked. Yes, but that was 10 years before this moment, she explained. It took some time for the city to recover, but a fire of this magnitude didn't happen a second time, she continued. Like Izuku, she turned her head to observe their surroundings, concern appearing on her face. Not only that, but there's far more mana in the air than there should be. Something's changed this place on a deeper level than just this fire. She paused for a moment, then turned to Izuku, realizing what she had said. Mana is dash the source of magic, he interrupted. This prompted another surprised look from her, followed by a cautious reply. Well. In one sense, yes. It's the source of magic for the world, and mags make use of it. She explained. Her eyes then narrowed slightly as she continued. Senpai, how much do you actually know? She wasn't about to suspect him of anything wrong, but a part of her wondered if he was trying to pull some sort of prank on her by acting oblivious. He jolted again at her question, definitely feeling like he was suspected of something wrong, hence his quick reply. I'm really just making guesses here. I mean, mana has popped up in fiction before, so I just sort of assumed. Mash had to admit he had a point. She'd read enough stories to know that the term mana was used often in fantasy fiction, as well as magic and witchcraft and the like. That sort of thing was allowed mostly to let the ordinary people assume it wasn't real, which helped to keep proper magecraft a secret. Alright, sorry senpai, she responded apologetically. It's really hard to believe you got here while still knowing so little about any of this. She further admitted. She hadn't meant that to be a personal remark against him, but the slightly hurt look on his face indicated that happened anyway. Before she could try to correct it, however, he interjected. Another thing. You said a Holy Grail war happened here. He seemingly wanted to change the subject to avoid focusing on his lack of knowledge, which Mash was fine with. Following. He pointed down at the ground beneath him, his earlier regret exchanged for that curiosity he displayed before. So the actual Holy Grail is real. And it was here, in Fuyuki. Mash again started to answer, but before she could, they would both hear a loud scream rip through the night air. They turned to the source and found that it came from further ahead, likely at their destination. Someone's in trouble, Mash declared. Izuku nodded, and quickly shouted to her in turn. Go help her. She turned to look at him, already worried at what he suggested and what his reasoning could be. But she started to protest, but he placed a hand on her shoulder and answered in a firm tone. I'll catch up. Go. She was still troubled, but she gave a short nod in understanding. She turned to face ahead and broke into a run, hopping over any debris that got in her way. She spared a moment to look behind her, and was thankful to see that Izuku was keeping his word and following her, albeit at a more hobbled pace. Maybe she had been wrong to think of him the way she had. He wasn't cavalier with his life, he just put other lives ahead of his. That was what heroes did, and she couldn't have been more thankful to form a contract with someone like him. She just hoped he could live long enough to realize that. The woman recoiled in horror as the skeleton approached her. It made no sound, only enhancing the nightmarish nature of this encounter. Its bones clacked as it touched the earth, inching closer to her, its jaw hanging loosely from its mouth. She was exhausted, both from running and from trying to fend for herself. Her gander shots had taken out 6, 7. She wasn't keeping good track, but it felt close to that amount. Problem was her energy was depleting, and she couldn't keep running forever. I can't believe this, she uttered aloud, not thinking at all about trying to save face here. How could this happen? How did I end up here? Where's Lev? I can't handle this by myself. DMN it. She kept trying to back away from the approaching threat, only to bump into a wall of concrete behind her, causing her to jolt in realization. The skeleton continued its approach, rusted sword raised. The woman instinctively held her arms up over her face, already fearing the worst. She then heard a cry from above her, causing her to look up, just in time to see a shape dive down and crash into the skeleton. It crumpled on impact, the bones shattering under the weight of the heavy shield that hit them. The one responsible then stood to her feet, and turned to face the woman. Are you she started to ask, but her eyes widened when she saw who she had just rescued. Director, she exclaimed. The director in turn stared at her savior, her eyes sweeping over her for a moment before likewise exclaiming, Mash. Mash took a couple of steps closer, likewise looking over the director, checking for any injuries. Seeing nothing of note, she quickly asked, You ray-shifted as well. I thought we were the only ones. That's what I should be saying to you, the director countered. And you've. She started to say, again looking over Mash in her suit of armor. She raised her head to look at 𝐼's face, her eyes wide with recognition. How did? 𝐼 felt just a bit self-conscious under that gaze of hers, responding with a slightly embarrassed tone and trying to downplay what had occurred. It seems the demiservant project was a success after all. She simply concluded. I can see that much, 𝐼, the director exclaimed, not willing to just brush this off. But the question is how? And why now of all times? Not to mention, if you're officially a servant, that could only happen if you dash 𝐼, a male voice called out, stopping the director's train of thought. 𝐼 looked up to see Izuku atop the small wall behind the director, thankful that he made it but not expressing as much given the panicked expression on his face. 2 more incoming, he added. 𝐼 turned around, and true enough, 2 more of the skeletons had crept up on her while she was talking to the director. Her shield still in her hand, she swung it out just in time, one of the skeleton's swords swinging down to clash against it. She held firm, keeping her shield planted on the ground as it tried in vain to attack again, the rusted blade hitting the iron shield, only to break against it. In response, 𝐼 hefted the shield up and shoved it forward, crashing the round center against the skeleton's chest and sending it falling back, only to crumple on impact with the ground. 𝐼! Izuku called out again. He had slid down the wall of debris and landed beside the director, stumbling after touching the ground and nearly falling over again, but this didn't stop him from making his point. Don't just use your shield. You're leaving yourself wide open. 𝐼 looked at Izuku in surprise after hearing this, then turned to her other side to see the other skeleton nearly about to hit her. Acting fast, she sidestepped the skeleton's swing, the blade arcing just past her hand. She swung her fist up in response, which smacked against its jaw, hard enough to send its whole head spinning around. While it was stuck doing that, she lifted her shield and swung in the opposite direction, its jaw connecting with the extended edge and sending the head flying right off of the neck. The headless skeleton staggered forward a few steps, before crumpling into another pile at 𝐼's feet. She exhaled out of relief, then turned to Izuku and smiled broadly. Combat has ended. Thank you, senpai. He gave a wide smile of his own in turn, quick to answer. You did great, 𝐼. Setting aside the short stutter at using her first name again, he then turned to the rescued director. Hey, are you dash? He started to ask, before suddenly freezing up. The orange and black overcoat was a look he'd seen a number of times at Chaldea, seemingly the uniform for the female staff. Though the white dress and auburn stockings underneath it was unique to this woman. More importantly, her long white hair and orange eyes, which held a look of shock and not even remotely restrained irritation when they locked onto Izuku's, were things that very quickly brought memories rushing back to him. The director of Chaldea was not someone he could soon forget. Hours prior, Izuku was somehow simultaneously dead on his feet and way too nervous to even consider falling asleep. After the grueling approval process, getting a white jacket uniform that was a size too big for him, and that strange simulation that he was put through, he was practically shoved into the meeting room with no explanation for what he had to do. Which was not a great way to start his new job. Worse was when whole rows of other people in similar white uniforms all turned to look at him as he entered the room, a very definite tension in the air. He shivered under their gaze, and quickly lowered his head and started walking in further. He glanced up only to see where he was going, and saw a single spot where a person wasn't standing in place, hurriedly and stiffly walking to that spot and standing as still as a statue. Unfortunately for him, that spot was right in the front row. Meaning that he was going to be right in the official's line of sight if he did anything wrong, no matter how slight or minute. Which just contributed to him standing at attention like he was about to engage with a drill sergeant. He'd swiftly discover that he was on the money with that assessment. While he took a second to look around the room, seeing the lines of blue light glowing against the ridged walls, the rows of computers and desks stretching up the stairs he'd just hurried down, and the large glowing ball in the center of the room, his gaze swiftly fell upon the person standing before it. She, in turn, stared disapprovingly at him, her arms folded, one of her fingers tapping her arm impatiently. Well, we're starting a little later than I'd like, but at least everyone's here now, she concluded. She moved her glare away from Izuku much to his relief and then began speaking to the group as a whole. Welcome to the special organization Chaldea. I am Director Olga Marie Animusphere. Izuku heard a light murmur go through the crowd behind him, but the director gave them no time to discuss things any further. "Let me make something very clear to you all right now," she began, her voice hard and unyielding. "We have chosen you to work here based on your rare talents. Whether you are part of a famous magus family, or happen to have hidden potential in magecraft, you are all here for one express purpose. You are to act as my tools in the protection of humanity. Any previous achievements or lineage you possess mean nothing. Here, I am in charge. You are to do as I say, without any arguments or backtalk." She paused only for a moment, as her irritation became more evident before she pressed on. "Which means you all need to stop acting like a bunch of school students. This isn't a social trip, this isn't some special vacation that your parents paid for. This is a dire situation that threatens the entirety of the human race, and you will treat it that way." Izuku still trembled as the director shouted, his utter lack of preparedness hitting him in the worst way right now. Finding out that he was involved in something to protect all of humanity would normally actually make him very happy, since that's what he wanted to do anyway. Terms such as magus or magecraft being used, however, left him confused and increasingly worried. Mentions of lineage or special talents only worsened that, since the former did nothing for him in particular, and the latter was something he definitely didn't possess. Not that he had time to dwell on this, as a voice suddenly broke through the tense silence that followed the director's speech. "What the hell is wrong with you?" a girl from a few rows back demanded. "We came here because you requested our help. Now you're going to toss this garbage at us and expect us to blindly obey you." "Yeah," a male from the other side of the room added. "How can you say our lineage doesn't mean anything here? We're mags. Lineage is the most important thing we have. You think you get to throw all of that aside?" What followed was a rising din of more protests and complaints from nearly everyone else in the crowd. A few, much like Izuku, remained in bewildered silence, but the majority were making it quite clear that blind obedience was not something they were about to even try. For his part, Izuku couldn't take his eyes off the director, as he could see her face getting redder and her teeth grinding in frustration. It was only going to be a matter of time before she, "Shut the hell up," exploded. Izuku flinched at her outburst, even if it did do the job of silencing the crowd. Olga Marie, in turn, stood there fuming in restrained silence for a few seconds, before closing her eyes and letting out a long exhale. Only slightly calmer, she opened her eyes again and swept her venomous glare across the crowd. "All right. Fine," she started. "You have a problem with how I do things." She then raised her hand and pointed up at the doors that Izuku had stepped through seconds prior. "There's the exit. Feel free to head on through it," she said as a challenge. She held her hand up for a couple of seconds, before her angry expression shifted to a smug smile. "That is," she began, before folding her arms again. "If you want to try to descend a mountain that sits 6,000 meters above sea level, be my guest. Don't expect to find any planes or boats around to take you home, though." She let that sink in for a second, before quickly adding, "Oh, but given the sub-zero temperatures outside, you'll probably freeze to death before you even make it that far." Funnily enough, no one felt like protesting anymore after hearing that. Olga Marie swept her gaze across the crowd again, then gave a short nod. "That's better," she concluded. She then started to walk forward, resuming her speech as she did. "Let me reiterate. This is a crisis that affects the entire human race. There is no room for dissent or ego here. We all have to be on the same page if we want to survive this. As I'm the director, I'm the one who has to make the difficult decisions around here, and you need to carry them out. If even one of you goes off for your own selfish reasons, we're all as good as dead." Izuku kept his eyes glued to her as she walked, only to realize far too late that she was walking right towards him. Which caused him to instead direct his gaze just about anywhere else he could, just in time for her to stop a few inches away from him. She regarded him with a discerning stare, one eyebrow raised, before that slightly smug smirk returned. "You could stand to learn something from this one. Despite being late, he hasn't said a word since arriving, and judging by the look on his face he understands exactly how dire things are," she remarked. Her smirk faded after a moment of observation, however, seeing how Izuku was shaking like a leaf, sweating bullets, and pointedly avoiding looking at her. "You do understand, I hope?" she cautiously asked. "Yes," he quickly responded. "See, completely understand. The utmost crisis that threatens us all, and we need to follow your lead." He continued to report, his voice cracking on that last part. This earned him another raised eyebrow and a slightly bewildered look from the director. "I can't tell if you're actually being serious or if this is a poorly timed joke," she commented. She kept a withering stare on the poor guy for a few seconds more, before simply turning away. "Well, whatever." She started to walk back to her initial position, giving Izuku just a slight reprieve from stress. What followed was a lengthy explanation about what their mission was, but unfortunately Izuku couldn't really claim to understand any of it. Mostly because this was when that bout of exhaustion that had hit him was now using his brain as a punching bag. Try as he might, every time a term he was unfamiliar with came about, his brain would briefly respond with white noise. Whether it was ray shift, singularity, spiritrons, or what have you, it just bounced right off of his brain, and he felt more and more tired as a result. Which only became a problem when it was clear that someone noticed that. "Hey," the director shouted, causing Izuku to jolt again, and oh god, when did she end up so close again? She reached up and snapped her fingers right in front of his nose, prompting another jolt and a short yelp from him. "Look alive. Are you paying attention at all?" "Why," he hurriedly responded, now awake all over again. "I'm paying attention to the best of my ability," he added. If this was an attempt to soothe matters, it didn't work, as her eyes narrowed and she sounded more agitated when she spoke. "What do you mean, to the best of your ability? Do you have a problem? Am I keeping you up?" She tilted her head to try to get a better look at his eyes, but he was again aiming them anywhere but at her. So, to solve the problem, she suddenly reached up and grabbed his chin, forcing him to look down at her. He still trembled as he stared into her eyes, his face getting redder in turn. You look terrible. I'm starting to wonder if you're brain damaged," she remarked, her tone full of disgust. She let go of his chin, then reached down and snatched up the ID card that was hanging from his neck. "Midoriya, Izuku?" she questioned, staring at the ID with his name and a quickly taken picture on it. She looked back up at him, his face still burning red, before back at the card. "And since you're late, you must be the extra recruit. Of course, no one actually properly briefed you," she said, still thoroughly disgusted, but it seemed like she wasn't at him so much. She dropped the ID, then gave him a short shove to his shoulder, causing him to stumble out of the spot he was in. "You're off the mission," she concluded, before pointing at the doors at the top of the room. "Go to the infirmary and have Dr. Archerman examine you. Clearly something went wrong with the compatibility test, you're suffering from the effects of it. Once he's given you a full medical, head to your room and rest. I don't need you here if you're not 100%, got it?" she ordered. Izuku looked back at her in response, and for a moment he felt as ashamed as he could get, reflected in his expression. Not that Olga Marie had any reason to care. He straightened up and gave a deep bow. "Yes, I understand." He turned on his heel and began robotically walking back the way he came. He could hear more mutters from the crowd, not the exact word said, of course, but it wasn't hard to guess what they were talking about. Just about what a fool and a waste of space he was, that's all. Which didn't help the growing feeling of shame boiling up within him, but he wasn't going to get any sympathy here, so he shouldn't bother asking. "Hey," the director called as he walked. "When you're done, tell that slacker to get in here. We need as many hands on deck as possible, and I won't have any patience for him fooling around." Now with that wonderful experience fresh in his mind, Izuku was left to endure Olga Marie's withering stare once again, only mixed with her face starting to burn red and her teeth starting to grind. If last time was any indication, he had only a few seconds to try and defuse this. She shouted, stopping Izuku's attempt at peacemaking in what was a thankfully smaller explosion than before. Her expression changed to one of incredulity, suddenly reaching forward and grabbing him by the collar to pull him down to her eye level, which had the unintended effect of prompting a yelp of protest from both him and Fu atop his head. "Of all the people who could have shown up, how is it you?" she demanded, as if expecting him to actually have an answer. He tried again, but Olga Marie wasn't finished. And hang on, she interrupted, before looking over at an equally stunned Mash, then back to Izuku. She let go of his collar, only to suddenly reach down and snatch up his hand. This naturally prompted a yelp from him, and his face getting even redder than before, but when he looked down he soon realized. She was just looking at those command seals. You became her MSTR. How is that possible? She again demanded, whipping her head up to glare at him. Only a top-class mage can become a MSTR, so how did someone like you pull that off? Once again, Olga Marie wouldn't give him the chance to talk. She let go of his hand, only to grab his collar and yank him down again. Well, she started, now sounding outright accusing when she shouted. What did you do? What did you say to her to convince her to do something this dumb? Did you coerce her? Blackmail her? Threaten her? Answer me. That part actually stung quite a bit, even if it wasn't clear with how terrified Izuku looked right now. Was this really so impossible that the first assumption would be that he forced the contract? He shook his head rapidly in response, but this time his voice had died in his throat, the barrage of questions and accusations having sapped his will to speak. Fortunately, Mash hurried over and tried to pry Olga Marie's hands off of him. Director, please, calm down. Senpai didn't do anything to me, I forged the contract myself. She quickly explained, Izuku's panic having got to her a bit too. The director let go and took a step back, but directed her shock at Mash instead. You forged it? Why in the world would you do that? You saw him at the meeting, it was fortunate that he was even standing. She retorted. She then jabbed a finger in his direction, adding, hell, he still looks like he's liable to fall over any second now. Be that as it may, there was no other choice. Mash replied. He and I were the only ones to ray shift, and if I didn't forge a contract with him, it was likely we would both die. It was a gamble, but I can confirm that it has paid off. She added, taking on a calmer tone in the hopes that Olga Marie would finally relax in turn. It was a pragmatic viewpoint, and Izuku understood that. He had no reason to doubt Mash's earlier reasoning for forming a contract with him, but it was obvious the director wouldn't accept that explanation. She looked annoyed regardless, but when she spoke there was a tinge of acceptance in her voice. Well, the results do speak for themselves, I'll grant you that, Mash. She concluded. After a moment, however, she added, unfortunately, you may be more right than you thought. I haven't seen any of the other MSTR candidates since arriving here. Considering how many were brought on, that can only lead me to assume that they didn't ray shift at all. Mash's eyes widened in surprise. None of them, she asked. So it really is just the three of us. It's my best guess. Olga Marie responded. The coffins that we use to ray shift normally have a safety feature installed. If the subject's stability drops even slightly below 95%, the coffin will shut down and cancel the ray shift. However, we were not in coffins when the process began. Ray-shifting flesh and BLD bodies is rare, but not impossible. She concluded. She then looked over to Izuku, then rolled her eyes. Midoriya, I swear, you're killing me with that dumbfounded expression of yours, she sniped in an exasperated tone. This prompted him to jolt and stand at attention again. Why yes. Sorry. Olga Marie stared distastefully at him, before directing her gaze upwards at Fu. For his part, the creature answered with an annoyed Fu in her direction. She turned away, placing both hands on her face and humming. Our first ever ray shift and my team is the extra recruit, the demi-servant, and the team pet. She hemmed in despair again, before pulling her hands away and taking in a deep breath to try and calm herself. It's okay. This is fine. I can salvage this. She exhaled the breath, then turned to Izuku again, all business. Midoriya. He tensed up, feeling the pressure she was putting on him. Why yes. You remember the beginning of my speech, right? She asked. About what your purpose is. To be your tool to protect humanity. He hesitantly answered. Good. You're not a lost cause yet, then. She retorted. Before he could ask for clarification, she held up her own left hand, making her order clear. Transfer Mash's contract to me. Izuku blinked, for a moment not even sure if he heard her right. He looked down at the marks on his hand, then up at her. Why you want me to? Director. Mash protested, but Olga Marie didn't heed her. Transfer the contract. I'll be Mash's MSTR. She clarified. She then narrowed her eyes, realizing something crucial. Wait. You don't have any idea how to do that, do you? She queried. Well, no, but Izuku began to explain, but he was yet again cut off. Fine, it's a simple process. Just repeat after me. Olga Marie began. Before she could continue, however. I'm not doing it. Both Izuku and Olga Marie turned to look at Mash, who was giving the director a highly upset expression at the prospect of losing her contract with Izuku. The director looked more baffled than anything else, and responded incredulously to her. What do you mean? This is the best solution for everyone. You yourself even said that you only made a contract with him because there was no one else. That was a reason, but it wasn't the only reason. Mash clarified. With all due respect, director, I chose Midoriya-senpai as my MSTR, and I'm not giving that up for anyone. Not even you. She added, an anxious determination in her voice. Olga Marie looked like Mash had just told her that she smelled like a dung heap in front of an entire classroom, equal parts stunned and furious. She turned to fully face the demiservant, soon letting her utter disbelief be known. Have you completely lost your mind? I don't know what happened between you two, but this is not the time to get sentimental. She gestured to Izuku as she said this, as if expecting Mash to take a proper look at him. He looks like just standing on his own 2 feet is painful. Having to hold a contract with a servant, even if you're only half of one, is obviously too much for him. That's for me to decide. Mash countered. Even if he's not at his best right now, I know he's the right candidate for me. He's trying his best in these circumstances, and that means everything. Oh, the director started, before shifting gears and responding angrily. Trying his best doesn't mean a DMN thing right now. We're all at risk here and we need to act for the better of all of us, not just him and not just you. It isn't selfish to want to give him a chance. Mash retorted. And he's already proven to be a natural. He directed me in that last fight perfectly. A lucky call against a walking skeleton isn't proof that he's a capable MSTR, the director answered. When we end up fighting other servants, he's not going to have any idea what to do. You don't know that he won't. And you don't know that he will. Izuku watched as the two continued to argue back and forth, left to contemplate how this was all over, who Mash would be more or less forced to work under for the foreseeable future. Considering it seemed like they weren't about to hear his thoughts on the matter, he had the time to, actually decide his thoughts on the matter. On the one hand, he could understand the director's pragmatic viewpoint. She was an accomplished mage, he technically wasn't even a mage to begin with. Which made her question about how he even became a MSTR more pertinent. Regardless, he had absolutely no idea what he was doing. His earlier call to Mash on how to fight had worked, but if they encountered other servants, would he know what to do? Transferring control over to someone with more experience in this did make sense. On the other hand, he knew how much the contract meant to Mash. She told him she made the choice herself. She wanted to be contracted to him, and no one else. He had no reason to disbelieve her, and he didn't want to let her down. She was putting her faith in him in this way, and to turn around and abandon her in response felt wrong. Even if he didn't like the idea of holding a metaphorical leash like this. So in the end, he really didn't know what to do about this. From the looks of things, the two of them were going to keep arguing for a while. Which was a bit of a problem, what with the other skeletons approaching. Izuku saw them walking down the path leading to the little nook in the concrete they were in, his eyes widening at the numbers. 3, 4, 5. No, more than that, for certain. Guys, he said, trying to get their attention. It was to no avail, however, as they continued to go back and forth. I can't believe that you're actually disobeying me now, of all times. I'm sorry, but pulling rank on me isn't going to make me change my mind. Guys. Izuku tried again, seeing the skeletons getting even closer. Just when the hell did you actually find your spine? When you thought you could just bargain for me like I was a piece of property when I've finally made a choice for myself. Still no such luck. The skeletons drew nearer and nearer, just one step away from reaching the two of them. There was no time left. Izuku's body moved independent of his thoughts. He dashed forward, pushing past Olga Marie in the process. She turned to shout at him. Midoriya's shout was cut off when she saw what was approaching. "Senpai!" Mash added, reaching back for her shield, a few seconds too late. Reaching the first skeleton, Izuku raised his right arm back, his hand balled into a fist. He didn't see the lines of light arcing across his skin. He didn't think of whether or not this would even work. He didn't consider the danger he was putting himself in. All that ran through his mind was a singular, simple thought. Save them. His fist connected with the skeleton's head. The skull splintered, then shattered from the blow, almost like a balloon popping. The force of it sent the skeleton's body flying backwards, the shockwave blowing its body apart. As it did for the skeleton behind it. Then the two behind it. Then the others behind those. So, in mere seconds, the entire regiment of moving skeletons were blasted to pieces, their bones and bone fragments left to clatter against the ground. Mash's eyes were wide with shock and utter disbelief at what she just witnessed. Olga Marie looked much the same. Izuku, for his part, couldn't quite revel in his minor victory. The force of the shockwave knocked him back the way he came, landing on his rear right in front of the two girls. As if that wasn't enough, he let out another pained shout, grabbing the arm that had just dealt the death blow. "Senpai!" Mash shouted, dropping down to her knees beside Izuku. She hurriedly rolled up his sleeve, trying to find any signs of damage, all while apologizing in a panicked voice. "Senpai, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have gotten caught up in that, I should have seen them coming. If I had, you wouldn't be dash." Mash, it's okay," he eked out, trying to calm her down, for what little good it did. "If you two are safe, then it's all right." Fu, for his part, had jumped off of Izuku's head, and was now in his lap again, liking at his arm to try and soothe him. "Senpai," she answered, her voice wavering. Upon examining his arm, she discovered that the skin was now a deep red, as if he'd just got a bad sunburn. It was very hot to the touch, however, Mash's fingers recoiling after a ginger prod. She looked up to Olga Marie, panic still clear on her face. "Director, please, what do I do?" Unfortunately, the director was still staring at Izuku with the same totally stunned expression. Unable to speak for a few moments longer, she stared at him and his burning red arm, her mind already drawing a conclusion on its own. It was just getting her mouth to work again that was proving to be an issue, and it would take a few seconds more before she could. What the hell was that, Midoriya? Was what she managed to get out, sounding like she'd taken the blow herself and was left in a stupor. He looked up at her, just as astounded as she was, for mostly different reasons. I don't. Please tell me you're not about to say that you don't know what you just did," she exclaimed, before dropping down on Izuku's other side. "Seriously, what did you do? That couldn't just be ordinary reinforcement, it was on another level entirely. And why didn't you say you had a spell like that, director?" Mash interjected, her panic still very clear in her voice and on her face. Olga Marie looked to her, then back to Izuku, then over to his arm. Okay. Look, you obviously overtaxed your magic circuits, your skin should not be that red," she explained as best as she could, even without understanding what was going on. "Frankly, if it's that bad, they might be permanently damaged, but without contact with Chaldea there's no way to tell right now." This did not help Mash's fright, as she looked to Izuku again, her eyes even starting to moisten at the prospect Olga Marie proposed. "Senpai, no," she quietly pleaded. It probably didn't help that Izuku looked even more lost in the midst of all of this, Mash's panic definitely rubbing off on him but his confusion not subsiding as he turned to the director. That was a spell. And what Midoriya, I swear, if the next thing you do is ask me what magic circuits are, I will slap you," she warned, cutting him off again. She stood to her feet after that, putting her hands over her face again and nervously exhaling. Okay. Just calm down. Think this through," she muttered to herself, trying to reassess the situation. She pulled her hands back down, then did her best to, direct. We need to get in touch with Chaldea ASAP. That means finding that ley line and establishing a connection. So as soon as Midoriya can walk again, we're going to get moving. Director and anxious Mash interrupted, likewise trying to calm herself through shaky breaths. We're standing on the ley line. Olga Marie froze, looking down at Mash, then at her own feet, before going back to Mash. Alright, obviously she started, before quickly stopping herself. Getting angry again wasn't going to help anyone, least of all Izuku. She took another breath to steady herself, then tried again. Alright. Mash, I'm going to need you to place your noble phantasm on the ground. That'll be our conduit to establish the connection. Mash helped Izuku stand up again, Fu jumping onto his opposite shoulder while he held his wounded arm. Rather than do as the director said, all she could do was stare at her, her fear now mixed with clear disapproval. Olga Marie flinched at the stare, instinctively responding with, "What?" She still didn't say anything, instead turning to look at Izuku. He looked at her in turn, and setting aside how close she was to him, the expectant look on her face said it all. He looked over at the director, then back to Mash, rapidly thinking of a fitting answer. Is it safe for us to do that? He asked. Not a command nor a deferral of authority, but it was better than putting them at risk through not asking it. In response, both Mash and Olga Marie hurriedly looked around them, just to check and ensure more skeletons weren't sneaking up on them. After a brief search, Mash responded with, "It seems we're safe for now, Mstr." Alright, he nervously answered, then nodded to Mash. She let go of him after that, then reached back and pulled out her shield again. She placed it on the ground between Izuku and Olga Marie, exhaling to calm herself again. Establishing a connection to Chaldea now, she stated. Izuku noticed at this point that her shield had a piece of illegible writing in the center, surrounded by 12 circles, almost like the points on a clock. From each of those circles suddenly arose a ball of blue light. Along with it came what appeared to be a magic circle made of the same light, with designs and drawings Izuku couldn't even hope to understand. The ball spun around the center, soon moving fast enough to become a ring of blue. The ring then expanded, pushing past all three people there. With that, the ring shot up walls of blue, lines of light crisscrossing all around them like circuits. It was an impressive sight for Izuku, to say the least. What was more surprising was that he suddenly felt his arm start to lessen in pain. He looked down at it, and gradually the deep red color his skin had become was fading away. The aches and pains that were going through his body were subsiding as well. Mash, likewise, looked awed by the environment around them, but for a different reason. "This is just like the summoning chamber back at Chaldea," she said as she rose back to her feet. Just then, an unfamiliar voice crackled through a speaker. ''CQ. Hello. Can anyone read me? The connection's back on, right?" Izuku looked to his other arm, noticing the voice coming from there. He reached over and rolled up his other sleeve, only to see two rather surprising things. The first was the silver bracelet that was latched around his wrist, which he didn't remember putting on before. The second was the small hologram of a man staring up at him. The blue light made it hard to totally tell his appearance, but he looked to be a doctor of some kind, judging by the white lab coat over a smock and the white gloves over his hands. The long hair tied back in a ponytail was a bit unprofessional, though. "Ah, good, it did work," he exclaimed with a thankful smile. "Romani!" Olga Marie suddenly cried, hurrying to Izuku's side to talk to the hologram. "Why are you the one answering? Where's Lev? He's supposed to be next in line after me." "What dash?" the man yelled back, having turned to see the director. Director. You're alive. You're not even hurt. But how? What is that supposed to mean, Romani?" she demanded, but swiftly dropped that and moved on. "Answer my question. Where's Lev? If he's there, then put him on." Izuku wondered just who this Lev person was and why Olga Marie was so attached to him, but he didn't have time to ask, as Romani responded properly this time. "Director, I'm doing this because I am the highest-ranked person left. Believe me, if anyone knows I'm not cut out for this, it's me. But we've only been able to find around 20 survivors so far, and Dr. Lena was in the command room when the explosion happened. The odds of him being alive. Both Izuku and 𝐼𝐻 reeled from the revelation. Only 20 survivors. It was an absolutely horrific prospect. They looked over at the director and found that she was just as aghast, but that was mixed with genuine grief. "No. Lev," she started to say. However, she quashed that as quickly as possible and tried to act as an authority figure again. "Wait, no, never mind that right now. What about the other MSTR candidates? What's their condition?" Izuku could see that the loss was a real blow to her, but before he could even consider how to comfort her, Romani replied. Unfortunately, the news was no less grim. All 4 to 7 MSTR candidates are in critical condition. The odds of them surviving are very low. Our medical supplies are limited, so we may be able to save a few. Stop. Olga Marie suddenly cried out. "Don't even try that. The coffins are all equipped with cryogenic preservation modules. Activate those immediately. Once we have more resources, we can treat them properly." "Ah, that's right," Romani answered, suddenly realizing his error. "I forgot they could do that. Of course, I'll get on that right away." The connection remained, but Romani had disappeared from sight, leaving only blue static for the moment. Izuku was still processing everything he'd just heard. All of the other MSTR candidates were critically wounded, over 80% of the staff were dead, and they had no clue how the explosion happened, or who was even responsible for it. His head lurched from the severity of the situation. 𝐼𝐻, on the other hand, had turned her attention to the director, a look of amazement on her face. "Director, cryogenically freezing someone without proper approval is a crime." This remark drew Izuku's attention as well, his head snapping up to 𝐼𝐻, then over to Olga Marie. "I'm well aware of that, 𝐼𝐻," she responded firmly. "Right now my priority is saving their lives if I can. If that chance is there, then I'll weather what comes after when it comes." Both MSTR and servant stared at the director in a new light. 𝐼𝐻 allowed a small smile of admiration to cross her face, while Izuku could only respond in an awed tone. "Director." Olga Marie turned to Izuku and narrowed her own gaze. "Don't look at me like that, Midoriya. I know of my reputation, but I'm not heartless." She looked back to the holographic image on his wrist, if only to look at something else. "Never mind the fact that we've lost so many already. I can't possibly bear the weight of losing more on top of." She trailed off, then seemed to snap to attention, and the vulnerable girl was gone, replaced by the hardened director once more. "Besides, if it gets out that I let all of these mags die, including the ones connected to the association, then the clock tower will want my head on a spike," she snapped. "They'll no doubt try to claim Chaldea for themselves anyway, and I can't let that happen. If I can show that I acted to save their legacies, then I can use that for leverage." Again, Izuku couldn't argue against that, even if there was a lot he didn't grasp fully. However, he saw her front break for that moment. This was eating her up much more than she let on, and for whatever reason she seemed to think she couldn't let on what she was dealing with. Considering how tense things were in that moment, it was probably best not to touch on that right now. Later, though, he would try to talk to her. He didn't really know her, but it was obvious she needed someone to vent to. "All right, the preservation process has begun," Romani suddenly announced, sliding back into frame. "Once they're all frozen, we'll transfer the coffins into storage until we can begin treating them." He let out a tired sigh following this. That will no doubt take some time, however. With all the staff lost, Chaldea's operational ability has severely dropped. The remaining staff can't handle all of this ourselves. He paused for a moment, then continued with a serious tone. "I've assigned them to focus on repairing the ray shift engine and getting it to complete functionality as fast as possible. That way we can get you back here sooner. Once that's finished, we'll work on restoring communication with the outside world and ask for repairs and supplies." Olga Marie nodded without missing a beat. "Right. Good call, Romani. You did what I would have done in your situation," she said in a rare complimentary tone. "That didn't last very long, however. While you're here, however, we have another situation to address." "Wait, we do," Romani shouted. Izuku was about to say the same, only to look up and see that the director was giving that withering stare at him again. Izuku Midoriya, she said with a low, accusatory tone. Who are you? Who are you really? What dash, he responded, his eyes wide as panic started to take him again. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me, she snapped back. I told you at the start, we don't have time for egos to get in the way. You've obviously been hiding something this whole time, considering what you just did. So no more excuses. Out with it. W8, seriously, I don't know what you mean, he hastily answered. I haven't lied at all since coming here. I don't know what's going on, and I really don't know what just happened. Are you just that good at playing dumb, or are you actually this dumb? The director asked disbelievingly. Director, I don't think he's lying. Mash interjected. He really was in a lot of pain earlier, and you can see what's happened to him. Well, obviously I can see that, but wait, hold on. Romani jumped in, stopping the argument from escalating again. 𝐶𝐬, I'm sorry, I totally forgot about this. We do have something to go over, but first. The hologram spun and faced Izuku himself, Romani's frantic energy directed at him. Midoriya, how do you feel? What's your condition right now? Izuku blinked at Romani's question, left to scramble for an answer, hard as it was to believe. Well. Actually. I feel. Okay, I guess. There was a short pause as all other parties present stared at Izuku. Romani, ever strung out, was the first to speak up. So. Wait, you're not in pain anymore. A little, he answered uncertainly. I mean, my arm still feels off, but the rest of me feels fine now. But you were falling over earlier. Romani called back. I called before and you were barely even conscious. Now you're saying you're fine. You're really not helping your case here, Midoriya. Olga Marie remarked, that piercing suspicious stare aimed at him again. I'll admit, you played the wounded gazelle very well. You had me fooled from the start. It wasn't an act, he protested. I swear, if I could have done something sooner and not slow Mash down wait, senpai. Mash jumped in, before pointing at his arm. Look. Indeed, he and everyone else looked to his arm, only to see that the deep red coloration was now entirely gone. His skin was a little darker than before, but even that seemed to be fading as well. Everyone watched in astonishment, before Olga Marie spoke up. What in the what the F? At least, she started to, before Romani blurted out that expletive and caused all eyes including Fu's to direct at him. He was staring wide-eyed ahead of him, seemingly at a computer screen none of them could see. I checked Midoriya's condition when I first called, and he really was in bad shape. I even told Mash that if he didn't get to a safe location right away, he might not make it. But he really has recovered. It's like he's almost in perfect health again. He did not let this set in, turning to Izuku again. When did this start happening? Izuku stammered, before quickly answering. Right about the time we opened the connection. He paused, then tilted his head at the doctor. You mean, you guys aren't doing this? Of course we're not doing this. We're not miracle workers for Romani started to respond, but stopped short. He leaned forward to stare at the invisible screen, then slowly leaned back, an expression of dawning realization on his face. Wait. That would explain it. But this. It's unprecedented. What is? Mash asked, starting to fret just a bit again. Dr. Roman, what's going on? This is just my best guess right now. He started, sounding tired all over again. But I think what's happening is that Midoriya's magic circuits are absorbing the mana around you on their own, just reflexively. They then use the mana to perform bodily functions at a higher rate. When you connected to the ley line, that just gave them more mana to work with. Right now what they are doing is focusing on healing him so that he's in ideal condition. He paused to take a breath, and to let that settle, before turning to Olga Marie. Director, you said he did something else. The director was still slowly understanding what she just heard, so at Romani's question, she wearily retorted, oh, yeah, he definitely did. He just decimated about a dozen Dragon Tooth warriors with a single punch. He what? Romani cried. Exactly, she responded, now awake and aware again. That's why I need you to double-check his record. Are you sure he's not connected to any notable families? This can't just be some no-name off of the streets like we thought. Izuku was likewise still comprehending what he was hearing, so he didn't think to say anything just yet. Romani took about 2 seconds, then read off some pertinent information. Midoriya, Izuku. Male. 166 centimeters tall. BLD type, O, born in Shizuoka Prefecture, Japan, July 15th. Weight. Olga Marie cut in. Shizuoka Prefecture. She pulled back a bit, a finger tapping her arm as she folded them again. Aren't there a high concentration of those people there? She started snapping her fingers as she tried to find the right term. What are they called again? Quirk users. Izuku's head snapped up to stare at her, his eyes wide with clear fright as he felt his heart drop through his stomach. Oh no. Oh God, please no, not this. Not now. Quirk users. Romani asked. You mean the metahumans? Yes, I think we reported there were far more of them there than mags. At this, Olga Marie gave a long sigh of relief. Finally, something that makes sense. She then wore a light smile on her face, turning her attention to Izuku. So, clearly, you're one of these quirk users. No wonder you were so secretive, you clearly didn't belong here. Obviously someone on our end screwed up and misread your unique ability as magic, so we can dash a no. The director stopped when Izuku suddenly interrupted. He just as quickly aimed his gaze down at the ground, though it did little to hide the shame in his voice. I don't have a quirk. I was born quirkless. The statement alone wouldn't have meant anything to anyone there, but how disappointed and depressed Izuku sounded when he said it quickly changed the mood again. Mash in particular stared at him with evident worry on her face. She didn't understand what this meant, but she wished she could find out why it upset him so much. It wouldn't be the case regardless, I don't think. Romani explained, then hesitantly continued. This is what I wanted to talk to you about when we could. He paused, then turned to Olga Marie again. Director. Right now, Midoriya has magic circuits and a crest. I can see it on his vitals right now. But when you had me examine him earlier, he didn't. Olga Marie looked at the hologram of Romani as if he'd just sprouted an extra head. She responded in the most dazed and stunned voice Izuku had heard since this day started. Excuse me. He didn't have a magic crest. He had no magic circuits. Romani clarified. He wasn't a mage. At all. The silence that followed for the next minute was nearly deafening. Izuku couldn't fully understand what this meant, but from all the reactions around him, this was absolutely impossible. Mash's expression was slightly more subdued, but she still seemed to have a hard time believing it. As for the director, she was still just staring at Romani, totally unable to function for that time. That soon changed, however, as Izuku could swear he felt the temperature around them drop several degrees when she slowly hissed out an answer. Romani Archerman. Are you telling me, right now, that when I assigned you to screen candidates, and told you to seek out people from outside the families to fill our ranks, you took that to mean that you should bring in an ordinary, totally non-magical human into my secret magical facility? I didn't know, he shouted back, looking like he was about to end up in a ditch in the middle of nowhere. I swear, when we did the BLD test with him, we got results. That's why we recruited him. That makes absolutely no sense, she yelled back. If he didn't have any magic capability whatsoever, the test wouldn't have worked. It would have come back completely negative, and we would have dumped it and moved on. I know, but I have the test right here, from before the examination, he replied. Well, then, tell me the results, she sniped. Romani looked hesitant for a moment, but looked to the invisible screen again. Well, his magical capability is almost nil. His ray-shifting aptitude, slightly above average. And he trailed off, the hesitation in his voice only growing. And what? The director demanded. The third component, Romani. What is it? All right, I'm just gonna say it. He admitted. His capability as a MSTR is off the charts. These numbers are even better than some of the members of Team A. He could have ended up with a higher ranking in the facility if not for his low magic potential. Olga Marie was again left to stare at Romani in utter disbelief, although Izuku was doing much the same. She recovered much more quickly this time. That has to be a mistake. You must have gotten his results mixed up with another and recruited the wrong person. Director, I took another BLD sample when he came to see me today, he answered firmly. It's a 1-to-1 match. There is no mistake. Impossible. She relented, her gaze drooping from Romani to the ground beneath them. Izuku was likewise left totally speechless. He started today as ordinary and human as they came, now he was being told that he could perform magic, had access to some unknown spell that no other mage present could understand, and was now in a completely different place and time to boot. His MSTR capability also left him feeling stunned and uneasy. He had no idea what being a MSTR really was, but apparently he was naturally gifted at it. What sense did that make? The director was right, there had to be a mistake. It isn't impossible for a mage to be born to a non-magic family. Mash finally weighed in, sounding and looking just as baffled as everyone else, but still trying to make sense of it all. It's very rare, but it does happen. Doesn't it, Dr. Roman? Well, yes, Mash. He started to answer. But there's a wide gulf of a difference between that, and going from not having magic circuits to suddenly having them after a ray shift. Are you sure there's no mistake, sir? Izuku meekly asked. I'm positive, Midoriya, he firmly replied. As utterly impossible and miraculous as it is. You can perform magecraft now. What is this? Olga Marie tiredly asked no one. What is my life? A non-mage slipped into my facility, was somehow better at being a MSTR than almost everyone else, then just grew magic circuits and can absorb mana without even trying to. She rambled on, sounding like she was slowly losing her grip on reality. What next? How did this even happen? Are we going to find out that the root just gifted him with this? Is that what we're heading towards? Izuku regarded the director, looking like her whole world was turned upside down, and tried his best to help her feel better. Albeit without thinking it through. Director, for what it's you she responded, stopping him from continuing. She looked at him with a wild, nearly unhinged expression, but her speech came out in fragments. You. Boo. She then slumped down again, leaving him to watch her while still looking highly afraid. I can't even be mad at you now. Of course you don't understand any of this, because you're not a mage. You're just a regular person. This does explain why you were hurting so much earlier, senpai. Mash added, causing him to look at her with the same dazed look the director was now wearing. Magic circuits. They act like an extra nervous system, directing from your brain. It is possible to transfer them to another person, but the process is highly painful and dangerous. More so because we don't know what crest this is. Romani included. Like I said, you were really in a bad way earlier. If those circuits weren't able to convert mana like this. He trailed off, then gave an exhausted sigh. I won't sugarcoat this. The simple fact that you're breathing right now is a miracle in and of itself, let alone that you're in perfect health now. More and more things that Izuku couldn't understand right now. He might never fully understand it at this rate. Olga Marie wasn't about to help either, as she suddenly grabbed his wrist and pulled the hologram closer to her. Romani, listen to me very carefully, she started, a look of cold determination now on her face. Under no circumstances does this leave Chaldea. As soon as we're done here, you and everyone else there will swear an oath of secrecy. Use a guise if you have to. We all have to take this secret to our graves. Without waiting for his response, she whipped her head up to look at Mash and Izuku. That goes for the both of you as well. She turned to focus primarily on Izuku, panic written all over her face. I can't stress this enough, Midoriya. If the association finds out what happened here, that a non-mage got into our facility, and then just became magically proficient in ours, the things they would do to you. She trailed off, not even able to finish the warning. You have to swear to me. Right now. You won't breathe a word about this to anyone outside of Chaldea, no matter what. Yet another turn of events that left Izuku dumbfounded. He'd just been given an impossible thing, and now he had to keep it a secret. It was so baffling that he ended up asking the first thought that came to mind without considering it further. And not even my parents. Olga Marie again ended up sputtering incoherently for a few seconds. You. Why you're. Puh. She trailed off again, before letting go of his wrist. She placed her hands on her face again, this time giving a strung-out growl, before moving them away and hurriedly responding, I'll figure something out with them, okay? I can't make any promises, but I'll try to make something work. But no one else. Absolutely no other person walking this planet. Izuku was surprised that she even considered heeding his dazed request, so he snapped to attention again right after and gave his own quick reply. Why yes. Oh of course, not another soul. Olga Marie exhaled, then looked over to Mash. The demiservant could only nod in reply, still having to make sense of all of this herself. The director slumped and gave another sigh, before straightening back up. She straightened her dress, inhaling deeply, then let it go as the stern director came back. All right Romani. Until I return to Chaldea, you're in charge. Keep up the work on repairing the ray shift engine. In the meantime, Midoriya, Mash, and I will continue our investigation of Singularity F, she concluded. Roger that. Wait, what? Romani started to confirm, but blurted out his real thoughts once her command sank in. You're actually going into the field yourself, Director. Watch it, she snarled back. We don't have the option of wasting opportunities. Even with the MSTR candidate safe, the association might still deem me unfit to run things and seize Chaldea anyway. She paused to direct her attention to Izuku and Mash, her expression grim. And if you guys think I'm bad, pray you never have to deal with them. Which was an obvious statement in Izuku's case, but she wasn't going to focus on that. She looked back to Romani and continued. We're going to investigate the cause of the singularity, but that's all. Dispelling it will have to wait until we have more of a team to work with. If we come back with concrete information, that should be enough to get aid from outside. Understood. Romani nodded in response, followed by both Mash and Izuku. Fu did the same as well, giving a short fu as well. Not that Olga Marie particularly cared. Good, she concluded. Now that the connection's established, you guys can talk to me anytime. Romani added. If Midoriya's feeling better, you can leave the ley line. Izuku looked to his other arm now, clenching and unclenching his fist. Somehow, aside a little numbness, he really was feeling better. Another impossible thing to add to the pile. Over and out, Romani. Olga Marie concluded, then reached over and tapped a button on the bracelet Izuku wore. The hologram disappeared soon after. Director, are you sure you want to do this? Mash asked finally. If we wait a bit, we might be able to head back and recover before proceeding. You heard me the first time, Mash. Olga Marie retorted. We need concrete results if we want any help. We can't wait for this. So far we've only encountered weak enemies, and between you and... She trailed off, looking at Izuku again, who tensed up in return. Well, with you along we should be able to handle them. We'll retreat if something worse comes along and play it safe. She trailed off again, then looked from Izuku to Mash and back again. The disapproving look was back, but Izuku thought he noticed a twinge of jealousy in there as well. While I still don't fully agree with this, I'll approve of your contract, she concluded. She then stepped forward to jab a finger in Izuku's chest, which resulted in a light yelp from him as he leaned back. You, however, you've been handed something that could make all of the difference in this. So I'm keeping an eye on you. If you know what's good for you, you will meet my standards. Is that clear? Why yes, he quickly answered. Very clear. I'll do my best. Well, your best better be really dim and good, was all she had to say. It was a torrent of revelations that would require a lot of time to unpack, but at least for now they were on the same page. Izuku just hoped nothing else was going to catch him by surprise today. The investigation begins with the ley line successfully established. The makeshift party began their mission. At Olga Marie's command, they set out to investigate any locations that she deemed suspicious, in the hopes that it could help them narrow down the source of the singularity. The actual walk was filled with a very tense atmosphere, Izuku found. They were all still coming to terms with the revelations that came earlier, and he in particular had a lot of questions about what he was supposed to do with this. Problem was, any time he started to ask the director for advice or clarification on anything, he'd receive either an incomprehensible growl or a fierce glare from her, and that shut him up in a hurry. Any glances he gave to Mash for help only resulted in an uneasy shake of her head, as if to tell him to just drop it for now. So was the mood as their trek continued, which stretched on for quite a bit of time. They moved at a careful pace, thinking to change direction any time they spotted more Dragon Tooth warriors ahead. Olga Marie's idea was to avoid making too much noise, so as to not draw attention to themselves, whether it be from the skeletons or anything else that could be skulking about. Izuku did wonder why they were called that, since it brought something familiar to mind, but given the director's mood it was something he kept to himself. The group didn't come to a stop until they reached a large red bridge, stretching over their heads and stopping at another section of land, a large river separating the two parts. Mash's eyes widened in recognition as she began speaking. This is the famed Fuyuki Bridge. It helps connect both the Miami and Shinto sections of the city together. It's undeniably the city's most famous landmark. She commented. Mash, we're not here on tour. Olga Marie finally remarked. Izuku and Mash both flinched at this, with the former looking worriedly at the latter. He turned back to the director and opened his mouth to talk, but stopped short when she spun around and fixed her hard stare at him. Well, Midoriya, she said, expecting him to infer her meaning on his own. Which he definitely could not, as the confused and frightened look on his face attested to. Sorry. Sorry. She growled back. Do you even know what you're saying sorry for? Or is that just your basic defense mechanism? That gave Izuku the idea that she was still mad over something he had done. Given that could be any number of things, most of which he wasn't even sure of, that just left the things he did know he did wrong. Sorry for disobeying you earlier. He attempted. This earned a blank stare from the director, left stunned by Izuku's actions for yet another instance that day. Which did little to help Izuku's growing stress levels. Ah! Mash suddenly shouted. She then turned to the director and bowed her head. Director, I should apologize for disobeying you as well. I shouldn't have gotten so heated like that, otherwise I would have seen those enemies approaching and not put us in danger. She then turned to Izuku and did much the same. Senpai, I'm sorry to you as well. If I hadn't done that, you wouldn't have risked your life for us and gotten hurt. Izuku jolted in surprise at this, but quickly responded in turn. It's okay, Mash, really. I completely understand why you did, and I wasn't helping by just standing there not saying anything. If I had just made a decision sooner No, came the response from a thoroughly exasperated director who was now tugging at her own hair in turn. She stopped after a second, then continued to rant at a surprised Izuku and Mash. I can't take much more of this. She moved a hand to gesture at Mash as she said this. It's bad enough that I have one person who apologizes over every innocuous thing, but two. I just. With that frustrated growl given, the director turned and stomped away, fuming the entire way, until she walked around the other side of the bridge's support and disappeared from sight. Yeesh. She's really in a mood right now, isn't she? The voice of Dr. Roman crackled through Izuku's communicator. He lifted it up soon after, showing the hologram appearing from the device. You guys should probably give her a bit of space right now. I'm still monitoring you all, so if she gets too far I'll let you know. Alright. Izuku responded, still left stunned and just a little unnerved after that outburst. Glancing at where she went, possibly to see if she was coming back, he then looked to the hologram and anxiously asked, What am I doing wrong here? I'm not trying to upset her or anything, but it's like me just being here is getting her mad. That sort of is the case, senpai. Mash explained with an uneasy face. Setting aside what we just discovered about you and your magic crest, the fact remains that you even being here was not part of the director's plan. She wanted to approach this with the best that Chaldea had to offer, while she monitored things from the command room. She clarified. She glanced back at where 𝐒𝐭𝐴 had gone to, before turning back and continuing with the same uneasy expression. Suffice to say, things have not gone her way. And she really isn't capable of dealing with it. Not to mention that you kinda represent her polar opposite in a number of ways. Dr. Roman added. She's from a prestigious mage family, you weren't even a mage until a couple of hours ago. She's connected to some of the most powerful people in the world, you're seen as basically nobody. Then there's that test I mentioned. Her results are exactly opposite yours. Her magical capability is incredible, but her ability as a MSTR. He trailed off, expecting Izuku to connect the dots himself. Which he did, though it did little to help him feel better. Izuku soon leaned against the support behind him and slid down, ending up sitting on the ground beneath him. Fu gave a slightly annoyed "fu" from atop his head, but otherwise remained comfortably seated. Izuku spoke in a defeated tone when he spoke again. More things that I don't understand and that I can't help. Mash watched Izuku the whole time with a highly concerned look, and soon joined him on the ground in turn. As I said in the facility, please don't take it too personally, senpai. The director doesn't actually hate you. She's just been dealing with a lot of pressure lately. She explained, before unhelpfully adding, at least, that's what I think. A lot of pressure is putting it mildly, Mash. Dr. Roman commented. Considering how much money the Animusphere family pumped into Chaldea, and considering they're one of the 12 governing families of the Mages Association, if this doesn't end well then she'll take the brunt of it. He turned to face Izuku in particular as he continued. She wasn't kidding about how ruthless they can be. It's gonna take a lot of work to cover up your whole secret, let alone everything else that's been going on. Even then none of us can guarantee this'll end with us keeping our jobs. Izuku grimaced at the picture that was painted. Whoever this Mages Association was, they sounded like the most vicious bureaucrats that existed. If they really were at all like the director or Dr. Roman described them, he got himself into a world he swiftly wanted no part of. He did want to ask more about them, but something else was sticking out to him. He furrowed his brow in thought, then turned to Mash again. Mash, the founder of Chaldea. His name was Animusphere too, right? Mash tilted her head slightly in confusion, but answered affirmatively. Yes, that's right. Merisberry Animusphere. He was Director 𝐒𝐭𝐴's father. Now things were starting to make a bit more sense. Izuku hummed in thought as he went over the details. With 𝐒𝐭𝐴 being the daughter of the founder, that explained why she was the one in charge now. Also, with Mash referring to him in the past tense. The founder. He began, looking at Mash with a worried expression. His. Mash lowered her gaze, but said nothing. Yes, he's dead. Dr. Roman cut in to explain. It happened 3 years ago. Rather suddenly, too. So as his only living heir, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 was made the new director in his stead. Before that she was a student at the clock tower, so you can imagine how unprepared she was when the news came. Since then she's been running herself ragged trying to keep Chaldea going, since it's her family's reputation that's on the line. If this all goes wrong, they could lose their status, their fortune. Everything her father built up would be taken away. Izuku stared at Dr. Roman in shock, the full weight of the burden on 𝐒𝐭𝐴's shoulders now apparent to him. He turned to look at where she had gone, and without a second thought he rose to his feet and started to walk. I'm going to talk to her, he declared. What, senpai? Wait. Mash was on her feet in a second, grabbing Izuku's wrist before he could get too far. Teach, that's a really bad idea. Yeah, you don't want to do that. Dr. Roman hurriedly added. Izuku looked at Mash in surprise, not at all expecting her to try and stop him. Why not? You guys keep saying she's dealing with a lot, wouldn't it be better if she got to talk about it? There was a small pause, only broken by Mash shaking her head, and Dr. Roman followed up soon after. Midoriya, your heart's in the right place here, but you really don't understand. Because of the position she's in, Director 𝐒𝐭𝐴 is convinced that if she shows any signs of weakness at any time, that'll be enough for either the association to condemn her, or someone else in Chaldea to try and overthrow her. He explained. After a moment, he gave a weary sigh and added, Believe me, I've tried multiple times to get her to come to counseling so she can get a reprieve, but she always refuses. Her pride simply won't allow it. That, and Mash began, before hesitantly looking away. You're not going to like this, senpai. But I think you saving her earlier only made things worse. That caused Izuku to jolt like he'd just been slapped. What? But I couldn't just stand there and do nothing. He exclaimed. I know, and I completely understand. Mash responded, turning back to him with an equally anxious expression. I'm not saying what you did was wrong, senpai. But for someone like the director, in her position, for a completely unknown non-mage to save her life, when she believes she has to be invincible, it's just a reminder of how she isn't. For a moment, the face of a certain blonde boy flashed in Izuku's mind as Mash explained this, which soon prompted him to place his free hand over his eyes and give a long defeated Not again. Aye. Mash responded, looking more confused than worried now. Again, senpai. Izuku flinched as he realized what he'd almost let on, lowering his hand and slightly shaking his head. It's a long story. Let's just say I've sort of dealt with this before. What, you make a habit of saving prideful girls from reanimated skeletons? Dr. Roman quipped. And not so much that, exactly. Izuku nervously answered. He privately hoped they'd just drop the subject. He really didn't want to remember all the grisly events of his past right now. Although the curious look Mash was giving him seemed to indicate he wasn't going to get off that easy. Well, at any rate. Dr. Roman weighed in. For now, just give her the time she needs. Once things cool down more, she might be willing to talk. I'm glad that you're willing to put yourself out there for her, especially since you've been dealing with the worst of her temper. He concluded, his voice carrying an impressed tone towards the end. Mash likewise smiled brightly at Izuku. It's just as I told you, Dr. Roman. My new MSTR is incredibly kind, isn't he? Izuku could only flush red in response, quickly looking away from her to try and hide his embarrassment. I wouldn't go that far, Mash, he said, while trying not to focus on how Mash hadn't let go of his wrist just yet. Sheesh, and so modest too. Dr. Roman commented. I'm not sure if you're pulling off some long con or if you really are this way. Either way, I'm a little annoyed for some reason. Dr. Roman, don't be mean to senpai. Mash responded, her smile gone and replaced with a mildly annoyed look aimed at the hologram. It's not his fault you're considered unpopular, that's entirely your own doing. Hey. That was uncalled for, Mash. He replied, sounding embarrassed in his own right. Don't pay him any mind, senpai. Dr. Roman has a tendency to. She began to explain, then trailed off, briefly confused. What's the expression? Put his fist in his mouth. Put your foot in your mouth, he corrected. And I do not. Not that often, anyway. Izuku couldn't help but smile a little bit at the back and forth between the two of them, even if it was a slightly awkward one. After such a stressful encounter earlier, a little bit of levity was helping his mood a bit. Oh. Senpai, you've already met Dr. Roman before, right? Mash suddenly asked. Do you remember that? Or are you still having short-term memory problems? Izuku blinked at the question, then looked at the hologram of Dr. Roman, who was now staring back at him. How did that first encounter go again? Hours prior, while Izuku was certainly in a good mood after having met that nice girl, he still had to get to the infirmary as per his orders. Which wasn't helped by his energy rapidly depleting again after that meeting, and so he had to get to his examination. There was just a slight problem. Once he made it there, he found that the room was empty. No sign of any doctors there. There was a lot of medical-looking equipment there, a cot with a full CAT scan system set up around it, a number of computer monitors set up close by, a tray by the cot with all the necessary items on it, and numerous other cots stretching from the back of the room to the front. Yet, not a soul in sight. Which meant Izuku was left without any idea on what to do. Was he supposed to go back and report that Dr. Archerman had gone missing? Was he supposed to just go back to his room? With how tired he felt, neither option seemed ideal, since he'd just embarrass himself with the former and open himself up to lambasting with the latter. How could this be happening already? His first day and he was already caught between a rock and a hard place. He was going to make the wrong call here, he was going to get another bawling out from the director, probably thrown back in the plane or copter or whatever brought him here, sent back home because he was just that useless. Excuse me, a voice asked, breaking Izuku's train of thought. He turned to the source, greeted with the image of what must be a doctor of some kind. The white and green lab coat along with white breathes was the likely indicator of that, along with the white gloves on his hands. The long reddish-brown hair tied up in a ponytail wasn't the first thing that came to mind when Izuku thought of doctor, but he wasn't about to say as much. The man in question stared at him with a slightly bewildered look. Is something the matter? Izuku took a step back automatically to let the man enter, confused for a moment but quick to explain himself regardless. Sorry, I was told to come here for an examination. I'm supposed to meet a Dr. Archerman. The doctor nodded once after entering the room. That'd be me, he replied briefly. He then leaned a bit closer to look at Izuku's face, causing the boy to lean back reflexively. He hummed lightly while staring right into his eyes, mulling over some pieces of information that were apparent only to him. He then straightened up and shrugged. You look like you need a nap. Just head on back to your room, get some rest, and you should be right as rain. With that, he turned and resumed walking, heading to the back of the infirmary. Izuku stared at the retreating doctor, wondering if he'd made some sort of mistake. This was a pretty lax doctor, to say the least. Just to be on the safe side, he'd better press the issue a bit. Are you sure that's all? He asked nervously. The director was insistent I get a proper examination. Dr. Archerman jolted at that, turning to look at him with a frightened expression. She sent you, he sputtered out, before giving a heavy sigh. She is on the warpath today. He shook his head slightly, then motioned for Izuku to follow him. All right, come on then. Izuku still wondered if maybe this guy was just a little too lackadaisical for his own good, but did as he was asked and walked to the back of the room with him. After another gesture, he took a seat on the cot, Dr. Archerman sitting on a nearby chair and rolling along the floor with it to stop near him. Okay, so, what's the problem, he asked. Izuku had to wonder just what to actually tell him, considering he had made a pretty straightforward assessment seconds ago. Well, I don't know if it's the jet lag, or whatever that simulation was, but I just feel exhausted. He answered. He still wasn't sure what the deal was with that, come to think of it. He had some oversized helmet shoved on his head, was suddenly told to take command of servants, which made him feel a little disturbed, and then he was telling 3 people in some odd outfits to fight a giant made of rocks. He hadn't even finished before he was yanked back out of it. This prompted a slightly confused look from the doctor. The simulation wouldn't tire you out that much, I don't think. Izuku failed to see how that was true, but the doctor only reached down and pulled up his ID to examine it. Midoriya, Izuku. Oh, you must be the new guy. He looked up to Izuku's face after stating this, then frowned. Which means they just shoved you into the meeting without actually consulting me first, he remarked. With a shake of his head, he reached over and picked up a small flashlight from the tray. I get that we're in crisis mode, but this is just irresponsible. Hold still. Izuku closed one of his eyes while the doctor shone a light briefly in the other, then repeated the process for the opposite eye. Yeah, you look pretty drained, the doctor continued, lowering the light soon after. Do you have any BLD pressure issues? Anemia? Izuku shook his head in response. No, I don't think so, he added. That wasn't something his mom thought to check into. Not after that diagnosis. All right, then I'll have to take a sample in a bit, the doctor added. Let me just do a basic check first, he continued, picking up a tongue depressor at the same moment. Izuku automatically opened his mouth at this, Archerman pressing the item on his tongue while flashing the light into his mouth and checking around. Satisfied, he moved both away and asked, So, physically you're exhausted. How are you mentally? Izuku blinked at the question. Was this guy acting as both the medical physician and the psychologist? At the moment he asked bewilderingly. He looked more than a little hesitant as he thought over how best to respond. I could be doing better, I guess. He felt a slight tap on his knee, his leg reflexively kicking up in turn. Dr. Archerman hummed, then returned to the tray and placed the small hammer on it. Well, you did just get thrown into the metaphorical deep end. I can only imagine you're feeling a bit stressed. He commented. Couldn't very well argue with that. Why, just a bit. Izuku allowed himself to admit. Just a bit was putting it very lightly, considering the circumstances. It's a lot to take in, I know, the doctor continued, rolling up Izuku's sleeve while he talked. He wrapped a strap around his arm, then started squeezing a simple pump attached to it. You were supposed to be given more time to be briefed and all, but we are down to the wire here. It's not a good excuse, they should have brought you in sooner. But that is what happened. He explained. Once the band was tight around Izuku's arm, he leaned in to examine a meter on the side of it. Nodding once, he then unwrapped the band and withdrew it. Guess you're just unlucky. Izuku was wincing in part because of the strap constricting around his muscle, but afterwards the doctor's comments sort of stuck a bit. Yeah, maybe, he answered. The doctor really had no idea how unlucky. Dr. Archerman hummed again, as he picked up the light again and shone it in Izuku's ear. Not the talkative type, are you? He remarked. Izuku jolted a bit after he pulled back, anxiously coming up with as good an excuse as he could. Sorry, this is just, like you said, a lot to take in. Dr. Archerman leaned over to look at Izuku's face for a moment, his eyes narrowed just slightly, studying the nervous wreck of a boy. For his part, Izuku's eyes flitted from the doctor to elsewhere in the room, back to him, then to the floor, and then back to him, as if waiting for him to stop staring at his eyes. Open up, please. The doctor bluntly asked. Before Izuku could question what he meant, he held up a small thermometer. He did obey, the thermometer being placed under his tongue, and once his mouth was closed the doctor continued. I get it, this is your first day, you just met me and all that. I'm not asking you to tell me your life story or anything, so relax a little bit, okay? He did wear a somewhat tired expression at first as he said this, but over time a small, relaxed smile appeared on his face. It made Izuku feel just a bit bad for being on guard as much as he was. Sorry, he said again, just as a reflex. I just really have no idea what I'm doing here. He allowed himself to admit. Plus, well, the director is. He started to add, but trailed off, not wanting to implicate himself in any way. A bit of a terror, yeah, the doctor admitted. Trust me, we're all well aware of it. She's having a bad day, but then again we all kind of are. He continued, while swabbing Izuku's arm. She must have really let you have it if you're this high-strung, though. Izuku winced just at the thought of what had happened moments prior. I mean, I was close to passing out during her speech. He admitted. Oof, yeah, that had set her off. Dr. Archerman commented. Rather than continue, however, he looked at Izuku's face while holding up a needle. Now you're gonna feel a pinch and you might get a bit dizzy after. Are you ready? Izuku gave a quick nod and just as quickly turned his head away. He should probably get used to needles already, but that was not gonna happen today. He winced at the pinching feeling, and waited for the doctor to finish what he was doing. Alright, he said after a few seconds. Before Izuku knew what was happening, the needle was gone, and a fresh bandage was slapped on the spot it once was. The good doctor rolled away from Izuku, coming to a stop at the computer screen set up across from Izuku. Anyway, try not to worry too much about it. You're gonna be here a while, that's lots of time to get used to your new location, get to know everyone, maybe make a friend or two along the way, all that good stuff. He remarked. Izuku couldn't quite see what the doctor was doing behind the desk, only that he was soon rolling back across the room, a box of cookies in hand that he passed off to him. Here, eat up. For your BLD sugar. He added. Thank you. Izuku responded. Now that he thought about it, he was pretty hungry. So he wasted little time opening up the box and grabbing one of the thin mints inside. Though he did still only take a small bite, carefully chewing as the doctor retreated to the computer again. Come to think of it, I did make a friend already. Well, kind of. He added. Hey, there you go. Dr. Archerman exclaimed. Just gotta stay positive, right? WL, yeah. But I don't even know her name. Izuku admitted. Okay, baby steps, right. Dr. Archerman responded, trying to put a positive spin on this. He leaned over the computer screen, giving Izuku a teasing smile. Besides, you got a friend who just so happens to be a girl. That's more progress than a lot of people have made. Izuku jumped at the doctor's remark, nearly choking on the remainder of the thin mint in his throat. After a couple of coughs and a short smack to his chest, he managed to get it down, before giving the doctor a very flustered reaction. "Tich, that's not what I meant. We just talked for a few minutes before I came in. Tich, that's all." The doctor gave a light laugh as he turned back to the computer. "Oh, that's how young love starts, my friend. By this time next month, though, I'm willing to bet she'll be all." He trailed off mid-tease as he stared at the computer screen. Izuku watched him all the while, his flustered mood changing to a more anxious one, as the silence stretched on for much longer than he would like. "Dr. Archerman?" he cautiously asked. "This can't be right," he heard the doctor mutter. He leaned past the screens to look at Izuku again, then back to the computer. But that would mean Izuku wouldn't find out what he was getting at, as they would both hear the sound of a powerful explosion, the shockwaves causing them both to shake in their seats. The lights in the room suddenly turned red, and an alarm could be heard blaring across the speakers. What the hell?" the doctor exclaimed, getting out of his seat and tapping his wrist device. "Lev, come in. This is Romani." "What just happened?" he started to ask, but stopped as he looked up. "Hey," he suddenly shouted. Izuku was already on his feet and running for the door, throwing it open and dashing outside. As he ran down the hall, he heard the doctor call to him. "Where are you going?" "The exit is in the other direction." He paid it no mind. He knew where he was going, his body having already made the decision before his head could think about it. He had to get back into that meeting room. He had to make sure no one was hurt. He had to do something. Now Izuku's eyes widened slightly in recognition, only to be replaced with a slightly awkward smile. "Yeah, of course I remember you, Dr. Archerman." Dr. Roman smiled in turn. "Ah, good," he responded. After a moment, however, that look was replaced with a slightly suspicious one. "Wait, why did you say it like that?" he queried. Izuku tensed up a bit, glancing involuntarily at Mash for a moment as he remembered the conversation he and the doctor had, before looking back to him. Actually, I had a question, now that I think about it," he brought up, eager to avoid where this could go. "Where were you when I went into the infirmary?" he asked. Now it was the doctor's turn to jolt and avoid looking at anyone directly, his hand finding the back of his neck as he answered. "Well, you know. There are some things a man has to do, after all." That just earned a confused look from the new MSTR, but a disappointed Mash soon clarified. "Dr. Roman, you were shirking your duties to watch your net idol again, weren't you?" It was important." Dr. Roman protested. "𝐒𝐻𝐼's the only thing keeping me going on days like this." Izuku almost couldn't believe what he was hearing, not helped by Mash turning to him and continuing in the same disappointed tone. "Please don't judge him too harshly, senpai. Despite his irresponsible nature, Dr. Roman has a good side to him as well. Mash, don't make me look bad in front of the newbie." Dr. Roman protested. "And hey, if we're going to start asking personal questions, then I've got something for you, Midoriya," he then added. Izuku, still trying to come to terms with the fact that the one medical official he knew was slacking off and watching a net idol of all things, was he an otaku? Is that why Mash knows about senpai? Was unprepared for him to redirect his attention his way. Dreading what this could mean, he nevertheless cautiously responded with, "Why's?" There was only a brief pause, before Dr. Roman exclaimed in a tense voice, "What exactly are your intentions with Mash?" Nope, Izuku was not prepared for that either. He very noticeably tensed up, his face turning a bright shade of red before he sputtered out an answer. What are you talking about?" "Oh, don't play coy with me," Dr. Roman responded, echoing the director just a bit. "You walk into my office earlier, although I just met this nice girl but I don't even know what to say to her. Doctor, what do I do? And expect me not to assume the worst." "Tich, that's not what I said. That's not even close to what I said." Izuku quickly retorted. "It's what you meant," he fired back. For all I know, you're the one who got her to wear that outfit she has on. Dr. Roman. Mash cut in, looking quite embarrassed herself. I already told you, the heroic spirit I was merged with gave me all of this. Senpai had nothing to do with it. A likely story, he answered, not moved by Mash's defense. He then gave a heavy sigh and looked away from them. Mash, I raised you to be smarter than this, and now you've fallen in line with some shady babyface stranger. I can feel my heart breaking just thinking about it. Doctor, this is not the time for jokes, she protested, looking at Izuku while she did. Senpai looks like he's about to pass out from the stress. Which was an accurate summation, as Izuku was no longer even looking directly at either of them, his head leaned back as his face only grew redder out of sheer embarrassment. The mention of Dr. Roman raising Mash and that he was acting as a father figure was not lost on him, and he most certainly did not take any of this as a joke. He was just so overwhelmed by these accusations that he didn't even know where to begin. Fortunately, though not really, Izuku would find a reprieve, as a familiar scream suddenly echoed from behind the other bridge support. Before anyone could question it, Olga Marie came running back, looking and sounding panicked as she ran right by the both of them. More skeletons. You two, do something. She shouted, before ducking behind the opposing support. Sure enough, when the two looked at where she had come from, more of the Dragon Tooth warriors had shuffled out from behind the bridge support, and were slowly making their way towards them. Mash reacted quickly, stepping in front of Izuku and readying her shield. I've got this, senpai, she declared. Izuku likewise snapped to attention, quick to respond to Mash. Okay, but be careful. We're in a tighter space than we were last time, you're not going to have as much room to move around. He assessed. So don't rush in, let them come to you. Mash nodded, planting her shield upright in front of her. Got it, MSTR. Sure enough, as Izuku surmised, the skeletons gradually approached, and a couple of them were at the forefront of the collective. One moved first, raising its sword in its typical slow, jerking gait. Mash got to it first, swinging the shield upwards, the long edge clashing against its arm, severing it and causing it to fall to the ground. Before the skeleton could react further, she jabbed one of the smaller edges at its head, the bone breaking under the impact and causing it to crumple completely. Two more were right behind it, and Mash wasted no time with them either. Before the first could even make a move, she swung the long edge of the shield out, clashing against its spine and slicing it in two, both halves clattering to the ground. Remembering what Izuku had told her the last time, Mash spun to react to the other one, her elbow swinging out and ramming against its face, the skull splintering from the impact, and another soldier fell. Izuku couldn't help but be amazed at how quickly Mash was adapting to the situation. Keep it up, Mash. You're doing dash, he started to shout to encourage her, but stopped suddenly when he saw something. His voice then changed to a panicked one. Wait, Mash, look out. It was a hair too late, however, as Mash suddenly cried out, feeling something pierce into her. She looked to her shoulder to see a blade, not a sword, but the tip of a spear, sticking into it, blood starting to seep from the wound. Reacting quickly, she turned and swung her shield at the assailant, knocking it off of its feet entirely and sending it flying to the wall, only to plant her shield down in front of her right after. Mostly because the spear was still sticking into her arm, forcing her on the defensive. Mash! Izuku cried, panic setting in for him. He was already starting to move forward, only for someone to grab his arm. He turned to see the director had come back out from hiding, rapidly shaking her head at him. Don't you dare, she shouted. You still don't know how to use your magecraft yet. If you go out there again, you're just going to end up hurt. Izuku stared at her with an anxious expression, before looking to Mash, who was trying to protect herself as yet more skeletons struck at her shield with their spears. His eyes flitted across the battlefield, his mind running at full tilt, trying to think of a way around the problem Olga Marie proposed. His eyes fell on the one severed skeleton arm, still clutching a rusted sword. Midoriya, whatever you're planning dash, she started to say, but Izuku wasn't fazed. He reached up and plucked Fu off of his head, handing him off to her. Fu, stay with the director, he called, before breaking away and running for the broken arm. Fortunately, the bones weren't all that difficult to move, allowing him to retrieve the sword quickly. Midoriya, she shouted, but Izuku was already running into the fray. With a shout, he swung the rusty blade at the closest enemy to him, hitting the skeleton's spine, which stuck in the bone, leaving Izuku briefly immobile, as the skeleton in question slowly turned its head in his direction. Well, at least he got its attention. Thinking fast, he planted a foot on the skeleton's chest and pushed back, which sent it stumbling against its comrades, but also sent Izuku stumbling flat on his back. He quickly rose to his feet, lifting up the sword and hurling it at the one skeleton, which did hit, but stuck in its exposed ribs, not actually doing anything to hurt it. It wasn't a lot, but it did give Mash some reprieve, letting him run to her and try to help her up. "Mash, are you okay?" he asked, forgetting that would sound kind of stupid given she still had a spear in her shoulder. "I'll be fine, senpai," she responded, her legs shaking as she got back to her feet. "Just get back, I can handle this," she added, already stepping in front of him protectively. Izuku was pretty sure she could not, but he wasn't about to voice that. Instead, he put a hand on her undamaged shoulder. "Mash, step backwards with me," he asked. Mash looked at him in confusion, but did as he asked, taking a few steps backwards alongside him. "Now, turn your shield on its side," he added. Mash did just as he said, the long edge now parallel to the ground. Izuku grabbed onto this from behind, standing right beside her as he prepared his plan. It was a gamble if this would even work, but with Mash's shoulder hurt, he had to try it. He thought back to that moment when he swung that punch. If he could just recapture that feeling, even if for a second, it could make all the difference. He looked over to her, remembering the longing he had in that instance, changed just slightly. Save her. This time, he felt it. The lines lighting up across his skin, spreading across his whole body. He already felt it heating up, meaning they had to act fast. He saw the skeletons rising up again, beginning their approach. "Now. Ramming speed," he called to Mash. In unison, the two cried out and charged forward, crashing into the remaining horde of bones. They pushed across the width of the bridge above them, catching all of the skeletons in one movement. Before any of them had the sense to try and attack while caught against the shield, Izuku pushed off his part of the weapon. This allowed Mash to swing the shield in one large arc, sending half a dozen skeletons flying in pieces across the water, left to splash and sink to the river's depths. They both dropped to the ground right after, Izuku feeling the effects of his circuits turning back off. It was only for a couple of seconds, but he still felt off as he cooled down. He turned to Mash after a moment, getting up and hurrying to her side again. She winced as she knelt there, looking up to him after he approached. "Thank you, senpai," she said, although she sounded apologetic when she spoke. "I'm sorry, you shouldn't have needed to endanger yourself for me again." "It's okay, don't worry about that," he answered, still sounding anxious for very obvious reasons. He moved around to the wounded shoulder, looking up and down the spear, starting to fret a bit as he was having trouble trying to think of what to do. "Okay, first we need to get this out. Are you sure you're able to do that?" Olga Marie cautiously asked. She had approached after the battle was over, surveying the damage Mash had taken with a hesitant eye. "It's not like it'll just pop right out." I know, but we still need it out before she can heal." Izuku responded. After a moment's contemplation, however, he froze up. We need some kind of medical supplies." He turned to the director after declaring this, panicked all over again. "Director, did you bring anything like that with you?" The response was another blank stare from Olga Marie, before she closed her eyes and let a low growl out through clenched teeth. She then walked around in front of Mash. "Let me worry about that. You just get this thing out of her," she ordered. "Just make sure to pull it straight out." Izuku blinked in surprise at this, but nodded. "All right," he responded. He gripped down on the base of the spear, prompting a short involuntary whimper from Mash. He winced at this, speaking in as soothing a voice as he could manage, taking his own anxiousness into account. "Sorry, Mash. It'll be over in just a few seconds." Mash gave a slight nod, trying to put on a brave face. "It's all right, senpai. I'm ready," she concluded. Olga Marie grabbed both sides of Mash's shoulder to keep her steady, nodding up at Izuku. "Okay," he hesitantly said. He gripped down tighter on the spear, inhaling deeply to steel his nerves. He let the breath out after a second. 3, 2, 1. He counted down, and after a short pause, he pulled. The director was right, it didn't come out right away. The first pull caused it to only barely budge. The second had it slide a little more, just prompting another squeak of pain from Mash. "Come on Midoriya, pull!" Olga Marie shouted. With a strained grunt, Izuku pulled with all the might he could muster without using his circuits. There was a disgusting splattering sound, followed by Mash letting out a pained yell, but the spear was yanked free and tossed behind Izuku. Before he could say anything else, however, he saw Olga Marie's hands glowing, radiating a faint green light over Mash's wound. He watched in amazement as the wound began to close before his eyes. "Good job, Mash, you're going to be fine now," Olga Marie stated as she continued her work. Before long, the wound was completely gone, with only the stain of Mash's BLD on her arm to indicate it had been there at all. "Thank you, Director," she replied, the both of them standing up soon after. They only had a moment's reprieve, as Izuku suddenly drew closer with his eyes wide in awe. "Director, that was incredible," he suddenly exclaimed. "Is there any way you can teach me how to do that?" he added, now appearing much more excited at the notion. This earned another confused look from the director, who simply replied, "Why? You can already do it, the spell's in your mystic code." When she got an equally confused look back, she sighed and shook her head. "Your uniform. It's imbued with a few basic spells to help out in a pinch. Which means I'll have to teach you how to do that at some point as well." Before Izuku could think to question how exactly his white uniform with one too many belts across it could have magic implanted in it, Olga Marie stepped closer to him and pointed a finger just an inch away from his nose, causing him to jolt back. More importantly, she began, right back into an angrier mood. "Didn't I tell you not to jump in like that? Do you seriously not understand the situation going on here? If the MSTR dies, then the servant has no mana to work with, which means they are as good as dead as well." Izuku was surprised by this outburst, much as he probably shouldn't have been. What was more surprising is how he reflexively shouted right back at her. "I didn't have a choice. Mash was hurt, I couldn't just leave her out there. I had to do something." "So your something was to run right in there and paint a target on you," she snapped back, oddly enough not fazed by this total nobody of a mage talking back to her. "What else could I do?" he retorted. Olga Marie opened her mouth to respond again, but just as quickly closed it, instead lowering her head and pressing her hands to her temples. Izuku's earlier stubbornness faded a bit, and he quickly tried to repair this by explaining himself better. "Director, I know you're looking out for me, and I'm sorry, but I can't just stand back and do nothing while someone else does all the fighting." "Senpai, you weren't just doing nothing, though." Mash intervened, an uncertain expression on her face. "You were giving me advice on how best to approach things. If it wasn't for your quick thinking, I likely would have been hurt or worse much sooner." Izuku turned to Mash with a slightly surprised and confused look. He hadn't even thought of things from that angle, but it didn't help all that much. "Well, yeah, but," he started to say, but soon trailed off. He knew in his head that she was right, he had contributed to the battle and all. It still didn't feel like enough, though. "Midoriya," Olga Marie suddenly said. Izuku faced her again, only to be greeted with a tired stare. "Sit," was her only statement. "I'm sorry," he replied. "Sit," she repeated, now glaring more fiercely at him. This time it worked, with Izuku almost automatically dropping down to the ground, sitting on his knees. Fu hopped down from Olga Marie's shoulder and walked over to Izuku, returning to his favorite perch atop his head. The director stared at them for a moment, before grumbling and shaking her head. "All right, since you clearly don't understand the severity of all of this, I'll have to explain it to you. And I despise repeating myself, so you'd better appreciate it." Izuku flinched at the director's stern tone, then nodded rapidly. "Why, thank you very much," he sputtered out. "Well, that was quite the personality SWCH," Dr. Roman commented. Izuku reached over and cut the feed in response, mostly to avoid invoking her wrath any further. Which, considering she was glaring hard enough at him that he worried she'd burn a hole through his head, was probably the right call to make. Right. Let's start from the top. Olga Marie began. First, ray shifting. Do you know what that is, or were you completely unconscious by that point? Mash explained it to me before we found you, he answered. Basically, we've been sent back in time. Yes. Good, that's one thing we can skip over. She concluded. She folded her arms before moving on. So, you know how we got here. Do you know why? Izuku paused at her question, not really sure where this was going. Because something is wrong. He attempted to be extremely broad, yes. She answered, though she looked quite unimpressed as she did. She turned and started pacing back and forth as she began explaining. One of the functions of Chaldea is to observe humanity's future to ensure that we as a species continue to exist and prosper. Through the use of our near-future observations lens, Sheba, we can see up to 100 years into our future. She paused for a moment, clearly taking notes from the speech she gave in the meeting room. We suddenly observed humanity going dark, and the world turning grey and lifeless. In a year and a half from our present, the human race would simply vanish without a trace. She stopped here to let the weight of the danger they were facing sink in. After a moment's pause, she resumed pacing. We hadn't detected any extinction-level events in the future, so whatever was going on, it must be in the past. So we used the lens to search through Earth's history, and we found something here, in this place and time. A singularity, a black spot that we could not observe. Thus, we concluded that whatever would bring about humanity's destruction, it was here. She stopped again, then turned to face Izuku. Are you following? So she started to ask, but trailed off while staring down at him. Are you taking notes? She wondered. Sure enough, Izuku had a notepad in his hand as Olga Marie was speaking, rapidly jotting down everything he was being told, while Fu stood on his shoulder and watched him. He looked up at her question, blinking a couple of times before responding. Should I not? You know what, never mind. She relented, though she still found it a tad odd to do that. Right, so, you are correct in that something is wrong here. Do you have any ideas on what that could be, Midoriya? She asked to test him. Izuku pondered this for a moment, before again cautiously asking. Is it related to this Holy Grail war at all? Most likely, yes, the director replied. Though she soon adopted a slightly suspicious look after a moment. Judging by the way you said that, however, I'm guessing you don't know what that is. She remarked. Izuku flinched slightly, then wore a sheepish smile. Sorry, Mash started to explain, but then we heard you and had to focus on saving you. The remark earned a slight growl from the director, but she said nothing in relation to that. Right then, let's cover that next, she stated. She then resumed pacing as her explanation began. A Holy Grail war is a battle between MSTRS and servants, for the right to claim the aforementioned Grail. Whoever claims the Holy Grail will be able to make a wish upon it, so long as all of the other servants are defeated first. She paused for a moment, glancing back at Izuku as he continued to jot down information, then pressed on. As I assume you don't actually know what servants are, I'll cover that too, she continued. A servant is a heroic spirit made into a familiar, the highest class of familiar that we have access to, and one of the few instances of true magic that exists in the modern day. That is why it is so significant to become a MSTR. It's only supposed to happen once every generation, and to only a handful of mags. A servant manifesting at all is nothing short of a miracle by our standards. Izuku looked up as Olga Marie explained all of this, beginning to understand the significance of all of this, even if only slowly. She continued, since I'm sure you're wondering about it, a heroic spirit is a figure from our long and storied history. A warrior who slew many on the field of battle. A king who ruled a nation and rose it to great prosperity. A mage who brought about miracles. A figure who changed the world as a whole. It is beings such as these that are added to the throne of heroes when they die, and through the ritual of the Holy Grail, can be summoned to aid present-day humanity. This definitely got Izuku's attention, his eyes widening and excitement briefly overtaking him. Heroes from human history, he exclaimed. So, you mean people like Miyamoto Musashi, or Sakamoto Ryuma, or Tomo Gozen, or Minamoto no Yoshitsune, he asked, just as a start. Both Olga Marie and Mash were staring at him in surprise after this sudden outburst. The latter found this excitable part of him a little bit endearing, while the former was more focused on trying to answer. Yes, I'm sure figures like those and many more are in the throne, she replied. She internally noted how typical it was that he'd list off Japanese names, but had the restraint not to say that aloud. However, it is impossible to summon a heroic spirit in its entirety, so a fragment of them is used instead to make a servant. This fragment is based on the skills they had in life, and thus they are placed into a class that best reflects those. She continued, opting not to focus on his fanboyism. Saber, archer, lancer, rider, caster, assassin, berserker. She listed off, certain he was writing those down. So, for example, Miyamoto Musashi would be a saber, since he is renowned for his swordsmanship. However, he wouldn't qualify for something such as rider or archer, since he never had anything to do with those feats in his life. Izuku nodded emphatically as he wrote all of this down, his mind running wild with all the possibilities this now brought up. For once he didn't end up descending into muttering frantically, instead directing his attention to Mash. So that means you're one of these two, right, Mash? Which one are you? He excitedly asked. Mash's face lit up with a blush at the question, though it was more one of embarrassment as she looked away from Izuku. Sorry, senpai. I'm not any of them, she admitted. More because of what else she wasn't, which she hoped he wouldn't ask her about. He tilted his head in clear confusion at this, to which Olga Marie sighed and stepped to Mash's side. I didn't want to get into this, but there are other classes besides the main 7. We'll worry about those later. In Mash's case, I can confirm that she is the first ever shielder servant. She explained. She then gestured to the giant shield that Mash was still carrying. As if that wasn't evident already. Izuku nodded in understanding, only for his eyes to light up again before he raised his hand like he was in class. Oh, Director, you said something about a noble phantasm earlier. Can you explain what that is? Didn't I ask you at the start of all this to not act like a student? The director snapped. Izuku's hand shot back down as he gave a short yelp, but Olga Marie simply continued. A noble phantasm is a servant's biggest secret. A crystallization of their legend. In most cases, a weapon that they're most known for using, or a skill they've developed over their lives. She paused after clarifying this, then looked over at Mash. What is your noble phantasm, anyway? She asked. Mash tensed up at the question, again looking away from both the director and Izuku. I'm sorry. I don't know the name of my noble phantasm. She admitted. You don't know? The director asked, now taken aback. How could you not know? The heroic spirit merged with me didn't tell me that, or their true name. They only gave me what I needed and then faded into my subconscious. She clarified. Olga Marie frowned while Izuku just looked a bit confused over all of this. Well, we'll just have to work on that, I suppose. The director concluded. If the enemies don't know what your noble phantasm is, they don't know what your weaknesses are, she continued in a surprisingly positive manner. She then turned back to Izuku to continue her lecture. This is also why in a typical war, a servant will go by their class name instead of their true name. For example, if Achilles was summoned as a servant and went around telling everyone who he was, everyone would know to attack his heel, since he's famous for that being his weak spot. Izuku nodded in understanding, adding that to his notes. After a second of this, however, he slowly lifted his head again. Wait. Achilles is just a myth though, he remarked. Olga Marie grumbled and shook her head, looking away from Izuku and opting not to answer that. It took a moment for it to sink in, but sink in it did. His eyes widened in realization at this, and his mind again ran wild with the possibilities this presented. Achilles is real, then. But if he's real, then that must mean the Trojan War actually happened. And if that happened, then that would mean the Greek pantheon actually existed too. Gods were actually real. Or, maybe they're still around. But is it just the Greek gods? Or did other gods exist too? Is this a situation where all the deities existed simultaneously? If that's the case, then other mythical figures would have existed as well. So did people like Robin Hood actually exist? Or Xuanzang Sanzang? Or Sasaki Kojuru? Then that could also mean all the famous events that took place in their time PRDS really happened. That would mean creatures like giants and dragons and monsters all actually existed. But why don't they exist anymore? Why don't we see those now? Olga Marie was once again left to stare in disbelief at Izuku as he went off on this tangent of his, muttering to himself all the while about this subject. She slowly turned to look at Mash as he continued, to which she could only give an awkward smile and a shrug. I found that Senpai sometimes does this when he gets curious about something, she admitted. Right. Was all the director could offer in response. She slowly looked back at Izuku, watching him continue to mutter rapidly to himself, until it went on just a bit too long for her liking. Midoriya, she called to get his attention. Dash. Which it did, snapping Izuku out of this state and causing him to nervously stare up at her. Alright, sorry, he squeaked out. The director stared at him for a second or two longer, unsure of what to even make of this, before shaking her head again and continuing. All of this to get to one very important point. Midoriya, she began. Whether it's here or in the future, odds are we will run into enemy servants at some point. After saying this, she stepped forward and poked a finger right between Izuku's eyebrows. If and when that happens, you will not engage them. A servant's strength is many times higher than that of a mortal being. If you even tried to fight one yourself, you'd end up a red stain on the ground before the first punch was ever thrown. Got that? She explained sternly. The thought of being taken down that quickly was definitely a frightening one, so Izuku quickly nodded in compliance. Wine, I understand, he answered. She slowly raised an eyebrow, an indication that she wasn't as willing to believe him. The eyebrow lowered. Repeat that back to me, she commanded. If we encounter enemy servants, I am not to engage. He nervously repeated. Good, she answered. She then withdrew her finger and turned away from them both. Now, the longer we stay in one place, the better chance we have of running into more danger. There's nothing here to indicate what the source of this singularity is, so we should find another landmark to investigate. She concluded. She then started walking while motioning for them to follow. Let's go. Sure enough, Izuku was on his feet and following behind Mash as they moved to catch up to her. He had a lot to mull over now. The existence of mythical beings, finding out that servants were all famous heroes from history, the truth of what a Holy Grail war was, what their mission here in Fuyuki really was, how the world was supposed to end in the near future, all of this and more whirled through his head. In addition to that, however, he also watched Mash as they walked and thought about how uncomfortable she looked admitting that she wasn't aware of her own power, or of the name of the spirit she merged with. He wasn't quite sure why. It wasn't her fault that the spirit wasn't forthcoming with that information. Surely that was a problem that was easily solved, right? Pinned down at the harbor, Izuku had a lot to think about. The world was going to come to an end. To prevent this, he had traveled back in time to correct something that had been changed, even though he didn't know what that something was. He had suddenly acquired magic, or magecraft, or whatever it was called, through means no one could quite figure out. He was now on her as well, with the new girl he'd just met earlier that day as his servant, much as the thought made him a bit uncomfortable. He also had to deal with a director who clearly really didn't want him to be there. Not to mention learning that all of history and mythology existed simultaneously somehow and the world was far more different than he'd come to understand. Moments such as these required time and careful contemplation to come to terms with all of this new information and to decide just how he felt about all of it. The responsibilities, the implications, what he'd have to unlearn and relearn, all of it wasn't something he could completely come to terms with right away, and he needed to think it over. Which was a little hard to do when they were under attack again. Why can we not go 5 minutes without running into more of these DMN skeletons? An incensed Olga Marie shouted from behind. Mash. The group had made their way towards the harbor to continue their search for any signs of the anomaly that made up Singularity F. Naturally, with the legions of the undead covering the landscape, they were lucky to make it there without rousing trouble. Of course, that didn't last long, and after their search turned up fruitless, they found themselves under attack once more. Worse, all of the skeletons assaulting them were archers, forcing 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 to hide behind 𝐵's shield as they endured the attack. Director, it took us a lot longer than 5 minutes to get down here. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 commented, trying to put a positive spin on the situation. Comparatively speaking, we've been pretty fortunate to avoid danger until now. Well, it feels like it's only 5 minutes, the director replied, not willing to give in to his optimism. It's not like it was that far of a walk from the bridge to here. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 flinched as he heard the sounds of arrows clashing against 𝐵's shield, but he still ended up blurting out what was on his mind. Director, weren't you complaining about how tired you were before we got here? Midoriya, stop correcting me and do something useful, she snapped back. Clearly he needed to be more careful with letting his mouth run in a stressful situation. He waited for a second, his nervous expression shifting to a more focused one. He trained his ears attentively, trying to ignore the sounds of the ongoing fire close by, or the sounds of the director's fixed breathing nearly right by his head. He heard the arrows hit 𝐵's shield again, and quickly counted off the number of times the shield rang with the sounds of impact. There's at least 5 of them, he announced, before looking up at 𝐵. 𝐵, which one is the closest, he asked. 𝐵's eyes were focused entirely on what was before them, peeking up over her shield between volleys of arrows. Approximately 5 meters in front of us, senpai, she called back. I think they are trying to force us into the water, she added, sounding tense and anxious over the thought. Indeed, in their search for clues they had been placed very close to the edge of the concrete harbor. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 were able to see their reflections in the darkened water, and a few more good pushes would send them tumbling into its depths, which would surely bring about an early end to their journey. So, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had to act fast. Okay, when I say go, you charge forward as fast as you can and take it out, he called to 𝐵. The director and I will be right behind you. But won't I be leaving you exposed in that case, she responded in a frightened tone. Only for a second, he explained. If we stay close by, and if you plant your shield as soon as the enemy is beaten, we'll be fine. Probably, anyway, but he was careful enough not to actually say that. I'm not exactly on board with this idea, but we're low on options. The director added. But you're going in front of me, Midoriya, she then demanded, as if 𝐒𝐿𝐴 wasn't already going to do that. He simply nodded in reply, then listened attentively once more. A few seconds passed, and he heard the sounds of the arrows hitting the shield again. Now he called out. 𝐵 let out a cry and rushed forward, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 on his feet in seconds and following, and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 right behind as planned. Before the skeleton could finish loading another arrow, 𝐵 swung her shield upwards, the long edge crashing against its jaw, sending its skull flying up off of the body entirely. As the body crumpled to the ground, she immediately planted her shield in front of her, providing cover for them once again. One down, she declared. All right, 𝐵. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 called back in a supportive tone. Now, where's the next one? There was a brief pause as 𝐵 surveyed the area before them, before she answered. It's approximately 10 meters ahead and to my right. But there's another 5 meters behind that and to my left. If I rush in to attack the first, I don't think I can reach it before the second fires another shot. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 grumbled as he tried to think of a solution for this. If only we had some kind of long-range weapon right now, he muttered. He then looked over to the director, who was kneeling beside him again. Does my uniform have anything like that, director, he asked. The director frowned at 𝐒𝐿𝐴's question, seemingly contemplating something for a moment or two. She then shook her head and rolled up one of her sleeves. No, but I've got something we can do instead. To demonstrate this, an orb of red and black energy started to form in front of her fingertips, much to 𝐒𝐿𝐴's wide-eyed awe. She didn't dwell on this, however, instead calling to 𝐵. Get us a few meters closer. Right. 𝐵 responded. After another volley of arrows clashed against her shield, she lifted it and rushed forward, clearing half of the distance between her and the enemy. Another volley flew and hit the iron, and both 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 popped up over 𝐵's shoulders as the director aimed. Gander, she called out. The bolt of red and black arced across the harbor, quickly clashing with the skeleton's head, shattering the skull and sending the bones falling back into the water. Second one down. 𝐵 reported, both non-servants ducking back behind her. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 opened his mouth to say something, but 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 quickly cut him off. "If you're about to ask me to teach this to you, Midoriya, save it," she snapped. "In case you've forgotten, you're not even supposed to know about magic in the first place." This both disappointed and shocked Izuku, considering that would be a really useful skill to have. Not to mention all the information she'd dumped on him shortly before now, and this was something she was going to hold her ground on. "Director, we're in a dire situation, isn't this a good time to make an exception?" he nervously asked. "That's no excuse. Mags don't just reveal all of their secrets at the drop of a hat, you know," she retorted. Mash hefted her shield and took a few strides forward to get closer to the next target, the others following her in turn. "Besides, even if I did want to teach you, it's not exactly something you can learn over the course of a few hours," she added, before peeking over Mash's shoulder and firing another shot. The third skeleton's skull likewise shattered on impact, more bones falling into the deep. "Third one down," Mash reported. "The next is 12 meters ahead, atop a part of the ruined road. Wait for the next volley, then move in closer," Izuku shouted. He then turned his attention back to the director, not about to let this go that easily. "Director, isn't there something else I can learn for situations like this? There must be something that's okay for me to know, even given the circumstances." Especially given the circumstances, he thought. "When are you going to get it through your head that isn't your job?" she responded, as the three of them moved once more, now off of the harbor and back into the city itself. "Just stay back, keep giving commands, and be as adequate a magic battery for Mash as you can be," she continued, before peeking up and firing another gander shot at the fourth skeleton. Once it likewise fell, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 ducked back down and shouted again to Mash. "Okay Mash, where's the last one?" There was a pause as Mash quickly surveyed the landscape, only for her eyes to widen when they fell upon the last enemy. "It's 20 meters ahead. But it's atop one of the fallen buildings," she answered. The director flinched in realization, before peeking over Mash's shoulder, Izuku doing the same. Sure enough, the final enemy was perched atop a crumbling building, far above them. "That's not good. My gander shots can't reach that high," the director admitted, probably without meaning to. Both non-servants dropped back down, while Izuku quickly formulated a plan. It was a very risky one, but this was a situation that required a bit of risk. "Mash, how's your throwing arm?" he asked, looking back at her. Mash looked back at him with a slightly bewildered expression, not quite following where this was going. I think it's pretty good," she answered as best she could. "Wait," the director cut in. "Midoriya, you're not about to suggest what I think you're about to suggest, are you?" "It would work," Izuku responded. "If we get in close enough, and if Mash throws her shield hard enough, it should take the last one out. And we'd be throwing away our one line of defense," she retorted. "If she misses, we'd have to immediately run for cover before it hits one of us." "What other option is there?" he shouted back. "You can't shoot that high, and I don't have anything to throw at him either. If we try to run, there's no guarantee he won't follow us or hit us anyway." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 grit her teeth in frustration, unable to think of an alternative to what Izuku was proposing. He, in turn, moved up slightly and placed a hand on Mash's shoulder, now encouraging her. "You can do this. Just imagine that your shield is a giant boomerang." "That's your analogy," 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 cried out, but Mash actually seemed to be mulling it over. After a brief moment of contemplation, she looked at Izuku with a more confident smile. "Okay, senpai. If you believe in me, I'll do it," she exclaimed. Seriously, the director protested, but it was now out of her hands. The sound of an arrow smacking against the shield was heard, and Mash was on the move right after. Izuku was right behind, so naturally the director had no choice but to follow as well. "Get as close to the base of the building as you can, then throw it straight up," Izuku shouted as they moved. Sure enough, they came to a stop right beside the building, Mash holding her shield up to block the next shot. "Wait, why are we this close?" 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 demanded to know. "How is she supposed to hit it from here?" "Just trust me on this," he responded. "Once the next shot lands, we need to back away and give her room." The director again gave Izuku a look of utter befuddlement at this idea, but there wasn't enough time to debate it. The next arrow clashed against the shield again, acting as the signal for his plan to unfold. Now, he called, grabbing the director's wrist and running a few paces back. At the same time, Mash hefted her shield up, grabbing the upper edge and holding the whole thing horizontally in front of her. Once the other two were clear, she began spinning in place, swinging the shield around in the same motion. Once, twice, thrice, and with a cry Mash flung the shield up into the air, watching it spin up the side of the building. The skeleton was already aiming another shot down at them, putting it in the perfect position. The shield swung up, the long edge hitting the side of its jaw, the force sending the whole body flying away and off of the building, the bones scattering on the ground soon after. It worked! Olga Marie cried out. "Senpai, it worked!" Mash shouted excitedly, looking over her shoulder to Izuku while pointing up at what just happened. Izuku, surprisingly, was less enthused, instead pointing up at the same general area himself while speaking hurriedly. "Okay, Mash, you need to get clear now." Mash wore a more confused look after that, not sure what Izuku was driving at. "Get clear," she uttered. She turned to look at her shield, which was now falling through the air. Right towards her. From over 50 meters up. "Ah," she said. "Oh okay, Mash, seriously, you gotta move." Izuku shouted, panic starting to take him. "If that falls on you well, it's really gonna hurt." He added. No, it's okay, I've got it," she responded, holding her hands up to try and catch the falling shield. "No, Mash, just get clear and then pick it back up." Olga Marie chimed in, starting to worry as well. "I've got it. I've got it." Mash kept shouting, seemingly to encourage herself as much as them. "Mash, please, move." Izuku yelled, seeing how close the shield was to hitting her. "I've got it." The shield fell closer and closer, before connecting with a resounding clang from the object. Both Izuku and Olga Marie had instinctively flinched away from the impact. After a second or two, they anxiously turned to face what had happened. They were rewarded with the sight of Mash holding the shield over her head like it was weightless, facing them with a proud smile on her face. "I got it, Senpai," she said triumphantly. "You did get it," he responded, actually jumping for joy once before running over to her, equally relieved and amazed by her efforts. "That was incredible, Mash. I knew you had it in you." "Thank you, Senpai," she answered, her face starting to blush at the praise she was receiving. "I couldn't have done it without you." Olga Marie was still stunned at the sheer audacity of the plan and how it unfolded, but it did work. She couldn't argue with that. She likewise approached the two as Mash lowered her shield. "I have to admit, I am impressed," she acquiesced. Although it would soon become clear that she was only talking about one of them. One really can't understand the strength of a servant unless they see it firsthand. Mash remained embarrassed at the compliment, although for different reasons than before. "Thank you, Director," she said while averting her eyes. "However, I am only half of a servant. And without knowing my noble phantasm or the name of the heroic spirit bonded to me, I can't even use the extent of that power." Following this, she looked to Izuku again, bowing her head slightly, much to his surprise. "I'm sorry, Senpai. Despite my insistence on forging our contract, I have actually burdened you with more trouble than you should have. Having to work with a weakened servant like me isn't at all fair to you." Izuku's initial response was just to stare at Mash in complete confusion, nothing that she was saying making a degree of sense. "Mash, what are you talking about?" he asked. He took a step forward and placed a hand on her shoulder, which caused her to jolt a bit and look up at him again. Not that this deterred him from continuing. "It isn't your fault the heroic spirit didn't tell you their name or what your noble phantasm was." He then offered her a wide, encouraging smile. "You're doing the best you can with what you do have. That makes you a lot stronger than most, if you ask me. So don't be so HRD on yourself." He finished, while completely missing the irony of him saying that. Mash was again left to stare back at Izuku with a surprised and awestruck expression, hearing a version of her words to the director repeated back to her. She allowed herself a small, warm smile, nodding slightly after a moment's pause. "Thank you, Senpai. It means a lot to hear you say that," she said. The director, for her part, watched this exchange for a moment and slowly began to understand just why 𝐼 had gotten so attached to Izuku. Even so, it left her feeling divided. On the one hand, 𝐼 contracting with a MSTR who would encourage her to keep pushing herself was the best choice she could have hoped for. Considering she was coming into this metaphorically handicapped, someone who would look past that and see her for her strengths, as opposed to your typical mage who would ridicule her for her weaknesses, was the right one. On the other hand, the fact that said MSTR was Izuku Midoriya, someone who wasn't born a mage, someone who knew nothing about the mage world, presented a number of problems. Sure, it was probably because he was coming into this with no knowledge that he was able to be so accommodating to 𝐼, but his lack of understanding in so many other fields meant he was woefully unprepared for what lay ahead. There was also still the question of if he even should learn about these things. She told him about the singularities and the Holy Grail War because they were necessary details related to their current situation. Anything beyond that, though, meant further involving him in a world he shouldn't be part of. He may have a magic crest and magic circuits now, but frankly, he still posed a risk to all of them if he wasn't adequately bought off or silenced. If the Mages Association found out about him, he'd have every available enforcer on him right away, no questions asked. Even if the circumstances around him were an anomaly, they couldn't risk him telling anyone anything. In the end, she couldn't be sure of what to do. Ideally, she'd pull whatever strings she could to send him and his family into hiding with new identities. That was the bare minimum he deserved, especially since he did save her life once. The fact that the only thing he ever asked for from her was to find a way to include his parents in on the secret was a bit of a blow to her pride. Any other mage would demand riches or favor with the clock tower, or some family secret, and the thought seemingly never entered his mind. If anything, he was insistent on doing more to help. It frustrated her to think about it. Clearly 𝐼 wasn't going to let him go either, so it seemed like her hands were tied. Just who was this boy? Why would he go so far for two people he didn't know? That said, maybe we could just figure out who the spirit is ourselves. Izuku asked, breaking Olga Marie's train of thought. There aren't very many who are known for using only a shield, I don't think, he continued, staring at the shield 𝐼 was still holding. His eyes lit up and he snapped his fingers. What about 𝐼𝐺 from the Trojan War? He was known for carrying a shield so powerful that he never took damage in battle. 𝐼 seemed to think about this for a moment, humming carefully. After some brief contemplation, however, she shook her head. No, I don't think so. I can't explain, but I have a feeling that isn't right. She explained. Izuku frowned slightly, but nodded in understanding. All right. Then what about King Leonidas from Sparta? After all, just about everyone's heard about him defending the kingdom with only 300 men. He considered. Again, 𝐼 thought about this, but looking disappointed she shook her head again. No, sorry. As encouraging as that would be, I don't think that's it either. She admitted. Izuku hummed again, sounding a little confused. Not sure who, then. There must be someone else I'm forgetting. He mused. You can figure it out once we get back. To Chaldea. Olga Marie intruded, deciding it was time to drop this. She turned and faced away from the harbor, pointing back to the city. There wasn't anything here related to the anomaly, so let's get moving again. With that declaration made, she began walking once more, expecting the other two to follow her. Which they did, soon catching up to her, and 𝐼 being the first to air a concern that they both shared. Director, are you certain the anomaly is related to the Holy Grail War? She cautiously asked. Positive, the director immediately answered. Nothing else of significance happened in Fuyuki into the outside world, it was simply an ordinary Japanese city, where nothing important ever happened. To those who know better, it was the site of a battle that changed the course of our history. Izuku still found it hard to believe something this big happened so close to home, and he never knew. To think, right around this time, in another part of the country, he was still chasing his impossible dream, still hoping that he could be blessed with his quirk and become a hero. Did he receive that diagnosis today, of all days? Was he at home right now, crying while watching that footage he'd seen hundreds of times? Was he asking his mother if he could still be a hero, while knowing in his heart what the answer was? He shook his head, eager to get that thought out of it, and focused on what was ahead. It was so significant that changing it could bring about the end of the world, he asked, a part of him still wondering if such a thing was even possible, and so soon. Evidently so, the director curtly replied. The phenomenon recording cyberdemon, Laplas, is another invention of Chaldea. It records all information about the history of the world, both things that the public knows, and things they do not. With that, we learned that the Fuyuki Holy Grail War was carried out in secret, and that the Saber Servant and their MSTR were the ones who were victorious. The simple fact that the city is engulfed in flames right now should indicate just how much things have changed. She explained. Mash was the next to speak again, still sounding uncertain about all of this. It's so strange to think that this one Holy Grail War was so significant. It wasn't even the first to occur here, was it? She asked. It wasn't, no. Olga Marie responded. It was the fifth. Even so, the servant summoning system they used was deemed important enough that Chaldea based our own fate off of it. That alone determines this place and time's significance. Was that how Mash was fused with this other heroic spirit? Izuku wondered. At this, Olga Marie stopped walking and looked back at him. For a moment, she seemed hesitant to answer, her eyes darting to the ground for a moment. Yes, though there were unique circumstances around that. She eventually replied. That spirit was the second that Chaldea had summoned through fate. The first, unfortunately, I know nothing about. Information on them is non-existent. As for the third. She trailed off, this time looking more exasperated than anything else. Well, you'll meet them soon enough. They're just a bit eccentric, to put it nicely. Don't be surprised if you get tired of them within the first conversation. That rather vague answer left Izuku puzzled, but he didn't have long to think it over before the director spoke again. Now, Midoriya, you keep your distance. I need your eyes and ears on anything approaching us from behind. Mash, you get up here with me. The orders were a little confusing, with Izuku and Mash looking at each other for a moment, unsure of what to do. Mash soon acquiesced and approached Olga Marie, and the two resumed walking. A few paces later, Izuku followed, glancing over his shoulder as they walked. After a bit, however, it soon became clear what the real reason was for the director's decision, as he heard them start to talk among themselves. Olga Marie must have thought he wouldn't hear them. Mash, are you sure about him? She said first, sounding more concerned than anything again. Director, please, don't. Mash started to protest. Just hear me out for a moment, okay? I get it, he's being really nice to you, and clearly he's your friend now. But he's still so ill-equipped for this environment. Not to mention, with his magic circuit still underused, he can't be giving you that much magical energy to work with. Whether he is or he isn't, there's still only so much that I can do. I've made up my mind, Director. I won't be swayed by anything. Not even his safety. You saw what happened when he first activated his circuits. I keep having to tell him not to do that again, but I can tell he's just itching to dive in and help you directly. Despite it being reckless and dangerous. If we make it out of this, how can you be sure he won't do that on any future missions? I will admit, it does worry me a bit. I won't tell you to exchange your contract now, but when this is over, and we can call for help again, I'll bring in another MSTR candidate to work with you. I'll even personally screen them to make sure they're as compatible with you as him, alright? Director. I'm really not sure about this. Just give it some thought, okay? This is just as much for his well-being as it is yours. He'll be safer working at Chaldea than out here. Izuku looked crestfallen, but held his tongue as he followed behind them. Fu, still nestled in his hair even during the earlier battle, hopped down to his shoulder and lightly pawed at his cheek. Wordlessly, he picked up the animal and held him in his arms, lightly stroking his back. He still couldn't fully believe that things were this dire. Maybe it was because he was so close to it and had to keep moving, but it was only starting to sink in that the entire world was at stake. Even if the idea was so hard to visualize. Some sort of epic battle with villains, or a gradual decay of the world, he could understand that. Even a meteor hitting the Earth or some sort of natural disaster taking everything out. That all made sense to him. But the Earth just blipping out of existence in the blink of an eye. in a way that not even the people predicting it could make sense of. It just sounded totally incomprehensible, and he couldn't get his brain to imagine it. However, if things were that bad, what should he do? Shouldn't he focus on what the most optimal result would be, rather than what seemed emotionally right? Mash was insistent that the contract between them was maintained, and that did mean something to him. She was putting his faith in him to support her, and that meant a lot to him. But giving her orders and supplying only a minimum of magic wasn't enough, it seemed. What if at least part of the reason she couldn't remember anything about the heroic spirit connected to her was this? If she had more magic to draw from, or could work with a MSTR that could figure this out, she would be better off, wouldn't she? Even if it wouldn't make her happy, if it could make her as strong as he was certain she could be, wasn't that better? What was the right thing to do here? Trial by fire. Izuku had never thought of himself as the religious sort. It was never something that came up at home. His parents always had other things on their mind, for one reason or another, and he was far too wrapped up in his hero worship to consider worshipping God. He couldn't say he had any real attachment to organized religion in one way or the other, then. Even so, coming across a church left in such an awful state, in the wake of everything that was happening around them, was disturbing. It communicated that even a place that was meant to act as a safe haven was far from that. Nothing was sacred to what was behind this. It wasn't as if fire could discriminate, after all. The white walls that made up the exterior of the building were mostly blackened with soot and ash. One of the sloped roofs on the church's right side had started to cave in, a large hole having formed. What exactly could have made that was anyone's guess. The arch on the same side at the front had been caved in, rubble littering the pavement leading to the building. The painted windows had been shattered, the glass scattered all over, numerous shards left outside for them to step over. The large double doors that led inside were blasted inwards, one on the floor and the other hanging in a windowsill at the back of the church. The cross atop the building was gone, to where, no one could guess. Inside wasn't much better. What seats weren't thrown aside entirely were mostly broken, with only a handful still usable. The altar at the back of the room was left in pieces as well, the Bible that would normally be atop it nowhere to be seen. The white walls were just as soot-covered as the ones outside, if one could even notice that we're not looking at the craters and chunks of wood and plaster that had been torn out. Worse were the bloodstains. They were scattered haphazardly around the room, with no indication of what had shed them. The BLD had been dry for some time, meaning the church had been like this for just as long, with no signs of life anywhere. It was easy to deduce that a battle had taken place there, but between who and why was something Izuku almost didn't want to think about. As the trio stepped further into the church, the reality of what they had been involved with was gradually seeping in for him. This Holy Grail war had turned into an outright massacre. He was starting to question if anyone in Fuyuki had actually survived the conflict. It painted a rather grim picture of the skeletons they had spent all this time fighting, one he didn't want to dwell on if at all possible. So, even this place didn't make it. Olga Marie mused, having moved a bit further ahead of the other two as they entered. She trailed her fingers along one of the long benches, frowning uneasily. I had hoped we might finally get some answers here, but it looks like we were too late. Or maybe we never had a chance at all. She commented. Why would this place be significant? Izuku asked without thinking, still in a bit of a daze after coming to realize what had happened here. Is it connected to the Holy Church, Director? Mash chimed in. It is, yes, she answered, nodding before looking back at them. A member of the Holy Church, 𝐒𝐬𝐽, was chosen to be the mediator for this Holy Grail war. It was his job to ensure everyone followed the guidelines set out, and didn't allow the war to become public knowledge. Despite our differences, the Church is just as dedicated to keeping the magic world a secret from humans as the association is. She continued, before looking ahead at the ruined altar. But if things got this bad, it's only rational to assume he wouldn't survive either. Mash nodded in turn, though she looked just as uneasy as the director did. After a second, she turned to a confused Izuku and quickly clarified. The Holy Church is another organization that has historically been enemies to the Mages Association. While the association wishes to preserve magic and mystery as much as possible, the Church seeks to destroy it, believing it to be better for all of mankind. In more recent years, they've entered an uneasy truce, so they are technically allies of ours. Technically being the operative word. A reappearing Dr. Roman chimed in, causing Izuku to lift his wrist to stare at the hologram. Really, when you get down to it, they're just a different kind of bad from the higher-ups of the association. If they deem something or someone as heretical, they waste no time erasing them from existence. He added. Izuku grimaced at the thought. He lifted his head up and called to the director. If the church and the association are at odds, why would a church member manage a battle between mags? Olga Marie didn't answer, still wandering down the aisle to the altar, muttering something to herself. Dr. Roman hummed and answered instead. It's part of the agreement between them and the association. Since the Holy Grail is recognized as a holy relic, allowing the church to monitor the war is a way to placate them so they don't just append the whole ritual themselves. He paused, then added with a slightly exasperated tone, not that they don't try to anyway. Izuku nodded in understanding, but he was still watching the director the whole time, looking concerned as she wandered around. She's gonna be mulling this over for a bit. Dr. Roman explained. You two should take 5. I'm not detecting anything around you right now, so you should be okay. He added. That's a good idea. Mash commented, before placing a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Come on, senpai. Take a weight off, as they say. She added gently. It's take a load off, Mash. Dr. Roman remarked. Izuku looked over at Mash after she suggested this, and the warm smile on her face made it hard for him to argue. So the two of them took a seat on an undamaged part of a bench, and it was only after sitting that Izuku realized how sore he was. His legs ached terribly, whether from walking such long distances, or from suddenly having to run to avoid getting into further battles. How long had they even been on the move, anyway? He hadn't thought to ask Dr. Roman, but maybe there was some sort of time displacement given what they were doing. His thought process was interrupted by a sudden growl, which he swiftly discovered was from his own stomach, much to his embarrassment. Oh geez, he muttered, his face heating up. He hadn't even noticed that either. Mash let out a slight giggle, before reaching into her shield and producing a small wrapped bar. Here, senpai. It isn't much, but it should keep you going. She commented. Izuku took the bar with a grateful nod, soon discovering it was a rather typical energy bar. He unwrapped it and took a hearty bite, taking off half of it in one go. It was a bit too chewy and sticky for his liking, but it wasn't like he had room to complain. Food dropped down from his head again and landed on his shoulder, leaning over to sniff at the half-eaten bar, but Mash quickly reached over and scooped him up. No, Fu, that's for senpai. I'll get yours in a minute, okay? She gently chided. The creature gave a protesting Fu in reply, but she was soon making good on her promise, digging into the compartment on her shield again. Izuku finished chewing as this exchange took place, swallowing before starting to voice his thoughts. I wonder why I'm so hungry all of a sudden. Is it a result of me using my magecraft? If Dr. Roman is right and it affects my body, does that mean it affects my metabolism too? Did I use up too much energy when I was healing myself earlier? Or when I helped out in the last fight? Does this mean I'm going to have to change my diet? Mom said that I was eating too little, but if this is senpai? Mash asked, stirring Izuku out of his thoughts. He looked at her for a second, then seemed to realize what he was doing, getting embarrassed all over again. Sorry. I just think out loud sometimes. He admitted. More like a lot, but he kept that remark to himself. He quickly finished off the energy bar, not exactly satiated, but he wasn't going to ask for more. After a second, he blinked in realization, then looked back to Mash. Aren't you eating anything, Mash? He asked. Oh, no, I'm okay, senpai, she answered, quick to reassure him. I think I have the opposite situation that you do. As long as I have some magical energy, I can keep going. Izuku nodded slowly at this bit of information, but it didn't really do anything to put him at ease. His mind went back to that conversation he overheard between her and the director. He was apparently supplying her with magical energy, not that he could tell. He was left dwelling on all of the questions he was asking himself, and the troubled look on his face reflected that. Mash, he hesitantly asked. When she looked up at him from feeding Fu a small can of something, he continued in the same tone. How am I doing so far? As your MSTR, I mean. The words still sounded strange to him in this context. Mash looked surprised for a moment, before offering a wider smile to put him at ease. Senpai, you really don't need to worry. You've done an excellent job in my view. Your quick and unorthodox thinking has made a world of difference. She answered. She then looked slightly excited as she continued. I never would have thought to actually throw my shield until you suggested it. Clearly she was still proud of how that whole escapade had turned out. Izuku gave a slightly sheepish chuckle at that. Well, it just seemed like the best solution to the problem we had, you know, he responded. But the director is right, you shouldn't really make a habit of it, he added quickly, realizing her argument had merit. If you threw it at the wrong time, you'd be completely defenseless. Mash blinked and readopted the surprised look she had moments ago, then nodded slowly in understanding. Yes, you're right, MSTR, she admitted, before humming in contemplation. So when would be a good time to throw it, she asked. Now it was Izuku's turn to think this over. After folding his arms and humming in thought for a moment, he then suggested, maybe as a last resort. Like, when you know it's going to land and be the final blow. His eyes then lit up and he looked at Mash with an excited expression. Oh, that could be your finishing move. My finishing move. She responded with a curious tone. You mean, like a noble phantasm? Do you think mine is related to throwing my shield? Maybe, he answered. He then turned away again and placed a hand on his chin, a thought occurring to him. I can't think of many famous figures who threw their shields, though. But if all mythology actually happened, what else that we considered fiction actually happened? Are all heroes real, even modern-day ones? Maybe the superhero stories we know today are just embellished versions of existing stories. So then that could mean that someone like Captain America was real. But why would he only give Mash her shield and armor instead of appearing himself? Plus the shield looks nothing like his, but that could just be something the adaptations changed. Even so, if anyone would do that, senpai, you're doing it again. Mash remarked. Izuku again jolted out of this mental state, his face flushing again in turn. Also, who's Captain America, she asked. Well, he started to explain, but Dr. Roman suddenly cut him off. Sorry to interrupt, but you've got enemies incoming, he called out. All three of them were on their feet after this, rushing to group together for protection, Fu returning to Izuku's shoulders so Mash was free to fight. I detect 5 of them making their way to you, the doctor clarified. Sure enough, a few seconds after this, they would see a few skeletons creeping towards them through the open doorway. Wasting little time, Mash let out a shout and charged forward to meet them. The first one was already lifting its sword to swing at her, but it never came down, as she swung her shield to clash the edge against its jaw. This caused the skeleton's head to spin around on the spine, though it soon came to a stop. This ended up creating the morbidly amusing image of the skeleton's head facing the opposite direction that it should. Not that Mash thought to appreciate the humor, as she swung her shield again to catch the skeleton in its ribs, sending it flying to the side, crashing right into a second skeleton and leaving them both a pile of bones. The third approached quickly, forcing Mash to raise her shield as the spearhead moved forward, scraping against the rim of the shield and narrowly missing her head. A few strands of her hair came loose in the clash, however. The spear withdrew only to move forward again, this time scratching a lower rim of her shield. She quickly pushed it aside before it could touch her, however, as the tip had come dangerously close to nicking her leg. With the spear shoved aside, there was a slight delay as the skeleton pulled it back for another move. This allowed Mash to heft her shield up and bring the edge down, trapping the spear and breaking the tip off once it crashed to the ground. The skeleton lifted up the broken staff, and robotically moved to move again, but only hit the center of the shield again. Mash pushed it back, then spun around and swung a leg out, her foot clashing against the skeleton's chest. The blow sent it flying backwards, crashing against the wall beside the doorway, the bones crumpling to the floor. Izuku was about to call out to her to congratulate her, but something wasn't right. He ran over the events that he just saw in his head, and counted only 3 skeletons. Doctor, didn't you say there were 5? He started to ask, before something cut him off. Gander! that something being the director's shout, and the blast of red and black whizzing right by the back of his head, followed by the sound of bones splintering. He turned to see a skeleton crumpling at an open window at his side, a bow and arrow dropping from its hands afterwards. He looked over to the director, who huffed as she lowered her hand. "You're quite welcome for that, Midoriya," she remarked, looking more than a bit pleased with herself. "You see, this is what happens when you don't pay careful attention to your surroundings at all times," she added, unaware of the glint of silver that could be seen in a window at the back of the church. She closed her eyes as she continued, oblivious to Izuku picking up a chunk of debris at their feet. "I'm sure you were too busy enjoying the fight that MASH was involved in, but an effective MSTR isn't just an audience member. They must be prepared to be on the move," and the sound of bone crunching stopped her little speech, her eyes shooting wide open and turning to the source of the sound. She saw another skeleton fall to pieces in front of a back window, its head missing, but she presumed the bone fragments collected among the pile explained that. She looked back to Izuku, who lowered his arm after having thrown something at the skeleton, his magic circuits fading away again. He shook his arm slightly, wincing but seeming pleased. "That was close. I guess if it's only for a few seconds, it's not so bad," he questioned. He then looked up to Olga Marie with a slightly oblivious expression. "Sorry, Director, what were you saying?" he asked. She stared back at him with an incredulous expression, before looking at the destroyed skeleton, and then back to him. This shifted to a more annoyed expression, her face starting to heat up as a light growl left her mouth. "Exactly how many times are you planning on saving my life tonight, Midoriya?" she asked tersely. Izuku backed up a bit, both hands raised, a nervous smile on his face. How exactly was he supposed to answer a question like that? Hopefully not any more than that. He attempted. This did little to help the director's mood. "Director. MSTR. MASH called, hurrying over to them. She looked understandably worried after having missed those last two enemies. "Are you two all right?" Izuku turned to her with a calming smile. "Yes, we're fine, MASH. Crisis averted," he explained. "You did a good job. You're getting better and better at this," he quickly added, not wanting to miss a chance to praise her. MASH's anxious expression changed to one of relief and gratitude as a response to what he said. The director put aside her annoyance with the boy and chimed in. "I will have to agree with him, you are improving rapidly, MASH." She allowed what was probably the first genuine smile she showed all night to appear on her face. It was soon replaced by a more curious expression, however. "Does this mean you're no longer afraid to fight?" MASH looked a bit taken aback by the question, her earlier confidence quickly disappearing. I wouldn't say that, exactly," she admitted. "It's more like, I'm just trying not to focus on it," she clarified. Olga Marie's smile shifted to a concerned frown, though she tried to play this off. "Well, that is a step in the right direction, at least," she stated. She then looked around the ruined church again for a moment, before declaring, "Clearly there's nothing here for us now. We should get out of there," the hologram of Dr. Roman suddenly shouted. Izuku lifted his wrist to see his panicked expression staring up at them. "Hurry, you have to get moving right away." "What's going on, Doctor?" he responded. If he was fretting this much, it could only mean one possibility. Something they had all been warned about and anticipating for some time now. Something the doctor was quick to confirm. "I've detected a servant heading your way. MASH isn't ready to take one on yet, you have to make a run for it." Before any of them could consider how exactly to escape, MASH turned her attention to the open doorway, as if she suddenly heard something. She then turned fully to face the doorway and rushed forward, raising her shield up as she shouted to the others. "Get down!" As soon as this command was given, a long black chain flew through the air, nearly as fast as a bullet. It clashed with the iron of MASH's shield, forcing her back a step with a shout. A second chain soon followed, this one wrapping around the upper edge of the shield and pulling her forward involuntarily. Izuku saw a mass of black suddenly propel itself forward through the entrance, its shape indiscernible, before it collided with the shield and sent MASH back further with a yelp. With the impact made, Izuku could see the shape almost standing on MASH's shield, a foot pressing down on her, trying to push her to the ground. The figure was human, that much was clear, but they were cloaked in pure darkness, appearing as just a silhouette. They were tall, taller than all of them, but only a bit, and their hair was long and seemed to writhe about their head like snakes. Anything else about them was nearly impossible to discern, the dark energy shrouding any further details from sight. Mash let out a cry and pushed back against the figure, forcing them off of her. The figure landed rather easily on the floor, and yanked back on the chain that was still wrapped around the shield, pulling Mash forward another step. She grit her teeth and held as firm as she could, but it was clearly proving to be a struggle to not be overpowered by the shadow. "So, there are still some humans left," a female voice remarked. The shadowy figure tugged at the chain almost teasingly, pulling Mash forward another step. "And you are not supposed to be here, are you?" she asked teasingly. "Are you lost, little servant?" Mash let out a strained grunt as she kept pulling back against the chain, to which the shadowy servant let out a light, surprisingly soft giggle. Are you shy? Don't worry, you and I can be good friends. All you have to do is hand over the humans you're protecting. Do it willingly, and I'll kill them quickly. They'll barely even feel a thing," she offered, her voice velvety yet dripping with evil intent. "Not going to happen." Mash strained to get out. She pulled back against the chain still attached to her shield, managing to get back a step. The shadowy figure made a disappointed sigh and responded in kind. "So be it. It's all right, we'll still be good friends once you've been beaten. But it's going to be a much more painful experience now," she responded. Before anyone there could prepare, the figure propelled forward again, her foot clashing with Mash's shield once more. This time, however, she treated her shield as more of a springboard, jumping off of it and throwing herself in the direction of the two non-servants in the room. With only seconds to react, Izuku grabbed Olga Marie's shoulders and leapt to the side, the shadow just narrowly missing them as they fell behind a bench. The shadow landed in the aisle and looked to where they fell, but before she could make a move, Mash let out a shout and yanked back on her shield again. "Don't you dare," she demanded, the shadow stumbling forward after another yank, the chain still attached to Mash's shield. Mash spun around as she approached, yanking the shadow further forward, and allowing her to swing the edge of the shield to collide with the back of their head. The sound of the shield reverberating echoed through the church, even after the shadow let out a pained yell. Mash wasted no time, swinging the shield in the other direction, this time clashing the edge against the shadow's jaw. Another yelp from the shadow, and Mash spun around in the opposite direction, swinging a leg out to kick the servant back. However, this time she was prepared, catching Mash's foot with one hand. She let out another light giggle, before raising her other hand up. The other end of the chain had a long spike attached to it, which she swiftly drove down, piercing right into Mash's ankle, prompting a scream of agony from her. Izuku was already on his feet at this, but the director grabbed the back of his shirt and yanked him back down. "Don't," she commanded. "Remember what I told you. Do not engage." "I can't just dash," he started to protest, but Olga Marie hurriedly cut him off. "If she's having trouble with her, then the servant will destroy you in less than a second," she hissed. "If we draw attention to ourselves, then we're done for." The shadow servant withdrew the spike from Mash's ankle as this argument was had, leaving the demi-servant to drop to one knee. The shadow raised the spike again and swung down, but Mash quickly raised the shield again, causing the spike to scrape loudly against the iron beneath it. Mash suddenly swung the shield upwards, the long edge catching the shadow in its stomach, knocking the wind out of her briefly. Forcing herself up to her feet, Mash then swung the top edge down, clashing against the shadow's forehead, another reverberation echoing around them. Throwing caution to the wind, she then launched herself forward, putting her entire weight into her charge, crashing her shield fully against the shadow and throwing them both to the floor. Mash left her pinned down for a moment, then carefully pushed herself back up. As soon as she moved her shield, however, the shadow struck. Her long legs move upwards, wrapping around Mash's neck and squeezing tightly, cutting off the shout she was about to make. The shadow then placed her hands on the floor to prop herself, before flipping backwards, letting Mash go and sending her flying across the room. Her body clashed against the altar, and with a shout she tumbled. Behind it, Izuku watched this transpire while practically shaking with anxiety. He knew in his head that the director was right, this servant was leagues above the minor skeletons they had clashed with up until now. If he tried to intervene right now, he'd surely end up dead before he even got close enough. In his heart, however, all he could feel was the pressing urge to help her before his first friend in years ended up dead. Olga Marie could see the conflict on his face and hurriedly spoke up. "If you want to help that badly, use a command seal already." He whipped his head to her with a shocked expression. "You want me to do what?" "Oh, for if you command her to do something she's already trying to do, you're not forcing her into anything," she responded, quickly figuring out why he'd be so against the idea. "All you're doing is giving her a magic boost." Izuku looked down at the markings on his hand, then up at Olga Marie, his hesitation still apparent on his face. "Even if I did do that, what do I even say?" he asked in a panic. Before the director could answer, they heard Mash let out another cry of pain and looked up. She had risen to her feet in the interim, but could see the shadow now behind her, and Mash holding her shoulder, blood dripping from a fresh wound. Izuku blinked. Suddenly, the shadow was in front of her again. She let out another shout, as a splash of blood flew from her waist. When had the shadow hit her? The shadow pulled the two halves of the chain in front of her. The shield flew from Mash's grasp and clattered to the floor, while the chain wrapped around her waist, trapping her arms to her sides. The shadow turned to face her, and with another light giggle, yanked the chain forward, forcing Mash closer to her. The director watched this with bated breath, before her eyes widened in realization. "Wait, your mystic code," she said, turning to Izuku again. "It has a spell in it that'll temporarily boost Mash's strength." That sounded like a much better alternative than making a vague command with a spell, so Izuku looked at her and responded nervously. "Okay, what do I do?" "Activate your magic circuits again," she ordered. Simple enough, Izuku did so. He quickly felt his skin starting to burn, and thankfully Olga Marie wasted no time in continuing. "Focus your attention fully on Mash, hold out your hand, and call out momentary reinforcement." Izuku did just as the director said, holding out a hand while watching Mash. She was getting pulled closer and closer, step by injured step, the shadow seemingly delighting in making her squirm. The urge to save her was not diminishing in the slightest, and so with no hesitation he called, "momentary reinforcement." He felt what was almost a blast of wind come off of his body, as the shadow looked over at him, then back at Mash. Mash's body glowed a faint orange, prompting the shadow to act. She leapt up into the air, somersaulting once, then dove down while swinging the heel of her foot down at Mash. Unfortunately for her, Mash suddenly let out a shout and flung her arms up, the chain expanding as it was forced off of her. She then raised her arms and crossed them, the heel clashing with them and causing her knees to shake, but she maintained her stance. For a moment she glared up at the shadow, before she uncrossed her arms, pushing the heel back. Quicker than any human could manage, however, before the shadow was flung too far back, she reached up and grabbed the leg above her with both hands, then swung backwards and slammed the shadow right into the same altar behind her, breaking the wood and throwing the servant against the wall behind them. With space given for just a second, Mash turned and picked up her shield, then lunged for the recovering shadow. With her shield in one hand, she moved the shorter edge at the top forward, like she was simply punching the shadow with it. The edge smashed against the shadow's face, a spurt of blood shooting out from what could be assumed was her nose. Mash didn't relent, rearing back and smashing it into her face again, knocking her back another step in the process. Then she did so a third time, prompting another cry of pain from her. With the shadow dizzy for a second, Mash turned the shield so that the longer edge was at the end of her arm, then swung the flat of the edge upwards, catching the shadow in the jaw and throwing her back against the wall. Not willing to give her even a second's rest, Mash shouted and dashed forward, shield in front of her, as she again threw her full weight behind the charge. The shield smashed against the shadow's body with enough force to crack the wooden plaster that made up the wall, and soon smashed through it, with the shadow falling backwards through the hole. Mash gave a tired exhale after this was done, breathing heavily as she turned around. She started to walk away and towards Izuku and the director, a tired smile on her face. "Battle complete, Master 𝐒𝐻," she started to say, only to let out a shout of terror. The shadow had sprung back up when her back was turned, and was now hanging onto her back, arms and legs wrapped around her torso. Before she could even hope to retaliate, the servant reared her head back and dove for her neck, fangs suddenly sinking into her flesh, prompting another, even more terrified scream. Izuku panicked, running into the aisle and holding out his hand again. Momentary reinforcement, he called, activating his circuits. Unfortunately, this time he didn't feel anything happen, prompting him to look at his hand in shock and confusion. The spells take time to recharge, the director called out. Use a command seal, hurry, she added, just as panicked as he was. Before Izuku could even consider whether or not to do this, Mash charged backwards, ramming the shadow into another part of the wall behind her. To no avail, but she tried again, this time the servant's head smacking against the wood. This did the trick, as the shadow let go of Mash's neck, and a third crash into the wall forced her arms and legs off of her. Still in the throes of panic, however, Mash swung an elbow back, crashing it against the servant's nose to stun them again. She then spun around and threw a fist into the same spot, the servant's shout muffled by the impact. She followed through with her shield, crashing the edge of it into the servant's face once again. The servant slid down the wall, but Mash didn't relent, smashing the shield into her face yet again. With a frightened cry, she reared back and did it once again, and then again, and then again, each swing only emphasized by Mash shouting out to strengthen the blow. Once the servant had collapsed to the floor, Mash raised her shield over her head, then swung the flat of the long edge right into the servant's head, hard enough that now the concrete floor around her was cracked. The shadow had long since stopped making noise after that, but she kept the shield's edge there for a few seconds, before finally prying it off and taking a step back. Izuku was left to stare agog after the battle was over. Far from a glorious battle between heroes, it was more like a bloody street brawl. He never expected this level of aggression from Mash, but as she turned and began walking towards him, he could understand why. He heard it in her voice, and could see it on her face. She wasn't angry, and hadn't shown such ferocity out of hatred. She was scared out of her mind, and just barely hanging on to what energy she had after having narrowly survived the encounter. So he could completely understand what had come over her. Especially since, as he glanced past her, the shadow was getting up again. It was moving more slowly than before, but the fact that it was moving at all was of course frightening. Mash must have noticed the look on his face, because she stopped in her tracks. She felt her strength leaving her, felt the pain shooting through multiple parts of her body, but especially her injured ankle. Still, she closed her eyes, took in a deep breath, and steeled herself. As the shadow rose, she spun around and hurled her shield once more. The round center flew right at the shadow, smashing into her chest and throwing her right out one of the open windowsills and into the forest around the church, the shield clattering to the floor right after. With that done, Mash collapsed, and Izuku was at her side in a second. He turned and called to an approaching director. The healing spell. How do I do it? He asked, back to being in a panic. The same as before, but call out first aid, she answered, looking away from Mash to the open window, checking for any signs of the enemy servant. Izuku held his hand over Mash, his circuits activating once more, as he quickly shouted as Olga Marie said. First aid. He felt that push of wind come off of him as Mash glowed a bright green. The wounds that she had gained throughout the fight soon closed up, the demi-servant letting out a weary sigh as the pain faded away. Senpai, how did I do? She asked. Izuku could scarcely believe that she was asking about that now. He wrapped an arm around her back, starting to help her to her feet as he answered her. You did amazing, Mash. He still sounded worried as he said this, the threat having not passed from his mind yet. I don't care what anyone says, you're the best servant there is, he added. The battle had been an incredible sight, even for someone who was used to seeing heroes and villains clash every day. Most likely because Mash was at such a disadvantage. Her sheer guts and determination were awe-inspiring. She gave a small giggle, still sounding tired. Senpai, you're exaggerating, she lightly admonished him for. Guys, I'm sorry, but you don't have time to rest. Dr. Roman suddenly cut in. There are 2 more servants heading to your location. You have to hurry and move or you'll get boxed in for sure. Izuku couldn't believe his ears. Mash had barely managed to fend off one of the enemy servants, and now 2 more were on their way. With Mash exhausted, if they didn't hurry then they were finished for sure. Luckily the healing spell had worked wonders, as 𝐼 recovered enough to pull away from Izuku and run for her shield. After picking it up, she ran back, taking Izuku's outstretched hand, and the three of them dashed for the open doorway. Heading back out into the night, the terror of what they were up against was swiftly growing in Izuku's mind. He had expected the enemies to at least look human, but the figure they just fought was cloaked in pure darkness, which not only made it harder to tell what they were or how they were attacking, but made it so easy for them to blend into the darkness of the night, which made an increasingly paranoid Izuku look around them as they ran down the pathway away from the church, for any slight signs of movement in the trees or bushes near them. Anything amiss could mean the difference between life and death. They had survived one grueling battle just now. Could they survive another? The shadow grows. It was amazing what a motivator like fear could do to push someone. The group had trekked across the length of Fuyuki over multiple hours, to the point that Izuku couldn't really remember if a day had passed or not. Returning to where they had been would be way too much for them to do on so little rest. Needing to run for their lives proved that little theory wrong. Granted, they often had to stop just to catch their breaths, or change direction to avoid what was obviously a collection of more skeletons, or to hopefully throw off whatever they felt was chasing them. However, staying on the move as much as they were, while absolutely exhausting, got them across the city in record time. The really surprising part to Izuku was how quickly 𝐼 was recovering her energy. He assumed that after just barely winning that fight with the other servant she'd be struggling to move properly, yet after about 10 minutes she was back to her old self. It was a pretty sharp contrast to him and the director, the latter of whom nearly twisted her ankle after they abruptly changed direction once they saw a suspicious-looking shadow looming from behind a building. Izuku offered to carry her for a bit, but she made it very clear that if he even attempted to touch her in any way he'd end up skinned alive. So that bit of chivalry was off the table. So how exactly was 𝐼 back on her feet so quickly? It must have something to do with her being a servant. She's supposed to gather magical energy from him to power herself, so that would explain why she was up and about sooner than normal. If what the director said was true, however, he shouldn't be supplying her with very much. So did that mean she would recover even faster if he was giving her more? Would he even need to use his mystic code to heal her then? How could one even determine how much magical energy a servant would need? Were there measurements for it? Actual units? More questions that he'd have to ask once all of this was over. After such a long run, the group finally came to a stop back at the Fuyuki Bridge, stopping at the same support they had been at before. Olga Marie bent over and gasped for breath, her hands on her knees and not at all thinking about how she might be flashing anyone behind her. "Okay. I think we finally lost them," she said between breaths. Izuku slumped down against the support, likewise heaving for air, a distressed Fu having returned to his hair. "𝐼, could you check around? Just in case. Please?" he asked while sounding exhausted. 𝐼, the only one with energy to spare, enthusiastically nodded. "Okay. Just rest for now, senpai," she responded, before hurrying off to check out the other bridge support. After a few seconds, Olga Marie straightened up and walked over to where Izuku was resting, and soon plopped down beside him quite unceremoniously. He only had about a second to jolt and blush at how she was way too close before she pointed at his other arm. "Bring up Romani," she ordered. He wasted little time doing this, lifting his wrist and opening the connection again. Once the hologram of the doctor appeared, the director tiredly spoke. "Please tell me you were watching that and have some sort of explanation of what the hell happened." The doctor flinched, then adopted a forced smile. "Well, the first part, yeah, but the second part?" He trailed off, much to the director's obvious irritation. "Seriously, Romani. Observing us is supposed to be your whole job right now. How can you not have anything for us to work with here?" she shouted at him. 𝐼 hurried over at this point, causing Izuku to raise his head. She simply shook her head to indicate they were safe for now. "I don't know what else to tell you," the doctor countered. "All the readings could detect were the basic servant information. Nothing about whatever was going on with her. Visually all I had was everything you guys saw." Olga Marie let out an irritated growl, then rose to her feet again. "This doesn't make any sense," she exclaimed, taking a few steps away from the rest of the group. A Holy Grail war is supposed to be a secret affair, not something that burns an entire city to the ground and kills everyone in it. It wasn't even like the servant had to do it, she clearly wanted to. She began ranting. Not to mention how we couldn't even see what she looked like, she added after a moment. Maybe she was searching for a source of magical energy. Mash offered. There wasn't a MSTR with her, so maybe she talked about the both of you for that reason. If that was the case, then she wouldn't have been able to fight as well as she did, the director answered. Considering how far away we were from the city, unless she had independent action, she wouldn't have even made it that far out before going back to the throne. Which is unlikely. Dr. Roman added. I was able to detect her class. She was the rider, not archer or even assassin. While her shadowy state might be related to her noble phantasm somehow, it's not very likely she would have had independent action among her skill set. There were a number of terms thrown around that flew over Izuku's head, naturally, but one part of it quickly stood out to him. Wait, sorry, hang on, he started, getting up to his feet as he spoke. What does killing us have to do with the servant needing magical energy, he asked. That would be how she would acquire the energy, senpai. Mash explained. A servant is able to convert a human soul that they consume into magical energy. Thus, by killing you and director Olga Marie, that servant would have lasted in this world for a bit longer. To say this got Izuku's attention would be an understatement, as he stared at Mash with an utterly horrified expression after hearing this. See consume what, he sputtered out. Servants can do that. Can? Yes, the director chimed in. They don't often do so. Only some of them are known to do that, and even then only in emergencies. Such as losing their MSTR and needing to remain on this plane of existence, or if their MSTR is extremely inefficient at providing them with magical energy on their own. This did little to dissuade Izuku's mood, as he just turned to the director and continued to express how upset he was by this. But that's awful. You said servants were heroic spirits, right? Heroes wouldn't do something that horrible. There was a pause as the other two people present stared at Izuku. Mash was more confused and a little worried, trying to figure out why this was bothering him. Aside from it being awful on its own, his wording about heroes not doing something like that stuck out. Why did that specific part stick with him? The director, meanwhile, studied Izuku with a more discerning look, before turning to fully face him and asking coolly, Midoriya, you're clearly a student of history, right? When Izuku nodded in affirmation, she continued. Then tell me, how often has the term hero changed over thousands of years of humanity's existence? That did halt Izuku's train of thought right away, forcing him to consider the question. It was true, anyone who got into this knew that heroes were very different things eons ago. Back then, it was more about the strength of the feats they accomplished, rather than the measure of their character. While the great heroes of old did great things, they also did many things that by today's standards would be considered deplorable. If the throne of heroes had figures such as these, then obviously they would do things he wouldn't agree with. Still, to go that far. He muttered. Even with this in mind, to kill other innocent people just to keep themselves going felt too much for him. You need to also consider the Grail, Midoriya. Dr. Roman added. All things going well, both the MSTR and the servant get a wish from it. Some heroic spirits have a lot of baggage from when they were alive, festering for centuries or even millennia. If there was a chance for them to get something they've always wanted, some would do anything to achieve that goal. Again, Izuku had little reason to disagree. Even if the thought left him feeling sick to his stomach, he couldn't claim to know every single heroic spirit in the Throne of Heroes, or what they might do when presented with the chance to have their wildest dreams realized. It certainly didn't help him accept any of this, though. If anything, he only wondered more if he was really suited to be a part of this whole thing. I think we should also consider how exactly the servant found us. Mash spoke up, seeing just how much this was eating at him and wanting to get off of the subject. As the director said, we were far away from the rest of the city, so why would she go that far out from it? If she was hunting down any surviving humans, why would she look out there? Unfortunately, the answer to that one is a bit easier. Dr. Roman answered, sounding a bit grim. This is supposed to be the site of a Holy Grail war. The fact that servants are still around means even with all this damage it hasn't ended. And if the servant could detect another servant, naturally, she could detect a demi-servant. Now it was Mash's turn to take the emotional blow, looking shocked after the doctor's answer. Then, they found us, because of me? She asked, dawning horror appearing on her face soon afterwards. Not because of you, he answered, quickly realizing his mistake. More like, just a consequence of you being there. He attempted, as if that wasn't just the same thing but worded differently. This did have the effect of snapping Izuku out of his mental state, looking up at Mash as she got that frightened look on her face again. He could still see how terrified she was after that battle with the servant, and to see her look like that again said to him that he badly needed to do something to fix that. Doctor, is the ray shift technology repaired yet? He asked after directing his attention to the hologram. Unfortunately, no. It's still going to be a bit longer before we can bring you back. He answered, much to Izuku's disappointment. No matter, he just had to think of an alternative solution. All right, we should get moving again, he declared. He looked up at the director, a more focused expression aimed at her. Director, if we head back to the ley line, would it strengthen the connection to Chaldea enough to make a ray shift possible? Olga Marie was certainly surprised by Izuku taking charge like this, but that surprise was quickly supplanted by her anger at the same thing. Wait just 1 second, Midoriya, she exclaimed back at him. We're still supposed to be trying to find the source of this singularity. I know that, he protested. Without meaning to, he glanced over at Mash, before looking back at the director and continuing. But wouldn't it make more sense to make a temporary retreat and regroup with a new plan, now that we know what we're up against? Olga Marie wanted to chastise Izuku and call him a coward for suggesting the idea, but she knew better. In their short time together, she already knew that such a term wouldn't fit him at all. Obviously, he was more concerned about Mash and her emotional state, even if that wasn't the best move to help that. She couldn't fully fault him for thinking about that, however. Even if we could ray shift right now, we can't just do that whenever we want to, she answered. Every ray shift has to go through proper approval by the Clock Tower and the United Nations. If we just jump back and forth over and over, we risk damaging our relationship with the both of them. No, for now we have to stick to the original plan, and once we find the source of this anomaly before Izuku could even begin to ponder how exactly the United Nations were involved with Chaldea, Dr. Roman's voice cut in again. Guys, get on the move. One of them caught up to you, they're there right above you. Move. Both Izuku and Olga Marie raised their heads just in time to see a shadowy mass diving down at them from the bridge. Mash moved faster than the both of them, shield raised up as the shape made contact, a loud ring echoing out through the area as the shadow's full weight pressed down onto her. She held the figure up for a few seconds, before letting out a shout and hurling it away from them. The figure flipped backwards and landed on its feet, crouching to the ground a few paces away. Izuku heard a slow, deep laugh come from him before he spoke. Well, another one got away, I see. The shadow said in a low, chilling voice that made Izuku's skin crawl just hearing it. No matter. It only means that you will die tired. Upon closer inspection, they could see that the figure was just as much a silhouette as the rider was, yet the shape seemed thinner than an ordinary person, as though he were just skin and bones. Stranger was how his right hand ended in a stump, different to the left. Not that any of them had the time to ponder what that meant. It's the assassin servant. Dr. Roman shouted from the communicator. If you try running now, he'll just catch you. You have to fend him off. Easier said than done, Romani. Olga Marie yelled back, before grabbing the back of Izuku's collar and running back, before he could even consider protesting about staying out of the fight. Mash wasted no time raising her shield, and was swiftly shown to have made the right decision. A light whistling rang through the air as a trio of knives flew through. It aimed right at Mash. They clashed with the iron of the shield, sending more ringing echoes through the area. Mash lowered her shield afterwards, only to be greeted with a troubling sight: the shadow was gone. She looked around the area in front of her, eyes wide in panic, wondering how she could have lost sight of it, only to then feel a piercing sensation go right into her shoulder, prompting a loud scream to come from her. Instinctively, she spun around, swinging her shield behind her, only to hit nothing but air. She stared in confused panic, trying her best not to look at Izuku's frantic face peeking from behind the opposing pillar, wondering how that could have just happened. She still felt the pain in her shoulder, turning her head as best as she could to see what was wrong. Indeed, a knife was still embedded in her shoulder. Before she could even try to pull it out, she felt something heavy strike her back, prompting another cry from her as she flew across the small patch of land under the bridge, falling just in front of the two mags nearby. She lifted her head and looked back, only to see the shadow standing behind her, chuckling at her. Teasingly, he lifted his proper hand and motioned for her to get up. She felt her whole body shiver in response. This shadow was playing with her, just like the last one was, knowing they could kill her at any moment but wanting to draw this out. Like a cat toying with a mouse, she was utterly powerless against him, and the thought terrified her. Even so, she couldn't let that fear rule her, not for even a second. The director was in danger. They didn't always get along, and she knew that Olga Marie had to bear the weight of what her father had done, but she didn't want her to die. For the sake of Chaldea, and for the chance of being friends with her in the future, she wouldn't let her die. Her senpai was in danger. They had only known each other for a short time, and he had been so kind, so supportive, so willing to believe in her. She didn't want him to die either. He was going to be a great MSTR, a great mage, and whatever else he wanted to be. She wouldn't let him die. She was a servant now, and while she didn't know who had helped her, or what the shield she held truly was, she knew what it meant. She was going to protect the handful of people that were precious to her, no matter what it took. She pushed herself to her feet, while reaching back and grasping the knife in her shoulder. She grit her teeth and pulled, yanking it out as a splash of blood flew out from her fresh wound. She ignored the pain going through her arm, throwing the knife to the ground. With a shout, she lifted her shield and charged at the enemy. Izuku watched as Mash met the enemy again, only to be thwarted by the shadow once more. He tried to keep up with what was happening, but it was almost impossible to do so. Mash would swing her shield, the shadow would disappear from sight, only to end up behind her a second later, slashing at her exposed back. Another stream of blood flew out as she cried out in pain, but she immediately turned and swung again, only for the shadow to again vanish. He tried to spy where exactly the shadow was coming from, but every time he so much as blinked, it would already have appeared and attacked again. He saw the shadow hit her from behind again, then it was throwing more knives, then it was behind. No, wait, it faked her out now, it was right in front of her. He started to call out, but the shadow had disappeared again just as Mash made another futile swing. More knives arced through the air to draw Mash's attention, and while she easily deflected them, it left her open for another dive and swipe to her back. Was this how servants really fought? Was it even possible for a human to keep up with them? He had seen heroes and villains who could move fast before, but trying to watch a fight like that and trying to help in a fight like that were two very different things. Mash dropped to one knee, still clinging to her shield, now bearing multiple cuts and stab wounds all over her body. The shadow clung to the underside of the bridge above her, his deep laugh echoing around them. How sad, he taunted. Is this the best you can do, little girl? Before Mash could answer, the shadow dove down again, only stopped by her hurriedly lifting her shield. The figure landed on it again, letting out another laugh at what he saw as a futile effort. The shadow jumped off of the shield, only to dive back down with a thunderous slam, the impact shaking the earth beneath Mash. She held as firm as she could, but when the shadow dove at her again, the blow elicited another cry from her, a sign that she could only hold out for so long. Anxiety overtaking him, Izuku knew that he had to do something fast, but what? Healing her would get her back at full strength, but it would only be prolonging what was to come. Boosting her strength might provide an advantage, but if she couldn't even catch the assassin, what good would that do? What else was there? Director, he whispered, not taking his eyes off of the battle as he spoke. Does my mystic code have anything else? Just one other spell, she answered, peeking out from behind him, just as uneasy about this as him as Mash kept getting pushed further into the ground. Emergency evasion. It'll let her dodge one attack, but only one. Izuku quickly formulated a last-ditch plan. It was risky, it was probably going to fail, but if there was even a slim hope it could pull Mash out of danger, he'd chance it. He watched as the shadow pressed down onto her shield, knowing he'd have to wait for just the right moment. The shadow leapt up again, and he quickly moved out of cover, holding his hand out as his magic circuits activated. Emergency evasion. Mash heard the call and lowered her shield just a bit, as all of a sudden, everything seemed to be moving in slow motion. She saw the shadow falling towards her again, less like a flying dart as it was before, and more like the gentle fall of a snowflake. Without thinking further, she rose to her feet and stepped back, the shadow falling down right in front of her. As soon as he made contact with the earth, the effect came to an end. The shadow made a startled sound and looked up, but Mash was already swinging her shield in an upward arc. The edge caught the shadow's chin with a heavy clang and sent him flying back up, right until he smashed into the bridge above them, another loud, dull clang echoing through the area as he left a large dent in the structure. The shadow fell back to the earth, landing unceremoniously on his back, momentarily stunned. "Mash, he's going to keep attacking your blind spot," Izuku shouted, certain that they only had a short time before the shadow recovered and moved again. Luckily, it was pretty clear by now what the assassin's strategy was. "Keep your shield behind you." "Behind me?" Mash asked, mostly because of how much the battle had left her dazed and drained, making it harder for her to focus. There was no time to further contemplate this, however, as the shadow again vanished from sight. With no alternative, Mash raised her shield and swung it behind her back, just in the nick of time. She heard the ringing sound of something hitting it, looking back over her shoulder to see the shadow having landed there. He disappeared again before she could do anything, but it was enough to prove that her MSTR was right about this plan. She heard the whistling of knives flying through the air again, turning and swinging her shield back out, the blades bouncing off of the iron center. She then returned her shield to her back, another louder echoing of mass hitting it ringing out. This time, Mash spun around, her shield slipping away from the shadow's grasp, as she jumped and swung a leg out, her foot crashing against the side of the shadow's head. He let out a pained shout and flew through the air, landing in the water under the bridge with a heavy splash. Izuku started to run out to Mash, but she quickly raised her hand to stop him. "Don't," she called. "He isn't beaten yet." Whether it was some unknown ability that she as a servant had, or simple guesswork, she would soon be proven right. The shadow rose from the shallow water, only to leap into the air again. She raised the shield again as a trio of knives hit the iron, scattering to the ground beneath her. She instinctively spun her shield to her back, feeling the weight crash against it as the shadow dove down onto her again. The exact second contact was made, Mash threw herself backwards, sending them both crashing against the concrete wall beneath the bridge. Quick as she could, she then spun around, drawing her shield again and swinging its long edge across the assassin's face, producing a dull thud upon contact. She spun the shield and moved to drive it into the shadow, but she was just a hair too slow, and the shadow vanished again. She moved away from the wall and looked around the area, waiting to see where the shadow would strike next. She heard the whistling of knives through the air again, raising her shield in time to block another volley. She placed her shield over her back, only to hear the knives fly through the air again, deflecting off of her back again. She looked over her shoulder, over to where Izuku and Olga Marie were still waiting. If not in front, and not from behind, then where? A second later, she realized her error and raised her shield over her head. Just in time, as the shadow dropped down onto her, his long stump of an arm crashing against the center of the iron. Not wanting to give him even a second to escape, she lowered her weight, then swung her leg out in front of her, sweeping the assassin off of his feet. Before he could hit the ground, she swung the long edge of her shield up again, catching it against his chest and knocking him away from her. Before he even hit the ground, she let out a cry and charged forward. "Wait, Mash, don't go after him," Izuku called out, but it was too late. Mash was getting desperate. Now that she had even a slight edge over such a terrifying opponent, she couldn't let it slide. She had to beat him as soon as possible before the tide of the battle turned again. As the body fell, she spun the shield on one arm and prepared to drive it into his chest again, only for the shadow to vanish again, her shield smacking the dirt. "I think that's enough playtime now," that chilling voice said from behind her. She whipped around and readied her shield, But over the side of it she could see something happening to the shadow. What sounded like a gale force wind suddenly erupted from the shadow, as its shape seemed to dissolve and turn into just an incomprehensible mass of pure black. The mass then lunged at Mash, and even though it hit the shield, the sheer force of the blow pushed her all the way out from under the bridge, her feet scraping along the ground the whole way. It took all of her strength just to keep from falling back, a strange shout leaving her mouth as she was dragged along. The mass then suddenly vanished from Mash's sight, her body swinging forward reflexively after the weight was gone. Before she even had the chance to think, she felt the weight crash right into her back, prompting another pained cry as she was flung forward. Before she completed the fall, the weight then smacked into her wounded shoulder, knocking her in that direction, before another blow came to the opposite side. Each passing second, the mass hit her in another spot, knocking her around without even letting her touch the ground, the only saving grace being that they were blunt blows and not adding to the number of cuts already on her body. Izuku and Olga Marie ran out from their hiding place, the former trying desperately to think of a way to get Mash out of the predicament she was in. He'd already used the emergency evasion spell and he didn't know how long he'd have before he had another shot. He could strengthen her like before, but would that give her the chance to get away? The thought of a command spell entered his head again, and as much as the thought disgusted him, at this juncture there may not be another option. What would he even command her to do, though? As he fretted over what to do, Olga Marie stooped down and picked up a piece of debris, then pulled out a small knife from inside of her sleeve. I didn't want to have to resort to this. But we might not have a choice, she uttered as she started scratching something into the rock she was holding. This will only give us a short dash, she started to explain as she looked up at Izuku. She caught herself suddenly, then with wide eyes reached up and yanked Izuku down by the collar. Midoriya, down. Izuku had no choice but to obey as he was pulled to the ground, just as something swung right past where his head had been seconds prior, a frightened Fu yelping in turn as it narrowly missed him as well. A loud echoing clang could be heard as something hit the support of the bridge a second later, the two looking up to see the culprit. Much to their dismay, another shadow stood before them. Though his form was as indiscernible as the other, what was clear was that it was a fair bit stockier than the assassin. Izuku could also see what appeared to be a series of spikes spreading out from its back, although what those actually were was impossible to tell. The figure moved his arm back, pulling a long polearm off of the bridge support, Izuku seeing for a moment the curved blade at the end of it. They'd both hear the sound of something hitting the ground, turning to see Mash having finally been dropped by the assassin. Before the other shadow could make a move, they both rushed over to her, kneeling beside her as she struggled to get back to her feet. Lancer, the assassin uttered, reappearing beside the other shadow, back to his original shape. You are late again. The other shadow let out a low laugh of his own, before answering in kind. I cannot profess to be as agile as you, assassin. Izuku whipped his head up and noticed that the other voice was nearly identical to the assassin. Whatever that could mean was, again, something he'd have to try and figure out later. He and the director helped Mash to her feet, who immediately stepped in front of them and readied her shield again. No matter, the assassin drawled, as the both of them began to approach the trio before them. It is time to cease this futile struggle. Let us bring this Grail war to a close. The Lancer laughed again, drawing it out as he readied his Naginata, already aiming it at the group as they moved closer. Izuku grimaced at this prospect. Mash was already losing badly against just the one servant, now they had to contend with both of the ones Dr. Roman warned them about. There was no way they could hope to beat them at this stage, they had to make a retreat. Fortunately for him, Olga Marie was on the same page. All right, be ready to run, she said, holding the rock she was carving into in her hand. Once I throw this, there will be a bright flash of light. We grab hands, we start moving, we head back to the ley line. We'll follow Midoriya's idea and try to force a ray shift back. I don't like it, but it's better than dying here, she explained. She reared her arm back, prepared to throw. Only for the sound of a chain rattling to get their attention, just as one swung out and wrapped around Olga Marie's exposed wrist. Not the one I was hoping to catch, a hauntingly familiar voice remarked. All three turned their heads to find, to their horror, the servant Mash fought at the church, holding the other end of the chain that was now attached to the director's wrist. "But I suppose I can make do," she added. She then slightly tugged her arm back, the director being yanked forward, falling to the ground with a frightened cry. 𝐒𝐿 moved right away, practically leaping in front of her and grabbing the chain before it could budge another inch. This earned a light laugh from the woman. "Oh, did you want to go first, boy?" she asked, her voice a mixture of amusement and contempt. "Not many in your time are so eager to die. Do you envision yourself as a hero?" she wondered. The question made 𝐒𝐿 bristle, but he held his tongue, his thoughts only on saving the director's life. "Rider, you're alive," the approaching Lancer asked curiously. "We had thought you had somehow met your end at these children's hands." "The girl with the shield took me by surprise, but she made a crucial error," she responded. "Always check for a body," she finished, her voice still teasingly malicious. She then gave her chain a firm tug, intending to pull 𝐒𝐿 to his hands and knees as well. Seeing his defiant face shift to a frightened one would be a wonderful experience, before she froze that look on his face forever. She was surprised, then, to find that the boy didn't budge at all. Indeed, 𝐒𝐿's grip on the chain remained tight, and the shadow would see the lights of magic circuits arcing over what parts of his skin were exposed. Somehow, that alone was enough to keep her chain from moving. "What dash?" she started to ask, before 𝐒𝐿 shouted and yanked the chain his way. She was too taken by surprise to think, and found herself off of her feet, landing on all fours a second later. As soon as the chain went slack, 𝐒𝐿 dropped down and unwrapped the part of it still wrapped around the director's wrist, helping her to her feet soon after. "Director, are you all right?" he asked worriedly, his magic circuits shutting off. He felt the stinging sensation under his skin as the heat left his body, but he paid it no mind. Olga Marie, for her part, just stared at 𝐒𝐿 with wide eyes. For those few seconds after the chain snatched her wrist, she was certain that she was dead. Before she even had time to dwell on it, there he was again, standing in front of her to try and protect her. She didn't even have the time or the strength to tell him that he was being a fool, that he was doing exactly what she said not to do and facing off with a servant. Then he actually pulled the servant to the ground and saved her life again. Did he actually overpower a servant? Was this magic crest that some unknown force just threw at him making him that powerful? No, it had to be a mistake. The servant must have just been caught off guard. Of course he was far more concerned with her than the ridiculous feat he just pulled off, because he was stupid like that. Not that she could find the means to answer him either way. Mash, for her part, had been frozen by the decision to either try to save the director or keep her guard up so the other two servants didn't attack them. When 𝐒𝐿 moved instead, her heart nearly stopped, yet somehow he was able to rescue the director. Of course he could do that, he was her amazing senpai. If only she hadn't locked up and forced him to put himself in harm's way. The chain rattled along the ground as the rider rose to her feet, pulling the weapon to her grasp again. "That was quite the embarrassing display, Rider," Lancer commented, drawing Mash's attention as she held up her shield again. "Shut up," Rider snarled back. 𝐒𝐿 handed Fu off to the director, then immediately stood in front of her, his arms raised in front of him in a rather sad attempt at a defensive stance. "I was hoping to get my revenge on that shield servant, but you're beginning to irritate me, boy," she warned, twirling one of the spikes at the end of the chain idly. "If you're that eager to die, I'll be happy to grant your wish." "Such is the fate of fools and heroes," the assassin added. Mash could see him holding a fresh dagger in his one hand, while the Lancer still had his naginata aimed at them. "Do not think you can run this time. Your end has come." Indeed, it was clear to the director that they had no chance of escape, and none of them had a prayer against three servants at once. It was over. Her life was over. Everything she had worked for was now up in smoke. Their mission hadn't been completed, and they were going to die. Of course, why wouldn't they? None of them should have even survived that explosion, so why did she think they could make it through a singularity, handicapped as they were? It was hopeless from the start. "I won't let you," Mash suddenly shouted, breaking through Olga Marie's thought process. The shielder kept her weapon in front of her, trying to protect as much of the other two as she could. "I'm going to protect them. No matter what you try to do to me, I won't let them die." Olga Marie was not at all surprised to hear Mash say that, but she knew it was pointless. Mash could barely fight the assassin and failed to defeat 𝐼𝐸. She couldn't handle 3 servants by herself. What did surprise her was when she looked over at Izuku. His magic circuits were lit up again as he stared down 𝐼𝐸. He was actually going to try and fight a servant. Worse, he was smiling. Truthfully, Izuku was terrified. After everything that had happened today, he thought he wasn't able to feel surprised or afraid anymore. While it would be nice to say that he was more afraid for Mash and Olga Marie, he was scared for himself too. He had narrowly avoided death earlier, and despite how defeated he had felt then, he saw this as a second chance and he didn't want to lose it. If there was even a slight chance he could survive this and get back home, he was going to take it. Now, however, it became clear that even that would be taken away from him. He wasn't going to survive. His mom and dad would never know what happened to him. Katsuki would probably think he actually took his advice. The world would forget him. Then Mash went and said that, and it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, snapping him out of it. What was he thinking? He couldn't just roll over and give up now. He knew even without looking at her the truth, because he saw her in the church. Mash was just as scared as he was, but she was stepping up and preparing to fight anyway. God, she was incredible. If he had the chance to become even a tenth of the hero that she was proving to be, he would have been very fortunate indeed. Right, that's what he wanted to be, right? A hero. Pretty words, girl. 𝐼𝐸 answered. What have you, boy? She asked him, sounding slightly amused again. Is that smile on your face a sign that you've gone mad? Realistically, there was no way they could live through this. Still, he could pretend that he could live his dream, at least for a little longer. You kind of have to be a little mad to be a hero, he responded. He didn't know where that even came from, but as far as last words went, he could have done worse. What he didn't expect was a reply to that. Took the words right out of my mouth, kid. A second later, a flash went off right in front of 𝐼𝐸. She let out a scream as flames suddenly engulfed her entire form, the shadow backing away a few paces out of instinct. Before she could even think of a counterattack, something shot out from the ground beneath her, sharpened to a fine point that swiftly pierced straight through her throat and out the back of her neck. Izuku's eyes were wide with shock, especially when he realized that the sharp implement looked to be made of wood. 𝐼𝐸 was left to stand there, frozen in shock, before her arms slumped to her sides. Izuku watched as her body dissolved into shadowy particles, the flames disappearing with her. The surprise of the attack left everyone briefly stunned, but the other shadow servants were the first to react. With a dual shout, they started to charge for the trio, but a shape suddenly leapt down from atop the bridge, landing in front of them and Mash in turn. Whoa, 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 fellas. Can't have you ganging up on the little lady like that. A male voice called to the shadows, while reaching up and pulling back his hood. Izuku first saw from where he stood the length of slicked-back blue hair atop the man's head, tied back in a low ponytail. He saw the sky-blue robe that draped over his upper half, while the lower half was a mixture of the same color along with white. He aimed a wooden staff at the 2 other servants as he backed up, before turning to face Izuku, aiming his red eyes at him. A slight toothy grin appeared on his face. Yo, Bean Sprout. You're the MSTR, right? He asked. Izuku jolted at the question, still taking in everything that had happened up to this point. Why yes, he answered hesitantly. Why yes? Sheesh, what happened to the fire you were showing a second ago, kid? The mysterious man retorted, looking disappointed for a split second. Caster, the Lancer suddenly called out, or at least Izuku thought it was him. He still couldn't make sense of how he and assassins sounded exactly the same. You're siding with the humans. Yep. Caster called back, not even slightly fazed by the danger they were in. At least, not at first, as he faced Izuku again and stepped closer, holding out a hand. Sorry, we don't really have time for pleasantries right now. Without thinking, Izuku held out his own hand to shake. Caster firmly clasped his, and a second later, Izuku felt a strange jolt of energy go through him. For a moment he wondered if this strange man had that old joy buzzer thing on his hand, but when he withdrew it he didn't see anything. There. The contract's only gonna last until this is over, but I'm in your care now. WhatIf came the response from both him and Olga Marie, But again there was no time to take this in. Having to come to terms with contracting with two servants at the same time would have to wait until if and when they survive this. Look alive, girly. 𝐭𝐸 called out as he stepped up beside Mash, wooden staff at the ready. You said you weren't gonna let them die, right? Well, now's the time to prove it. Alright. Mash answered, just as thrown by all of this as everyone else. Still, she looked back at Izuku and called to him. MSTR. Your orders, please. With that request made, Izuku's mind already began assessing the situation. It was now 2 against 2, meaning there was a real chance this could work, but he had to be smart about it. Mash was still hurt from fighting Assassin, but she knew how he operated now. He was dangerously fast and precise, but they had a strategy, and as long as they stuck to it she could get the edge. The Lancer, however, was still largely a mystery. Aside from the weapon he wielded, he had no idea what he was capable of. He looked sturdier than the Assassin, but how long would that hold out? On the other hand, he knew little about their new caster as well, but what little he did notice could possibly still work. He held out his hand to Mash as his magic circuits lit up. First aid, he cried, and he felt the rush of energy come off of him as she faintly glowed green. Her cuts soon closed up, but he noticed that she acquired a number of bruises from the earlier assault, and those only faded a bit. A limit to his healing abilities, unfortunately. He'd have to do it again later. Mash, remember our plan. Focus on Assassin, and once there's an opening, take it. Caster, try to trap Lancer with your magic and then blast him with everything you've got. He rattled off. He was making an educated guess with what Caster could do, but if he could manipulate plants as well as fire, then surely he could figure the rest out. In response, Caster let out a surprised laugh. Contracted for 10 seconds and you're already reading my mind. I like you already, MSTR. He answered. He then did just as Izuku asked, swinging his staff out, the curved tip glowing as a symbol Izuku didn't recognize appeared in front of it. Soon after, long tree roots emerged from the ground, wrapping around the Lancer's legs and holding him in place. The Lancer let out a surprised shout, right before he was giving a fresh blast of fire right to his face. Meanwhile, Assassin was already rushing right at a charging Mash, starting to transform into that mass of black again. Prolong this as much as you like, it will end the same way, he warned, before the transformation was complete and he flew right at her. The mass hit the top of the shield and glanced off, but vanished before she could do anything. A fresher Mash was able to hold her ground and avoid getting blasted away by the attack, but she knew she had to act fast. She spun around behind her as the mass reappeared there, smacking against the shield again, before vanishing once more. Trying to predict where he'd appear next, she swung her shield out to her right, but unfortunately the mass came in from her left and landed another hard blow, knocking her aside. She managed to land on her feet this time, but it was only going to be a matter of time before he came in for another hit. Mash, lay low and hold your shield up. Izuku shouted. That should protect her enough to buy them a bit more time. Once he saw her do just that, he redirected his attention to Caster and Lancer, and wasn't too pleased with what he was seeing. Not only had Lancer broken out of the roots binding him to the ground, he only seemed slightly fazed by the blasts of fire Caster was shooting from his staff. He watched as the Lancer let out a grunt and swung his Naginata down, Caster's staff blocking the blow but causing his knees to buckle from the force. Come on, you big bald silly. Caster shouted at him. You think you can just take my spot and then get all corrupted like this? Izuku obviously had no clue what he was going on about, but it was clear he was at a severe disadvantage like this. Caster, keep your distance. If you let him get in too close then he'll just overwhelm you. He called out. Easier said than done. Caster started to retort, but was cut off when Lancer swung a fist right into his gut, forcing the wind out of him and knocking him back a few meters. He gave a short cough, trying to catch his breath again, only to see the Lancer starting to approach again. Right, okay, got it, he coughed out, then raised his staff again. More roots started to grow from the ground, thorns poking out from the bark that encased them, grazing the Lancer's legs as he moved forward. If you think delaying me will make any difference, he started to say, only for Caster's staff to glow again. The roots then went ablaze, the flames already burning the Lancer's legs, as smoke swiftly rose to block his sight and make it harder to breathe. At least, in theory, as he was still stomping closer to Caster after a moment's pause. "All you are doing is making me dash," he started again, only to feel something pierce into his chest, stopping his momentum once again. He looked down to see a long wooden spike sticking out of it, his eyes following it until he saw Caster peeking through the smoke, the end of his staff having extended into a long point. "Quit talking so much and fight, prick," Caster taunted. He'd soon come to regret that, as Lancer reached behind his back to grab one of the spikes sticking out of it, only to hurl it like a lance, appropriately enough. Caster deftly sidestepped the throw, but it got the point across, as he withdrew his own weapon and started circling around, as Lancer broke through the smoke to further pursue. What little Izuku could observe from that exchange told him that Lancer was incredibly durable, something that was easy enough to guess, and that he didn't just have the one polearm at his disposal. Meaning that Caster could only keep his distance for so long before Lancer would neutralize that advantage he had. Izuku was also starting to have trouble dividing his attention between two separate fights, as he focused on Mash again to find her still pinned down by the assassin, who wasn't able to get through her defenses, but wasn't giving her any room to escape as he kept diving and slamming against her shield. "You cannot hide forever," the assassin declared. Izuku remembered how their previous encounter went. Had the spell he used recharged? If not, then he could end up drawing attention to himself, but he still had to try. He held out his hand towards Mash again, his magic circuits activating. Emergency evasion. Just like before, time slowed to a crawl for Mash, allowing her to peek past the shield that she was holding over her entire body. Again, Assassin was falling down at her in slow motion, giving her the chance to spring to her feet and back away. Assassin once more landed in the dirt in front of her, but this time she was already up and swinging her shield in a downwards arc. The long edge crashed against the side of Assassin's head, dropping him face first into the ground with a heavy thud. He started to lift his head again, only for Mash to bring the shield down again to keep him there. Izuku was thankful that the plan worked, and redirected his attention to the other fight. Sure enough, Lancer had closed the distance on Caster, swinging both his polearm and weight. Was that a sword? Were all of those spikes on his back different weapons? Caster was doing his best to jump back and keep away, but every time he got a bit too far away, Lancer would suddenly leap forward and swing another weapon from his seemingly never-ending collection. Caster was dodging most of the attacks, but one or two good hits could take him out of it. As Izuku mulled this over, Caster suddenly leapt a good 10 meters away from Lancer. He swung his staff again as a series of roots shot out from the ground around him, all of them sharpening to points and piercing into Lancer's chest. The shadow let out a startled shout, but that transitioned into a frustrated growl. He swung his main Naginata up, the blade slicing through the roots in one clean swipe, but leaving the sharpened point sticking into the Lancer's chest. Undeterred by this, he resumed charging at Caster, already swinging another sword that he had to quickly dodge. What the shadow didn't realize was that this made a metaphorical light bulb go off for Izuku. He glanced over at Mash, who was still battering Assassin with her shield, then back to Caster, then cupped his hands near his mouth and called out, "Mash! Caster! Group up!" Both servants looked over at him after he said this, confusion flitting across their faces for a moment. That moment passed quickly, and they both disengaged from their respective battles, running towards one another. Once they drew closer to Izuku and the director, they spun and faced the enemies. Assassin vanished again, only to reappear in the air, already diving at Mash once more. Lancer was charging full force at Caster, a roar of anger leaving his throat. Before either of them could meet their targets, however. "Now! SWCH!" Izuku shouted. Both servants' eyes lit up as they realized what the plan was, and did exactly as he ordered. Caster dove past Mash's back to reach her opposite side, pointing his staff out and firing off another blast of fire. The shot hit Assassin right in the chest, his entire body soon being engulfed in fire as he yelled and fell to the ground. Mash wove in the other direction, holding up her shield to block Lancer's swing, the blade of the Naginata clashing against the center and letting out another thunderous ring of metal against metal. Unlike Caster, however, Mash felt the impact but was barely fazed by it. She pushed her shield upwards, forcing the Naginata away, then swung the long edge of the shield into Lancer's face. He reeled back from the blow, but only for a moment. That moment was crucial, however, as 𝐼's eyes glanced at the pieces of wood still sticking into Lance's chest. Lancer swung another weapon down at her, but her shield clashed against it in another swing. Spinning her shield on one arm, she moved the edge forward, crashing it against Lancer's throat. He staggered back from the blow, forcing him into a coughing fit, giving 𝐼 her window of opportunity. Putting her shield directly in front of her, she dove forward, forcing her full weight against it. The shield smashed against Lancer's chest, and in doing so, forced all of the protruding roots deeper into his body, to the point that they went right through his back, earning a loud roar of agony from him. Assassin writhed in similar pain on the ground, but before he could get up, Caster swung his staff out again, more thorny roots crawling out and wrapping around him to keep him down. Despite the roots getting caught up in the flame, they did their job. With Assassin unable to escape, he let out a yell of frustration, anguish, and pain all in one, and before long the flames overtook him, his body dissolving into nothing. Lancer started to fall over, but used his primary Naginata as a support to keep him on his feet. He gave a strangled cough, before lifting his head to his two adversaries. 𝐷𝐸𝐴𝐴𝐴. You. He uttered. To which of them he spoke remained unclear. His legs shook as he forced himself to stand up, but it proved to be futile. He dropped to his knees, and disappeared in a cloud of shadow as his ally had. 𝐼 let out a heavy sigh as she heard Izuku let out a victorious cheer from behind her. She looked back to see him with a wide smile on his face, and couldn't help but return it with one of her own. The battle has ended, MSTR, she answered proudly. That was amazing, 𝐼, he responded, before turning to Caster with the same wide smile. You too, Caster. You were incredible out there. The older man gave a light laugh and grinned back at him. Thanks, MSTR. I'll admit, for someone who's as green as your hair you came through pretty well. He said as a sort of roundabout compliment. He then directed his attention to his fellow servant. You too, girlie. Although you've definitely got to work on protecting that ample backside of yours a bit more. He added. Which he then emphasized by giving her ample backside a swift smack, prompting a yelp and an embarrassed blush to appear on her face. CC Caster. Izuku shouted, looking just a little bit mortified at what he just saw. Tish, that was totally uncalled for, he protested. Hey. Caster answered, looking confused at the remark. He looked over at the still embarrassed 𝐼, then back to his new MSTR, before pointing at the former. What? Did you call dibs first or something? He asked, as if the impropriety of the question was totally unknown to him. Tifats dash. Energy dash. Was the string of sounds that came out of Izuku's mouth in reply, which only resulted in a confused look from 𝐼 and more laughter from Caster. Olga Marie, who was still hanging on to Fu as if he was somehow going to ward danger away, couldn't help but watch this display with more astonishment than she thought she would feel. Never mind how miraculous it was that a rogue servant would ally with them when the odds were so stacked against them. Never mind that he was a caster and thus would be much less of a strain on Izuku's magical energy to work with. Never mind that they actually pulled it off, and indeed despite his lack of experience Izuku's quick thinking had saved them again. What was really strange to her was that he was talking to his new servant completely normally. Most mags would regard a servant as just a tool, a means to an end, and simply coldly give orders and expect nothing else from them, nor care what they had to say. Some would throw their weight around and remind the servant that their orders were absolute. Some would go even further and have them do demeaning things just for the power trip, though it was obvious Izuku would never consider something like that. Some, mainly the ones who knew exactly who they summoned, would put on an air of false reverence to make the servant think they were in control. Izuku wasn't doing any of those things. He just spoke to Caster as he would any other person, albeit in his own way. She couldn't help but think back to the tests they all took, and Izuku's results against her own. Was this the secret? She tried to imagine how she would act if she had summoned a servant. She hadn't even thought of what sort she would want, or who she would want to summon, if anyone. Whoever she contracted with, how would she interact with them? Would she put on airs like she does with everyone else? Would she throw her weight around like a mage was expected to? Before, she would do that without question, but seeing Izuku act like this now made her question herself. something she found herself doing a lot during this whole adventure. After watching Izuku make more protests to Caster and him laughing them off, the director cleared her throat and approached them. All sets of eyes turned to her as she spoke up. As entertaining as this all is, now that we're out of danger, we have some things to clear up. She turned her full attention to Caster, who was watching her with a slight crook to his eyebrow. Thank you for assisting us, Caster. As you have formed a contract with Midoriya, I trust you don't mind answering a few questions. She asked as politely as she could. Caster looked around the area for a moment, before giving a satisfied hum and looking back to Olga Marie. Well, it looks like we're in the clear for now, so yeah, I can do that, he acquiesced. So then you'll tell us just what went wrong with this Grail War, she continued. Caster grimaced at first, his earlier confidence diminishing a bit. Right to the point, here he commented. Unfortunately, I only know so much. Basically, something went wrong with Saber. She suddenly started acting completely differently to how she was at the start of the war. After that, it all went to hell in a handbasket. She started taking out servants left and right, without any regard for the rules put in place. To make things worse, anyone that she killed got right back up as her minion. That's why those servants looked the way they did. He explained. He spread his arms out to gesture to the state of the environment around them, from the smoke blotting out the sky, to the flames still eating away at the buildings, to the rubble all over the place. Wasn't long before things got to this point, he concluded. This left the director with quite a bit to consider, but before she could, a disturbed Izuku spoke up. So, wait. If anyone she killed became a minion of hers, then the skeletons. The citizens of Fuyuki. Caster replied darkly. After seeing the horrified look on his MSTR's face, he quickly added, they have no consciousness. They're just bones stitched together by magic, given basic orders and left to wander around. The people have already been dead for a while, kid. It did little to comfort Izuku or Mash to hear that. Desecrating the dead wasn't something some could easily brush off. The knowledge that servants could consume human souls, as well, left them wondering if the people of Fuyuki really were at peace. What about the mediator? Olga Marie asked, thankfully getting them out of that train of thought. As soon as Saber started killing people out in the open, he should have organized the other MSTs and servants to focus on her. Yeah, he should have. Caster agreed bitterly. Which was probably why Saber took him out first. The director flinched, her teeth clenching at the answer. DMN, she thought that far ahead. Wait, the mediator had command seals left over from the previous war. Why didn't he use those to stop her? Hey, I already said I don't know all the details. Caster responded. All I know is that the priest was taken out and Saber started going on a rampage. I don't know what happened to her MSTR or anyone else, aside from the fact that my own MSTR got taken out some time ago. Since then I've just been trying to make it through this whole thing alive. Caster, are you the only servant left that isn't under Saber's control? Mash quietly asked. Got it in one, girly, he replied. I don't know how she managed to pull it off either. Berserker especially is a real monster this time around. But I guess having every other servant and an army of cannon fodder on your side helps. The director was still mulling all of this information over, when her own eyes lit up in realization. I see. So that's why you suddenly jumped in to help us. She remarked. Saber can't win the war or the Holy Grail until she defeats you. Without her MSTR, you aren't fighting at your full strength. So when you saw a few living humans and a servant, you saw an opportunity. Now you have a chance to turn this around in your favor. Izuku tensed a bit at Olga Marie's rather cold assumption and hurriedly spoke up. Director, I don't think he was only acting in his self-interest in Dash. No, she's nailed it. Caster interrupted, drawing a shocked look from Izuku. It's a give-and-take situation, you know. I save you, you guys help me win, you can go back home safe and sound, I don't end up as Saber's SLV, and this city doesn't end up even worse off than it already is. I mean, I don't know what she'd wish for, but it can't be good, right? This earned assenting nods from both Mash and the director. Caster looked over at Izuku, who surprisingly still looked a bit stunned and almost disappointed by the revelation he just made. What? Look, kid, I'm not exactly in peak physical condition like this. If I'd been summoned as a lancer, yeah, I'd be tearing it up, but as a caster I got to pick and choose my battles. And if I'm being honest, I'm not even really in this for the Grail anymore. I don't know what, but just the fact that you guys are here means something isn't right with this. I just want to put a stop to all of this and go back to the throne, really. He clarified. Izuku had to admit to himself that caster had a point. It was a bit disillusioning to find that he wasn't being altruistic when he helped them, but he supposed he should let that go. He opened his mouth to say something, but the director spoke first. Just a moment. You may have saved our lives, and we are obviously grateful for that, but you must understand that we can't fully trust you. Both Izuku and Mash stared at Olga Marie with surprised expressions, the latter quick to speak up. Director, isn't that a bit too rude? I'm only being pragmatic about this, Mash, she responded. He is still a participant in this Holy Grail war. Even if we take everything he says at face value, we still don't know what his true intentions are. He may just as well abandon us if it suits him. That isn't taking into account if he has been completely truthful with us. Izuku winced at the summation that the director made, even if there was some truth to it. More surprising was how he saw caster nodding after she was finished. It does make sense, I'll give you that, he admitted. Izuku looked between caster and the director, now not totally sure what to think. Olga Marie, for her part, now regarded him with a careful expression. For a moment, she simply stared, studying him for some unclear reason. After this, she looked away and seemed to grumble under her breath. Midoriya, she began, her voice forcefully neutral. He's contracted with you, and you are his MSTR. So I'll leave the decision to you. Whether we trust him and work with him, or cut him loose and continue on our own. She paused, then sighed as she began unconsciously twirling one of her braided hair strands around her finger. I trust you'll make the right call. That was definitely a surprise, considering how hard the director had been on him up until this point. He mostly expected her to make a decision and he'd have to talk her down from it. Now that it was on him, he had to give this careful thought so as to not let her down. He regarded caster with a studying expression of his own, trying to think of how to approach this. He was definitely a huge help, and without him they'd all definitely be dead. Even if he wasn't at his best, just having someone who could attack from a distance would be a huge load off of Mash's back. While he did want to believe that he was just as much a hero as someone like him should be, however, he couldn't completely deny the director's viewpoint either. If he wasn't being totally honest with them, then that could come back to bite them, whether just in terms of not trusting him to pull his weight or worried he'll stab them in the back later. Plus he was still a bit miffed at caster slapping Mash's rear like that. A few seconds passed as caster waited for Izuku's response. Once he seemed to finish thinking, he held up a single finger. One condition, he declared. Caster nodded, finding that reasonable. Name it, he said. Hopefully he didn't try to waste a command seal enforcing whatever he was going to ask. Izuku moved his hand and placed it on his own chest. My name is Midoriya Izuku, he said, introducing himself as he normally would. He moved his hand to gesture to Mash, who looked a little confused about where this was going. This is Mash Kirilight. Then to the director, who was likewise unsure of what was happening. This is Director Olga Marie Animusphere. We're all members of the security organization Chaldea. Once he finished, he then held out the hand for caster to shake. Could you tell us your name? Caster looked down at the extended hand, then up at Izuku's face, an eyebrow raised to accompany his uncertain expression. Kid, you get that a Grail war means I can't just throw around my true name whenever I want, right? He asked. This earned a nod from Izuku. I know. But if we're going to be working together, we need to trust each other. So you can trust me to keep that much a secret, right? He questioned. Caster seemed to ponder this for a moment, before his lips curled into a slight smirk. You got me there. All right, let's make this official then. He answered. He then took Izuku's hand and gave it a firm shake, careful not to squeeze too hard and hurt him. Servant, Caster. My true name is 𝐒𝐬𝐴, the Child of Light. His smirk widened into a grin after his introduction was done, finishing with, nice to properly meet you, 𝐿𝐿. What the servant didn't expect was for Izuku to now be looking at him with eyes so wide they threatened to pop right out of his head, and his mouth to be hanging open, as a strange choking sound was leaving his throat. Kid?" he asked, starting to sound worried. "You all right there?" Izuku's jaw clicked shut, but clearly he was far from all right, as he fell into a long stammering mess after the fact. 𝐶𝐶𝐶𝐶𝐶 th the 𝐒𝐬𝐽 th the hero of Ulster. I can't believe it's really oh my god, I'm shaking 𝐒𝐬𝐽. That was definitely a twist, one that took not only the caster by surprise, but both MASH and the director, who were all looking at Izuku with the same baffled expression. "Wait, you actually know who I am?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 asked. "Not many people outside of my homeland talk about me all that much." "Oh, of course I know about you," Izuku shouted, letting go of 𝐒𝐬𝐽's hand while waving his arms animatedly. "You trained with 𝐒𝐽𝐽 in the Land of Shadows. You took on the army of Connacht almost single-handedly. You ate, that's why you mentioned wanting to be a lancer. You would have had the 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐽." "Exactly," 𝐒𝐬𝐽 responded, now more than pleased someone actually got what he was going through. "I mean, sure, I learned how to use the primordial runes from my teacher, but they're not exactly my specialty, you know. Let me tell why, I'm really missing that thing right now." The mention of him knowing about runes got Olga Marie's attention, but before she could think to ask, Izuku surprised her yet again by pulling a notebook seemingly out of nowhere and holding it out for 𝐒𝐬𝐽. I know this is really sudden, but is there any chance I could get your autograph?" he nervously asked. There was a brief period of silence, as just about everyone present couldn't believe what they just heard. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 soon burst out into laughter, holding his side as the mirth overtook him. "Ay wow," he uttered between laughs. "Okay, I don't exactly remember my other summonings, but this has got to be a first. I can't imagine any of my other MSTs would have asked for my autograph." Izuku's eager smile started to fizzle a bit at this, and he started to retract the notebook. "Alright, yeah, of course. That is kind of silly," he admitted, but 𝐒𝐬𝐽 suddenly grabbed the book before he could completely take it away. Whoa now. I didn't say I wouldn't do it," he replied, still grinning widely at Izuku. "You just surprised me, that's all. Come here, I'll gladly sign this for you." This brought the joyous expression back to Izuku's face, and he happily stepped closer to open the book for him. Sure, he ended up signing in some language he couldn't understand, but he still got an autograph from a legendary hero. While MASH watched this exchange with a soft smile on her face, finding how quickly Izuku swayed to such a happy expression endearing, Olga Marie was again left baffled by it. Izuku was now talking to 𝐒𝐬𝐽 in a different way, but it wasn't the false reverence she thought of before. This was very genuine. Izuku really admired 𝐒𝐬𝐽 with such wide-eyed innocence that it was almost blinding to look at. Not that a figure of his stature wasn't admirable to begin with, but this was like he was meeting an idol of his for the first time. Maybe there was something to that assessment about his abilities after all. Maybe he really was going to be a great MSTR. She'd just have to wait and see. Crystallization of a wish when Olga Marie realized that Izuku's secret of being a good MSTR was to treat his servants with respect and admiration. She had figured that would be the extent of it. As she understood that Izuku was the type to admire heroes of all shapes, given the state of the world right now, most people outside of mage society did, she had assumed that the shock of meeting someone like 𝐒𝐬𝐽 would wear off. She was soon shown to be very mistaken. What about the Land of Shadows? What was it like to be in there? Izuku excitedly asked. Cold, dismal, miserable, cold, wet, musty, cold, dark, empty, and did I mention it was cold? 𝐒𝐬𝐽 dryly answered. Ever since they had resumed their trek towards whatever destination 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had in mind, Izuku had been bombarding the Child of Light with questions. Questions about his life, his interactions with other heroes, the feats he had accomplished. It was almost never-ending. He kept up that wide-eyed excitable expression the whole time, too. It was utterly bizarre to watch, and she found her patience growing thinner and thinner as time went on. At least they weren't running into too many problems on the way. At worst they would find more skeletons, and at this point the combined forces of MASH and 𝐒𝐬𝐽 could wipe them out with ease. What about 𝐔𝐬𝐽? He pressed on. What was she like? An absolute witch of a woman. 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐽 answered, before a shiver went through his body. He looked to Izuku, and for a moment the boy saw unmistakable fear in his eyes. Pray to whatever god you follow that you never meet her, Bean Sprout. She won't kill you, she'll just put you through your paces so hard you'll wish you were dead. Far from being afraid of this warning, Izuku looked more confused than anything. But didn't she teach you almost everything you know about warfare? Such as fighting with the 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐽, or how to use those runes? He questioned. Well, first off, she wasn't my only teacher, in case you've forgotten, the caster clarified. Second, yeah she did, but she didn't exactly make it easy for me. When you go and ask an immortal bloodthirsty warrior woman who's bored out of her tree for help with fighting, you get exactly what you expect. Despite the barrage of queries, 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐽 didn't seem too fazed by them. Most likely in part because Izuku was careful enough to avoid any sensitive subjects. 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐽's life was full of misfortune as much as it was glory, but Olga Marie was slightly impressed that someone as enraptured as Izuku was still thoughtful enough not to ask something potentially sensitive. She did know about 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐽's myth as well, so she knew there would be some subjects that would, at best, make the Child of Light unhappy. Actually, speaking of runes, Izuku started, looking over at the director as he remembered something. Director, you were scratching something into a rock during the fight with the servants. Was that a rune? He wondered. Olga Marie jolted, her face starting to heat up out of embarrassment. Especially because 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐽 had looked at her with an interested expression after this was said. It figured, every time she was starting to see Izuku in a new light, he said something to display his real ignorance. There's a world of difference you're talking about here, Midoriya. Caster's runes are the primordial runes, one of the oldest forms of magic, passed down from the great god Odin and lost to modern mags altogether. The runes I use are practically chicken scratchings in comparison to that. She exclaimed. Izuku was naturally flustered after that outburst, but for once it ended quickly, because he went back to jotting this information down on a notepad he had on hand. Seriously, where was he keeping those? I have to admit, I am a bit curious about how rune magic has changed over the eons. Not that I was ever the best at them myself, but it would be interesting to learn something new. 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐽 commented, watching the director all the while. She certainly noticed that, and was equal parts flustered by the attention and surprised that he would even suggest such a thing. Arially, she squeaked, her usual cold and authoritative demeanor gone. I was actually going to ask you if I could learn about the primordial runes. The modern-day runes aren't anywhere near as powerful as those. Well, I can't guarantee you can use them, but there's no reason not to give it a shot, right? Once this is all taken care of, anyway. He answered, a wide smile on his face, speaking of something so momentous as casually as one might suggest going out for drinks. While Olga Marie was left to process that she could learn the primordial runes, something that would shoot her credibility as a mage through the roof, Izuku quickly took control of the conversation again. Even if you're not the best at them, you're still good enough to qualify for the caster class, though. Although, your legend is more associated with the 𝐔𝐬𝐽𝐽, so I guess that's why you're better as a lancer. He wondered. Well, yeah, that kinda sums it up. 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐽 responded. Plenty of heroic spirits qualify for more than one class. Depends on their deeds in life, but it's not uncommon. More jotting down in the notepad as Izuku nodded quickly, his eyes lighting up again. Then someone as incredible as you must qualify for all the classes, right? He asked excitedly. This earned a short laugh from the caster. Not quite. Almost, but not all of them. He answered amusingly. I mean, could you imagine me skulking around like an assassin? Doesn't exactly fit, does it? Izuku nodded again, having to admit that he had a point. He continued to jot down information on his notepad while launching into another muttering session. So if it's dependent on their achievements in life, then he must also qualify for the saber class, as is known for using a sword in his earlier years. Would that mean that it'd be a younger 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐽 if he was summoned in that class? I don't really remember many feats of his with a bow, so would he be an archer? He has the warp spasm, so obviously he could be a berserker dash. Whoa, don't even mention that. 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐽 jumped in, looking a bit on edge after hearing that. Don't go getting any ideas, MSTR. Trust me, Berserker me is not someone you want to mess with. If that version of me appeared, I'd end up leveling this whole city to the ground as soon as I showed up. I wasn't planning anything. Izuku protested, taken aback by how quickly 𝐒𝐭𝐴's mood changed. I was just really curious, I promise. I wouldn't even know how to summon another version of you. Well, good, 'cause you don't want to, the caster replied, a bit calmer but still appearing a bit unnerved by that. Figuring it was best to move on, Izuku realized there was another question on his mind. Oh, one more thing. What, just the one? The caster replied with a wry smile. Izuku looked a little sheepish at that, but still pressed on. WL. You said earlier that you don't have a wish for the Holy Grail anymore. Does that mean you did before things got this bad? He asked. This prompted a more contemplative hum from 𝐒𝐭𝐴. Honestly, things went to hell so fast I hadn't had time to really think about it, he started. His expression turned pensive as he continued, mostly just thinking aloud at this point. Sure, I've got some regrets from my life. Maybe I'd ask to see Ferdiad again. Maybe I'd want a second chance with Conla and actually raise him this time. But I've got the feeling that the Grail wouldn't make any of that really possible. He sighed after this, shaking his head slightly. One of the toughest things about being around for this long is realizing that no matter what you've got at your disposal, you can't really change the past. What's done is done, you can't undo it. You just gotta accept it and move forward. Izuku was a little surprised at the caster's more subdued answer, but before he could ask anything more, he suddenly felt a sharp stinging pain in his ear, prompting a yelp. He turned slightly to see that the director had stepped back a bit and was now twisting his ear to get his attention. As entertaining as this conversation has been, there's something else you need to address, Midoriya, she explained, even though it wasn't much of an explanation. Before Izuku could ask her to clarify, she let go of his ear, only to grab his chin and forcefully turn his head to look ahead. At the front of the group was Mash, who had been noticeably quiet this entire time. Her intended job was to act as the primary line of defense if they ran into danger, as was to be expected. However, she had a clearly troubled look on her face, her eyes aimed down as they walked, her mouth fixed in an uneasy frown. As you are her MSTR, whatever problems she has are your problems. Olga Marie clarified. So do something about this, she ordered. Not that she had to, as Izuku was already starting to fret over what could be on her mind. In fact, as soon as the director let him go, he nearly ran to Mash's side, worry very evident in his expression and his voice. Mash, is everything okay? He asked her, already suspecting what the answer was going to be. Oh. Mash initially responded, pulled out of a distracted state of mind by him. She quickly looked away, however, her mood not going away very easily. Sorry, senpai. I'll do better as the lookout, I didn't mean to lose focus. She said, admonishing herself for a perceived mistake. No, Mash, you're doing great, he quickly answered, trying his best to assuage her concerns. You've been a tremendous help this entire time, you have nothing to worry about. You don't have to be so nice, senpai. She replied, still in a self-admonishing frame of mind. I have learned a lot from you as far as how to fight, but I still can't use my noble phantasm. Mash, that really isn't a big dash, he started to say, but Mash cut him off. No, it is, she protested firmly. Without my ultimate skill, I'm not even fighting at half of my strength, but barely any strength at all, she continued, starting to get more visibly upset. After this, however, she looked to the ground again, becoming more subdued in demeanor. As it is, I may as well be labeled defective. Izuku flinched at that last remark, the word she used carrying just a bit too much self-loathing for his liking. Mash, please, he started to ask, but didn't know how to finish that request. What could he even say to help her here, when he still understood so little about what she was saying? Oh Mash, the voice of Dr. Roman crackled through the communicator, prompting Izuku to lift his wrist up so the hologram was visible. Your sense of responsibility is one of your best attributes, but I think Midoriya's on the right track. You've been doing a great job given the sudden circumstances, and you have nothing to admonish yourself for. He gently chided. Izuku nodded emphatically with what the doctor was saying, who continued. Besides, it's not like figuring out something like this can just happen in a day. What are you talking about? 𝐒𝐬𝐴 suddenly interrupted, drawing the attention of everyone else present. Doing crazy things like that is what heroic spirits are all about. Mash let out a heavy sigh, right back into that down mood that she had been in. The hologram of Dr. Roman did much the same. Olga Marie shook her head in disapproval. Izuku's hand smacked against his own forehead, as he muttered, 𝐒𝐬𝐴, that's not helping. Even Fu gave a displeased squeak from Izuku's shoulder. 𝐒𝐬𝐴, not at all helpfully, ignored all of this as he approached Mash. Though that does explain a few things, he remarked as he gave Mash a somewhat analytical stare. I got the feeling something was up during the fight against the shadows, but you not knowing your noble phantasm clears that up. Why don't you, though? He wondered. Mash began, but Olga Marie suddenly cleared her throat, getting everyone's attention again. Is a question like that really relevant to solving the problem, Caster? She asked, though Izuku noted she looked a bit nervous when she did. Which was strange. Why was she trying to avoid the subject of Mash's nature as a demi-servant now? 𝐒𝐬𝐴 either didn't notice or didn't particularly care, just offering a slight shrug. I guess not. Still. He looked back to Mash after saying this, the wheels turning in his head. He then adopted a slight smile and nodded, having made up his mind. All right, he declared, before reaching out and touching Mash's shoulder, prompting a light jolt of surprise from her. We're gonna have to make a slight detour, but I know just the thing to help you. He then started to lead her away, only to stop when he felt a hand grasp his wrist. He turned to see his newfound MSTR, now staring at him with a suspicious look in his eye, which he could only respond with a confused one. 𝐒𝐬𝐴, what exactly are your intentions here? He asked, with a bit of tension in his voice. Yes, I think I'd like to know that as well. Dr. Roman chimed in, sounding just as suspicious as Izuku. Here, the caster initially answered. He looked down at Mash, then at his hand on her shoulder, then back to Izuku. Wait, are you still mad about that? Yes, he and Dr. Roman answered, while Mash acquired a new blush across her cheeks. The ones on her face, of course, the red mark on her other set had faded long before now. Oh for dash. 𝐒𝐬𝐴 protested, removing his hand and facing Izuku fully. It was just the one time. It wasn't like I groped her or anything. You kinda did, though. Dr. Roman flatly answered. Oh please, in my time that'd be a compliment, the caster answered. Seriously, you guys think I'm bad? If my Uncle Fergus was here, he'd have slapped her butt, he started to explain, pointing at Mash. Then her butt, he continued, pointing his finger in the director's direction. Then your butt, he went on, now pointing at Izuku. And then he would have given your ball a tug while he was at it, he finished, which left Izuku now looking just a bit disturbed at the prospect he just proposed. So get over yourselves and come on already. With that, he turned and resumed his walk, Mash hurriedly following after him. The others did much the same, although with a little bit more trepidation. It wasn't like they expected 𝐒𝐬𝐴 to get any more handsy with Mash. Still, it never hurt to be wary. Alright, here we are. 𝐒𝐬𝐴 announced cheerily. The group had been walking for a good 20 minutes or so with little explanation about what the destination they were heading for was. So when they arrived, the first question that popped to anyone's mind was, what's so special about this place, said Olga Marie, the only one to voice the question. The place in question may have been a park once upon a time, but with all the fire and destruction, the grass had long since burnt away, and the ground had been pushed up by something crashing into it, leaving a long groove in the earth that they were now standing in. It looks the same as every other godforsaken spot in this hellhole, she continued to protest, absolutely infuriated at what she felt was being led along on a chain for nothing. Sheesh, someone's cranky. 𝐒𝐬𝐴 remarked cheekily, which did little to help the director's incensed mood. Look, don't question the expert on this. I know what a good spot for training is better than almost anyone, and this'll do just fine. He clarified to defend himself. Mash's eyes widened in slight surprise at this. Wait, training, she asked. Izuku's eyes also lit up in understanding, as 𝐒𝐬𝐴 nodded his head. Yep. If there's anything that'll get your head in the game, it's combat, and this is better than just throwing you into more fights with more of those shadows. This is perfect, Mash. Izuku exclaimed, his own displeasure with this immediately gone as he turned to the demiservant. If we're all working together on this, with 𝐒𝐬𝐴's help you'll have your noble phantasm figured out in no time. 𝐒𝐬𝐴 cut in, shaking his head slightly. This is just for Mash. You and the director are sitting this out, Mstr. He clarified, which earned confused looks from everyone else present. Wait, what? Izuku protested, as Mash looked about as terrified of the idea as he would expect. But I thought a servant needed a Mstr to fight. Well, they do work at their best with a Mstr, that is true. 𝐒𝐬𝐴 admitted. But a Mstr shouldn't be the one pulling most of the weight here. You've got to have some degree of fighting instinct before you can even get to that step, and yours is lacking. So we gotta get that sorted out, and from there, we can get your noble phantasm ready. He continued. Think of it like swimming in a pool, but wearing floaters on your arms. They might keep you from drowning, but if you don't take them off sooner or later, you won't actually learn how to swim. Izuku could understand the analogy well enough, but he had to note the oddity of a Celtic hero bringing up swimming in a pool with floaters as if that was a completely normal thing to say. He looked to Mash with a hesitant expression, and while she still looked nervous, she soon voiced her opinion on the matter. I think 𝐒𝐬𝐴 is right, senpai. She admitted. I don't want to make things more difficult for you, and I want to be a better servant. If I can accomplish that, then. She continued hesitantly, before forcing a more determined expression. Then I'll endure whatever I have to. Mesh, Izuku started to say, wanting to again tell her that she hadn't been a burden in any sense. He was stopped when he felt a hand on his shoulder, looking over to see Olga Marie lightly shaking her head. It was clear that trying to argue here wasn't going to work, and that Mash wanted to do this. Reluctantly, he let his concerns go, giving a short nod. All right. I'm sure you can do this, Mash. He affirmed, to which she responded with a confident smile. Okay, so now that that's settled, you two take a seat somewhere nearby. 𝐒𝐬𝐴 instructed. The two humans walked back the way they came, finding a mostly undamaged bench nearby to rest on. And no shouting out advice, the caster called as they walked. Let me worry about that, not you. Izuku would have to make a concerted effort to do that, he realized. Once the two had sat down, 𝐒𝐬𝐴 tapped his staff on the ground twice, and the end of it started to extend into a wooden spear, much as it had during his fight with the shadow servant. All right, come at me, girlie, he called out, pointing the makeshift spear at the shielder. With a nod, Mash let out a battle cry and charged forward. The wooden spear extended even further as she approached, the tip shooting in her direction, forcing her to raise her shield just a bit so it would glance off of the center. With this blow deflected, she spun and swung the long edge of the shield with as much might as she could muster, only for 𝐒𝐬𝐴 to duck under it. Too obvious, he called out, spinning and ramming the blunt end of his staff into her stomach. She let out a strained cough and stumbled back, holding her stomach as he straightened back up. If you telegraph your moves from that far away, the enemy will have killed you before the blow even has a chance to land, he shouted, his voice hard and stern. Now, try again, he commanded. Mash winced, but gritted her teeth and nodded. The two clashed again soon after, and Izuku watched with anxiety written all over his face. Even with the knowledge that this was just for Mash's sake, and wasn't a sign that she was in real danger, it was hard to get out of that mindset. With every swing that she made, each one that 𝐒𝐬𝐴 dodged or countered with ease, he instinctively felt himself tense up, expecting the next blow to finish her. Calm down, he told himself. She's going to be fine. 𝐒𝐬𝐴 wouldn't really hurt her. This is what she needs. He closed his eyes and took in a long breath, trying to steady his nerves. As he let it out, he figured that maybe it'd be better to not focus on the training for too long. Especially since he had another issue to sort out. That being the woman sitting beside him, who was almost as tense as he was. The earlier conversation he had with Mash and Dr. Roman came back to him. Try as he might, he couldn't completely leave what he heard alone. It was obvious that she was going through a lot, between losing her father, the responsibilities that came with running Chaldea, and now all of this. Not to mention that she may have lost this Lev person that she seemed to really care about. It was no wonder she was wound up as much as she was. They told him not to bring it up, for fear of only making things worse. Little by little, however, the stern demeanor that she wore was slipping. Just for a few seconds here and there, but it was a sign that she was starting to relax around them. Maybe now was the time to talk. It wasn't likely they'd get another chance for the rest of this mission. What do you dash? Both of them stopped, staring at the other in surprise. They had started to speak simultaneously. Izuku quickly waved his hands as he grew more anxious over this. Sorry. Why you go ahead, director? He stammered out. Olga Marie looked annoyed for a moment, but just shook her head and turned her head to watch the sparring for a little bit longer. She placed her hands in her lap as she watched, the cold demeanor back, making it harder for Izuku to tell what she was thinking. He waited patiently, however, for her to speak. Well, not so much patiently as with nerve-wracking anxiety, but that was a minor distinction. We're up to 3 times that you saved my life tonight, Midoriya. She finally commented. Izuku gave something of an awkward laugh in response. Are we? I hadn't really been paying attention. He admitted. No, I don't suppose you would, she remarked evenly. It was still hard to tell just what was going through her mind as she spoke, her voice very carefully controlled. Even though I made it expressly clear that you weren't to fight a servant directly, she added. He tensed up at this, hurriedly launching into a mixture of an apology and an explanation. I know, but I couldn't just let her get you. And I was careful to just pull you away. But if Caster hadn't shown up, you would have tried to fight her, wouldn't you? She asked, now looking at him with a raised eyebrow. At this, Izuku found himself unable to speak, soon turning to look down at his own lap. There was a slight pause as Olga Marie watched him, before she made another remark. The sensible thing would have been to leave me and run for it. Izuku's head snapped back up, looking at the director in shock. I would never do that, he exclaimed. Clearly not, was all she had to say to that. The two fell silent again for a little longer, as the director watched the sparring session again, while Izuku watched her with a new feeling of unease. Was that what any other mage would have done in that situation? Were mags expected to be cold and logical like that? He couldn't ever fathom just abandoning someone to die. How could that be expected to be the norm? Time passed, and the director let out a tense sigh. This isn't easy for me to say, so I hope you appreciate it. She started. Izuku noticed that there was a strange tone to her voice. She sounded almost defeated, as if the two of them had been in some sort of competition all this time, and she was willing to concede. She turned to face him again, for a moment looking uncomfortable again. After a few seconds, she closed her eyes, bowed her head just slightly, let out a long exhale, and said, "Thank you." Izuku stared in amazement as this simple statement sunk into his head. The director was actually thanking him. He'd saved her life, and she was grateful. This was new. Mash had thanked him for his simple act of kindness before, and it felt good to hear it, as much as he tried to deny it was anything significant. He felt a warmth spreading from his chest that seemed to fill his whole body after that. This time, he had saved a life, and that person was thankful for it. This wasn't just a slight warmth, he felt. He felt alive. He felt like he wanted to jump up out of his seat and shout to the heavens and tell the world that he saved someone. He'd done something that people said he could never do. He felt energy coursing through every fiber of his being, and it was so wondrous. He thankfully restrained himself from doing that, instead managing to stammer out a reply. "Why You're welcome, director." He reached up and rubbed at his eyes, quickly getting any tears that were budding out of them before she could notice. The director lifted her head after that, expecting that to be the end of the matter. She made the crucial mistake of looking at Izuku's face. "I'm glad you're all right," he said, while smiling at her. No ordinary smile, mind you. This wasn't like the awkward smiles he'd put on to try and soothe growing tensions, or the wide energized smile when he was talking to 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 earlier, or even the confident smile he wore for a second when he stared down the shadow servant. This one pure, gentle smile had so much gratitude in it that Olga Marie couldn't think of where it all came from. She couldn't help but stare at it. It was almost hypnotic. It was like seeing a rainbow spread across the sky. She had to take it in as much as she could before it was gone. Wait, where the hell did that come from? She jolted, then turned her head, trying to hide how her face was heating up so much. She gave a muffled sound of acknowledgement to what he said, but nothing else. Fortunately for them, before this awkward situation could get any worse, they heard the sound of a smack, followed by another yelp from Mash. They both looked up to see her holding her rear again as 𝐒𝐿 moved his staff back. "I told you to keep that backside of yours protected, didn't I?" he asked. "Caster," both mags called out, expressing their disapproval. 𝐒𝐿 jumped and gave a disapproving stare right back. "It's for the sake of training. Calm your respective melons already," he shouted in turn. Both mags huffed and sat back in their seats. "Sheesh, talk about overprotective," 𝐒𝐿 remarked. He then turned his attention back to Mash. "Okay, back to your original position. I'm gonna start attacking you at long range now, got it?" The shielder nodded and took a number of paces backwards, and the training resumed. With the earlier topic over, Izuku was left to focus on Mash training once more, mostly to try and push aside that he was starting to get just a bit disappointed with how a hero like 𝐒𝐿 was acting. In doing so, he got a full view of what Mash was doing. The training had been going for some time, and as it continued, he was growing worried all over again. She was slowing down. 𝐒𝐿 would fire off fireballs that were easily blocked, but he could see that it was causing her strain. She grit her teeth and yelled with each heave of her shield. She'd close the distance, then he'd escape and she'd have to try again. Each time she ran in, however, it took her longer to get there. He'd summon more thorny roots to trip her up, and most of the time she'd avoid them. One time, however, she was caught and fell, and they had to pause for a moment so she could catch her breath. Why did she have so little energy? The close combat training hadn't been going for that long, had it? Sure, he was sitting with the director for an awkwardly long time. Maybe she used it all up trying to fight 𝐒𝐿 hand to hand. Moreover, why was he still not winded at all? Sure, he was keeping his distance, but even when they got in close it was like he was barely tired at all. Was this the difference in mana? Or magical energy, or whatever it was called? He thought back to that conversation Mash and Olga Marie had. Was he really giving Mash so little energy to work with? What if that was why she had been struggling so much in the fights before now? What if that was why she still couldn't get her noble phantasm? He didn't even know how to give magical energy, so there must be some truth to the idea. Would she be better off contracting with the director? She was adamant about maintaining the contract with him, but if it would be better for her, should he keep it? "Midoriya, you're muttering," Olga Marie stated, jolting him out of his frame of mind. He whipped his head over to her, then flushed as he stammered out an apology. Sorry, I still kinda do that without thinking." The director wasn't fazed by this, having gotten used to this after the many hours they had been walking around, but her gaze still narrowed a little bit. "It's obvious that you've got something on your mind, Midoriya," she stated. So, out with it came the light demand. She was still a little thrown by what happened earlier, so she wasn't going to jump right into being authoritative yet. Despite himself, Izuku found that he was now looking at the command seals on his hand, still unused. Not that he ever would. Maybe that was part of the problem, though. He seemed to be the only one who still viewed them in a negative light. The director had said earlier that if a seal was used on something the servant already wanted to do, then it wasn't really forcing them to do anything. Still, the idea turned his stomach a bit, only confirming the thought budding in his mind. "Director," he quietly started. It wasn't going to go away. Maybe it was better just to say it. "How do you transfer a contract?" Olga Marie stared at him for a little longer after that, albeit with a more suspicious expression. "Why?" she asked, starting to have an idea of where this was going. There was another pause, as Izuku clenched his fist. He lowered it to his lap, then gave a heavy sigh. "I think you were right. Mash would be better off contracted with you," he stated. "Are you?" she started to say, before stopping and looking back to the fight. Fortunately, 𝐼𝐻 was too engaged with fending off 𝐒𝐬𝐵𝐿ane's close-range attacks again to notice. She shifted a bit closer to Izuku, then continued in a hushed but nonetheless incensed tone. Are you completely insane? You want to just hand off 𝐼𝐻's contract to me? You know how against it she was before. Izuku naturally leaned back as Olga Marie approached, equal parts confused and anxious over how she responded to this. I know, but I get that she'll be upset with me, but isn't this better? How is this better? The director hissed. Midoriya, 𝐼𝐻 has never argued with me before. Not once, in all the time I've known her. She went to bat for you and I still can't fully comprehend why, but it's obvious she's attached to you. If you turn around and hand her off to me, you'll crush her. Is that what you want to do? She demanded. Of course I don't want to, he answered. He quickly looked to the fight as well, worried that he raised his voice a little too high. Fortunately, again, 𝐼𝐻 was too distracted by 𝐒𝐬𝐵𝐿ane yanking her off of her feet with the curved part of his staff to notice. It's just, if I'm not doing enough to help her, if I'm the reason she's having such a hard time right now. He trailed off as he watched 𝐼𝐻 struggle against 𝐒𝐬𝐵𝐿ane's strikes, her shield resolute but its wielder not so much. He saw how her knees shook, threatening to buckle under the weight. She had so much faith in him, so strong a belief that he could be a good MSTR. That single act of kindness meant so much to her that she would follow him wherever he went. Was that really best for her? I don't want to burden her, he declared, while his face wore a saddened expression. You're a better mage than I am. You'd be able to give her more magical energy than me, I'm sure. He didn't take his eyes off of 𝐻 the entire time he was saying this. If it means she'll be safer, then. More silence followed. Izuku was quietly preparing himself to have to explain this to 𝐻. He was trying to imagine the heartbreak and betrayal that her face would show. It hurt just to think about it. You're not a mage, the director said in a stunned voice. He assumed that meant she said yes, but as he turned to face her, she just kept going. I can't believe it. I keep expecting you to say or do something that finally tips off that you're really a mage, and then everything can start to make sense again, but you don't. The quiet confusion Izuku showed after that earned a shake of her head, then a more weary explanation from her. Midoriya, you really don't understand what kind of opportunity you have here. Most mags would kill for the chance to have a servant. A servant is nothing short of a miracle, one that can lead to an even greater one if you know what you're doing. And you have 2 of them now. And you want to just give one away? She asked incredulously. I don't want to do this, director, he repeated. I just feel like I have to. Well, you don't, and you're not, she answered firmly. Folding her arms, the stern director of Chaldea had returned, and wasn't backing down from Izuku's plan. For starters, you can't exchange the contract without 𝐻's permission. And she's made it quite clear that she won't hand it over. That was a lie. If Izuku had burned off his command seals, and used the last to nullify the contract, Olga Marie could swoop in and forge one with 𝐻 herself. It would be very easy to convince him to do so, and despite a part of her brain screaming at her not to miss the opportunity that she had wanted for almost her whole life, she ignored it. There was a bigger picture to consider here. Even if I could acquire the contract from you, I wouldn't, she continued. This earned a very surprised look from Izuku, considering just how insistent she had been about it earlier. You heard what Romani said, your capability as a MSTR far exceeds mine. It only makes sense for 𝐻 to stay with you. But you said the test could have been he starts, but she cuts him off quickly. Forget what I said before, focus on what I'm saying now. I'm choosing to put stock in what it said, and that's final. She affirmed. It made absolutely no sense for her to do this, but she had to. She just knew she did. I don't understand, Izuku admitted. She turned away from him for a moment, but rather than watch the sparring continue, she looked up at the blackened sky. Was it day or night right now? There was so much smoke that it was almost impossible to tell. How they weren't all choking on it was a mystery in and of itself. She remained silent for a time. When she does speak, the question seems to come from her independently of her will. Do you believe in the concept of destiny, Midoriya? That was not at all what he expected to hear from her. When she does turn to look at him, he gives a slight nod, but he still looks confused. It's actually a form of study for mags, she explains. There's a lot more to it than just what I said, but I'll explain it further some other time. She doesn't want to overload him with too much information. The simplest way to put it is that it's the idea that we're all here for a reason. We were born with a purpose, a reason to live. Finding out what that purpose is can be nearly impossible for some, but very easy for others. Sometimes, it's almost like everything just falls into place for some. She continues. There's a hint of envy in her when she explains this, feeling like things are set up just a bit too easily for him, but she keeps it back. Bigger picture, she reminds herself. It isn't something I normally put too much stock into, but after what I've seen today, I feel like I have to. She pauses here, watching Midoriya's befuddled look the whole time, hoping he's taking this in before she continues. Midoriya, you have a mage's gifts now, and you didn't at the start of the day. You have a contract with 2 servants when you shouldn't even be able to contract with 1. These are miracles, Midoriya. I think that means that you're meant to be here. You're meant to have this magic crest, you're meant to be Mash's MSTR, and you're meant to help Chaldea. I won't take any of that away from you. She couldn't believe she was even saying this. Everything she came to know about a mage's methods was to stab someone in the back at the earliest opportunity and take the glory for herself, if they weren't part of the family. Especially some no-name that no one would miss or care about. What difference did it make if Midoriya was meant to do anything? The Animusphere family name mattered more than that. She should be convincing him to transfer the contract with Mash, and maybe the one with 𝐒𝐬𝐽 as well, and then leave him behind and take all the credit herself when she got back to Chaldea. She was the type to focus on the grander scope, however. She had to be, given her job. She needed Midoriya, it seemed. If he really was as miraculous as she thought he was, then she needed him on her side. They needed to work together to save the world. There wouldn't be an Animusphere family if they didn't get that sorted out anyway. This was a pragmatic decision, that's all. She needed his help, so yeah, she could boost his ego a little bit to get him in the right headspace. The fact that his mouth was starting to curl into that grateful smile had nothing at all to do with it. Absolutely nothing. He starts to say, but has no idea how to finish it. Tears were starting to form at the edges of his eyes, which he swiftly wiped away. She pretended not to notice, like earlier. She just noted that he seemed to cry quite easily. He took in a short breath to steady himself, then looked back to her with a more determined smile. Okay. What can I do, then? He asked. This was much easier to deal with. She could teach him the basics guilt-free. Alright, let's start by getting those circuits working properly, she declared. Tell me what you were thinking of when you activated them the first time. The answer came automatically. I was thinking that I needed to save you and Mash. Another pause, followed by Olga Marie turning her head away. Izuku heard her muttering, only catching something like "can't be real" from her, not that he understood the context. He was about to comment on her muttering, much as she did for him, but she turned to face him again and started over. Alright, that might be part of the problem. Mags usually need an image to activate their magic circuits, not a feeling. Something vague like that means you're too unfocused, and you may be using more of your OD than you should be. She explained. When he looked confused again, she sighed and clarified. OD is the magical energy inside of you. Mana is the energy that comes from the earth. They are similar in concept, just different sources. Think of it like ki, or kai, or whatever else it's been called. He gave a short nod of understanding, and so she continued. Try taking that feeling and putting an image to it. Izuku frowned in thought, turning away from the director to ponder this. How was he supposed to put an image to the feeling of wanting to save someone? What would fit that? Punching a villain? No, that's just fighting someone. Pulling someone out of a burning building? Sort of, but that didn't feel quite right. Carrying a number of people on his back out of a ruined town? No, that was someone else, not him. He already knew that he couldn't be him. As he thought of this, his eyes fell to the sparring session that was still ongoing. Mash was still standing, despite looking as exhausted as she was. She still held her shield in front of her, enduring another blast of fire to it, keeping her stance as firm as possible. His eyes slowly widened. A shield. A shield could protect everyone, could save everyone. That was why she had it, to protect them, to save them. That was what he wanted to have. That was what he wanted to be. He pictures the image in his head. His standing in front of someone, a shield in front of him, protecting them against an oncoming storm. He feels the heat crawl up his arm. He looks down at his right hand, and he can see green lines of light crisscrossing along his skin, starting from the back of his hand. At the center of it he can see the vague shape of a circle, with 4 lines spreading out from it, each line then splintering off into more that form the circuits. "There you go," Olga Marie remarked, actually sounding excited for a moment, much to Izuku's surprise. Not that he wasn't excited too, especially since the activation this time barely hurt at all. He could still feel the heat rising under his skin, but only providing some mild discomfort this time. "That was faster than I expected, honestly. You thought of an image that fast?" She wondered. Izuku looked up at Mash once more, that grateful smile threatening to broach his face once again. "Yeah. I had a good source of inspiration," he admitted. Then Mash dropped down to her knees. Izuku's circuits deactivated as he stood up, worry covering his face as he saw her finally give out. He heard 𝐒𝐻𝐿 sigh and call out to him. "All right, 𝐒𝐿, get over here and check on her." Without missing a beat, he scooped Fu off of his shoulder and handed him off to Olga Marie. He then broke into a run, heading for where Mash was as she leaned against her shield. "Mash, are you all right?" he asked, dropping to his knees in turn once he arrived. He immediately reached out to her to help her up, and her hand clasped his arm without her even thinking about it. "Senpai," she whispered. "I'm sorry, I still don't." She got out, every word sounding like a struggle to get out. "It's all right, Mash," he replied, starting to help her to her feet. He heard 𝐒𝐻𝐿 give a disappointed click of his tongue, and looked up to see him watching them, his arms folded and a look of mild frustration on his face. "I thought I had this figured out," he murmured. "What am I missing here?" He looked to Izuku for a moment as Mash leaned on him, catching her breath. It was hard to tell, but to Izuku it looked like he was contemplating something. He then turned and started to walk away, his staff tapping on the ground every couple of paces, as if it helped him mull things over. "All right then," he suddenly said, as he came to a stop about a dozen meters away. He turned to face the two of them, and Izuku flinched at the sudden glare he was aiming at them. "Chaldea," he stated, his voice a little bit fiercer. "I'm going to activate one of my noble phantasms. Use yours, or I'll kill MSTR." That got their attention in a hurry, with both Izuku and Mash staring at the caster with wide, terrified eyes. Did he really just say that? What the hell are you talking about?" Izuku shouted. "See 𝐒𝐻𝐿, you wouldn't dash." Mash started to protest, still leaning on her MSTR for support. "Do I look like I'm playing girl?" the caster retorted. "I've tried being nice until now, but clearly it isn't working. So we're doing this. If you can't find a way to stop it, then you would have only slowed me down anyway." Izuku opened his mouth to protest again, but 𝐒𝐻𝐿 had crossed his arms, his eyes closed. He heard him begin to chant. "Timber giant, eaten away by fire. Become a cage of flames." Izuku grabbed Mash's arm, about to pull her away. "Mash, come on, we have to run," he shouted. "Guys, hurry, he's going to start at any second now." Olga Marie cried out, just as panicked as them. Mash, for her part, couldn't budge. She could only watch as 𝐒𝐻𝐿 twirled his staff over his head, then pointed it at them. "Wicker Man." An explosion of fire erupted from behind the caster, smoke rising swiftly into the sky. From the flames, something rose up, far above the man's form. It moved up, up, up into the air, easily reaching 4 or even 5 stories high. The figure was made of wooden branches, bound and woven together into the vague shape of a man. In its chest was a door, leading into a cage for one to stand in. Flames already began to eat their way up its body. The Wicker Man. The famed method of sacrifice for ancient cults. It was moving and it was burning and it was coming for them right now. Mash reeled as this all happened. She heard Izuku shouting at her to run, felt him tug at her arm, but still couldn't move. She saw the giant take a large step forward, the ground shaking under its weight, flames blasting out from where it touched down. Just one more step and it would reach them. One more step and they would be engulfed by the flames. Her MSTR, her senpai, he would die here. She had to do something. Save him. She suddenly stepped in front of Izuku, and with a strained cry, hefted her shield up over her head, then slammed it into the earth in front of her, holding it ramrod straight. All doubts left her mind, all questions about what she was about to do gone. All replaced by the simple, burning longing to protect her dear friend. The giant lifted its foot and brought it down on them. It never reached them. The flames never reached them. Izuku saw something blocking the giant's foot. Not the shield itself, but a barrier between it and the giant, spread out far beyond the dimensions of the shield. The flames spread out over the barrier, blasting in random directions, but never getting past it. All while Mash yelled in strained focus, doing everything she could to keep the barrier up, using every bit of mental strength for this one task. The giant then fell backwards, seemingly having lost its balance. It never reached the ground, the flames consuming it completely, until only the ashes drifted down and disappeared. Izuku saw the barrier maintained for a few seconds more. It shone a light blue, a magic circle inside of the barrier, an 8-pointed star spreading out to its edges, with a 4-point star within that, and a cross in the very center. Mash gave a strained mmm, and the barrier disappeared. She lifted her head after a few seconds of catching her breath. She blinked once, seeing that the attack was over, and the giant was gone. She looked behind her, and saw that Izuku was safe. It worked. Some way or another, it worked. She protected him. I did it, she declared, looking back at where the giant had been. She looked back to Izuku, an excited look in her eye as what just happened sank in. Senpai, I did it, she exclaimed. Izuku's eyes were locked with hers, an awed look within them. A shield that could protect anyone. She had just done exactly what he had imagined, what he wanted to do. Amazing. He managed to get out. He turned to fully face her, excitement starting to take him too. That was amazing, Mash, he exclaimed, his hands finding her shoulders. You're amazing, Mash. I knew you could do something like this. You're absolutely incredible, Mash. I told you before and I'll tell you again, you're the best servant ever. Mash didn't even care that Izuku was probably exaggerating without meaning to. Her hands found his shoulders in turn as she practically hopped for joy at all of this praise. Thank you. Thank you so much, senpai. I only did it because I knew you believed in me. She joyously cried. As the two of them reveled in this excitement, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 approached, looking pretty pleased as well. You can't teach a bird to swim, and you can't teach a fish to fly. When you get down to it, Girlie's nature is protecting people. So, it only makes sense that her noble phantasm does that. We just had to dash. He stopped when he suddenly felt something tap against his forehead. He heard something hit the ground, looking down to see what it was. He stooped down, picked the object up, then stared at the guilty party. Kid, did you just throw a rock at me? He asked. Yes, a suddenly incensed Izuku shouted. What is wrong with you? You just suddenly pull out a giant flaming tree man and throw him at us. Why would you do that? You scared Mash half to death. Yes, she blocked it, because she's awesome, but that doesn't make it right. What the hell is your deal? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 protested, not expecting this sudden swerve of attitude from the kid who'd been so eager to talk of his exploits before. It worked, didn't it? I just said that doesn't make it okay. Izuku shouted. And what was all that about killing me? You think I'm just going to ignore that? Hey, I had to say something to get her to act, didn't I? I wasn't actually gonna do it. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 explained. It was, you know, a logical ruse. There was a short pause. Izuku knelt down to grab another rock. Okay. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 shouted before he could throw it. It didn't hurt, but it was certainly annoying. I'm sorry I did all that, even though it helped you guys out. Izuku paused, poised to throw the rock anyway. And? He asked. And what? The caster demanded. Izuku's eyes narrowed. You know. Oh, fine. I'm sorry I smacked Mash, but that one time dash the rock hit his head. Both times. F's sake, kid, you coddle all the girls you know like this. How is asking you not to kill or grope someone coddling? The two would go back and forth like this for a little bit. Mash was far too happy at having achieved her goal to think too much about this, although she did blush a fair bit when 𝐂𝐭𝐴 teased Izuku over just how protective he was of her. Meaning it was up to Olga Marie to note just how strange it was that the rather meek boy she had assumed Izuku to be was now arguing with the Child of Light over how one should treat women with more respect. This was just the weirdest day. Alright, if everyone could stop the comedy routine for a little bit, she requested as she approached the group. Once the men had stopped arguing, she turned to Mash with a genuine, only slightly smug smile. Congratulations, Mash. Midoriya already said it, but that was amazing work on your part. You have every reason to be proud, she declared. Mash turned her own wide smile to Olga Marie after this, still running high on the elation of her success. Thank you, Director. After a few seconds, however, the smile seemed to fade, as if she just realized something crucial. But it still isn't my proper noble phantasm, she admitted. Izuku was definitely surprised by this. Wait, it's not, he exclaimed. But you blocked that giant foot. It didn't even scratch us, I didn't even feel the heat of the fire. It was so cool though. He continued, a childlike tone to his voice. I know, senpai. Mash responded. But I still don't know its true name. I was only able to use a portion of its full power. Izuku blinked, looking to the spot where the barrier once stood. That was only a portion of what it could do. It seemed to work pretty well as it was, so what could the full version of it accomplish? Unfortunately, without knowing the name of the heroic spirit attached to you, this is as far as you can go. Olga Marie clarified. That should be fine for now, though. You'll pick up the rest of it over time. After explaining this, she then hummed slightly. You should give your version a name, though. It'll make it easier to use it from here on, she added. Mash nodded in understanding, then quickly started to think of a good name. Fu leapt from Olga Marie's arms to land on Mash's shoulder, leaning over to like at her cheek as his own way of showing praise. She giggled, reaching up to pet him, as the name started to form in her mind. Lord Chaldea's, she answered. Olga Marie's eyes widened just slightly in recognition. That's a good choice. Any reason why, though? She asked. Well, the Chaldea's part is obvious, since I'm going to be protecting all of you. The Lord part, she started to explain, but trailed off as she tried to think of a good way to put it. It just felt right. It might have to do with the heroic spirit you're attached to. It could be a portion of the true name of your real noble phantasm. Dr. Roman's voice weighed in. Once Izuku lifted his wrist, the hologram smiled broadly at Mash. And of course, congratulations Mash. We're all so proud of you, he exclaimed. Thank you Dr. Roman. Mash responded, before looking at Izuku. Did you hear that senpai? We already have a clue, she said excitedly. This is great, Mash. Izuku answered, equally excited all over again. You'll have the real thing figured out before you know it. Mash nodded emphatically, and it wasn't long before they were gushing over what had happened yet again. As Izuku animatedly played out the whole event, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 watched with a mildly amused expression. Internally though, there was something about all of this that stuck with him. He had been running Mash ragged over as short a PRD of time as he could, but at no point did she prioritize her own safety. Protecting herself was never a concern. It was only when it came to protecting her MSTR that she stepped to the plate. That was a natural thing for a servant, but for a part of who she truly was to be connected to, that was a little worrying. A hero who stepped up to protect others was often a hero fated to die in that service. To die a hero was by no means a thing to be ashamed of, but death was rarely a welcome thing. For Mash to be so willing to do that had to say something about what value she placed on her life. It may very well be nothing, but it was something to think on. Deeper into darkness, even in the face of Mash's discovery, the group had a task to complete. So the celebration couldn't last for too long, and within minutes they were walking again. Even as Mash and Izuku still reveled in the excitement of her growth as a servant, and as a hero in his eyes, they were still in clear danger, so those feelings faded with time. At least, it seemed they did at first. All it took was a brief encounter with yet more skeletons, which were swiftly defeated, and Izuku would go right back to praising Mash. Overpraising, really, as far as Olga Marie was concerned. Especially given what he was saying. Senpai, I appreciate the thought, but I don't see what you mean. Mash said, while fighting off another bout of embarrassment. How can you not? It'd be perfect for you. Izuku expressed, his eyes wide and sparkling with energy again. You could be Chaldea, the hero who protects everyone. That's absolutely what people would look for in a hero. They'd love you. All Mash could do in response was turn away and make an odd sound from her tightly closed lips. It wasn't exactly clear what sort of sound it was meant to be, but she didn't sound completely opposed to the idea. Which was a shame, as Olga Marie sure was, even if she didn't say anything. She wondered if she should tell Izuku the bad news about that little idea, but opted to wait until they were safe and sound. She wasn't sure how much Mash had explained about her history, if anything at all, but he should probably know before he gets any more ideas in his head. As hard as it was going to be to hear. Regardless, she had to agree with Caster. He was coddling her just a bit too much. You could even be the first hero in whatever part of the world Chaldea is in. Izuku continued, despite his brief trip up. He then seemed to realize what he said, and looked to Olga Marie to ask the obvious question. Where exactly is Chaldea, Director? That's top secret, Midoriya. Olga Marie answered flatly. Even to the Chaldea staff? He questioned, looking a bit confused by this. I just said it was to you, didn't I? She responded a bit snappishly. She looked back at him with a tense expression, not at all comfortable with just how many questions he kept asking. Even if she was willing to trust him to act as the one MSTR of Chaldea, that didn't mean she was comfortable with him knowing too much about its past. If that information gets compromised, then the last defense humanity has is useless. I can't take that risk. This did finally seem to quell Izuku's energy a bit, though the slightly wounded look on his face wasn't what she wanted to see. Why did he have to be so inquisitive on top of everything else that made him a problem? A useful problem, admittedly, but still a problem. It isn't personal, Midoriya, she clarified while turning to look ahead again. Perhaps one day you'll learn everything, but that's not today. With that said, the group was left to simply focus on where they were heading. After 𝐒𝐿 had given the park they had used for training a bit more of a thorough sweep, he made a disappointed sound and directed them to resume their walk. It had been mostly uneventful as they wandered through the town, only stopping for the occasional skirmish or to take a breather. Olga Marie assumed this was because they had taken out half of the enemy servants in one fell swoop, which a part of her still couldn't believe had actually happened. I mean, Caster? Mash suddenly asked, having gotten over her earlier embarrassment after the topic had died down. If I may ask, where exactly are we going? Yeah, sorry about that. 𝐒𝐿 replied, realizing his mistake. I'm taking you guys to the Greater Grail. There's supposed to be an entrance around here, I just mistook the park back there as its hiding place. The Greater Grail? Izuku naturally asked, another fresh tidbit of information now presented to him. Think of it like the real Holy Grail. 𝐒𝐿 explained, not slowing his pace and expecting the others to keep up as they walked along yet another ruined road. The grail that a MSTR receives for winning the war is just the receptacle for the wish. Once it's made, the Greater Grail is what uses the magic it gathered to grant it. So, Izuku began, starting to make sense of this. The physical grail is like a computer keyboard for inputting a command, while the Greater Grail is the actual brain that processes and executes it. Something like that, yeah. 𝐒𝐿 acquiesced. Olga Marie didn't let on that the comparison didn't make a whole lot of sense to her, personally. Mags didn't normally get along with technology very much. Even with her father being a rare exception to that rule, she couldn't claim to be an expert. How do you know where the Greater Grail is, Caster? Mash wondered. Yeah, and how exactly does it grant wishes in the first place? Izuku added, realizing that he wasn't aware of that detail. To answer the first question, it's because that's where Saber is. 𝐒𝐬𝐴 answered, his staff tapping on the ground as they continued to walk. Once I was the last servant left, she retreated to one spot and hasn't moved from there since. I happened to overhear from the shadows that she was guarding the Greater Grail. After that it was just a matter of digging up what info I could on the last Grail War, and I put 2 and 2 together. With that explanation done, he looked over at Izuku to continue. As for your question, the Greater Grail gathers the magic that forms a servant's body after they die. Once enough of them have been defeated, the Grail manifests. It's why there can only be one winner, there wouldn't be enough magic to actually grant the wish otherwise. Which is also why many MSTs tend to have their servants commit suicide to fully manifest the Grail. Olga Marie added. At Izuku's horrified expression, all she could do was shake her head and reply tiredly. I'm sorry Midoriya, but you might as well get used to the notion that a lot of mags are awful people by your standards. That isn't something I can just get used to, he protested. I don't understand how other MSTs would just treat a servant like that. It's because they typically view them as just familiars, which they technically are. Mash clarified. Many mags look at that and don't think about how they are made from the spirits of the deceased, or how they have their own wills, and treat them accordingly. Once she finished explaining, she offered Izuku a bright smile of encouragement. But the fact that you don't do that is a good thing, senpai, so please don't feel you have to change that. Yeah, it's actually nice to have a MSTR that doesn't treat me like an attack dog. 𝐒𝐬𝐴 admitted. A short pause followed as all 3 of them stared at him, before he jolted and smacked his own forehead. Ding, I can't believe I just said that. A light laugh went through the group after that, save for the director. It did help to ease the mood a little bit, but she was too focused to really allow any feelings of levity. So long as we're on the subject of servants, she began, directing her full attention to 𝐒𝐬𝐴. Caster, you seem to know a lot about Saber. Can you tell us their true name? They would have to be very strong to defeat all of the other servants. Mash remarked. Their noble phantasm especially must be quite powerful. Not to mention this ability to revive the servants under her control. Izuku added, before holding his chin and starting to ponder. But I can't think of many sword users who could also revive the dead. That part's something else at play, MSTR. 𝐒𝐬𝐴 responded, before sighing and looking at the rest of them. I do know Saber's true name, but I can tell you right now you're not gonna like it. This earned a nervous look from Izuku, with Mash not looking much different either. This Saber really must be a terror if 𝐒𝐬𝐴 seemed to balk at even mentioning her name. You are right, girlie. Her noble phantasm is powerful as all hell. He continued anyway. It's the sister sword to the sword in the stone, given to her by the lady in the lake. Izuku blinked as 𝐒𝐬𝐴 threw terms around that actually did sound familiar to him. A sword in a stone. Lady in the lake. He couldn't mean who he thought he meant, right? The sword of promised victory, Excalibur. 𝐒𝐬𝐴 continued, not reacting at all to his MSTR's or Mash's shocked expressions. Held by none other than Arthur, the King of Knights and the head of the Round Table of Camelot. Now even Olga Marie looked worried at this, though the other 2 were far more horrified at the prospect just proposed. King Arthur! Mash exclaimed first. King Arthur is behind all of this. But that's impossible. King Arthur is supposed to be a shining example of chivalry that all other knights are meant to follow. How could that person become evil? Exactly. Izuku added, looking to 𝐒𝐬𝐴 in the hopes that he'd suddenly turn around and say that he made a mistake somehow. Even if there is something else corrupting her, she should still be able to resist it. Anything being able to control King Arthur is just. It just can't happen, can it? I just said it did, didn't I? 𝐒𝐬𝐴 questioned, looking back and forth between the 2, unable to really get why this mattered to them this much. Look kids, every hero's got a dark side to them. Some aspects of themselves they don't like, something that could be twisted into evil. Even a legend like King Arthur. If she didn't, then she would be something humans just couldn't truly understand. Mash looked crestfallen at that, turning away from 𝐒𝐿𝐴 after he finished speaking. King Arthur, evil. Even with extenuating circumstances around it, it just didn't seem possible for her to believe it. It hurt to think about. She always admired gallant heroes that she read about, and King Arthur practically defined gallantry. Hearing that there was a version of King Arthur that was evil, she could only compare it to if someone told her that Izuku was evil. Except, no, it hurt worse than that. She felt incredibly sad at that notion, and she couldn't really figure out why. Izuku, for his part, was just trying to rationalize all of this with what information he had on hand. Which he did so quite audibly. If something could make King Arthur evil, then they have to be incredibly powerful themselves. But who, or what, could even do that? And what even is there for them to exploit or twist around? King Arthur was an exemplar of chivalry and, well, everything that's supposed to be good. Unless this is a case where the concept of order is taken to an extreme. Did they turn her into a totalitarian dictator? But this doesn't fit that dash. For once, he actually stopped himself on one of his rants, suddenly realizing something. Wasn't there a fact that he just overlooked? Caster? He asked, looking at him again as he slowly understood an important detail. You called Saber a woman, right? Yeah, he answered, not sure where this was going. But you just said Saber was King Arthur. Yeah. Figured that this was what he would get stuck on. Izuku blinked owlishly at 𝐒𝐿𝐴 for a second or two. He then turned to Mash, who had been pulled out of her depressed mood and now looked equally as shocked as she put the pieces together. They both looked over to the director, who was more occupied trying to figure out just how powerful Saber was now. The two then looked back to 𝐒𝐿𝐴, who just offered a half-hearted shrug. The history books get some stuff wrong was all he had to say. That's it. Izuku sputtered, not finding that a satisfactory answer at all. How could the history books misunderstand something like that? Mash added, just as baffled by this as Izuku was. Does it actually matter that much? Olga Marie chimed in, getting just a little vexed by this line of questioning and how loud the two were getting over it. Shouldn't you be a little more concerned with how we're going to be fighting a powerful legendary figure who's known all over the world and has insane magical powers because she's descended from dragons? I know that. Izuku turned and sputtered again at her. But this leaves so many things unclear. Did Guinevere know about this? How did any of Arthur's children come about? How does Mordred fit into this? Or Morgan Le Fay? Did any of the Knights of the Round Table know about this? What about Merlin? How did something this big get hidden for so many years? Hey, if you're expecting actual answers, I don't know what to tell you. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 cut in, getting almost as annoyed about this as the director. I don't know everything about her life. And your boss is right, you've got more important things to think about, and if you keep hollering like this you're gonna draw about every skeleton within 100 meters. So just have your freak out if you've got her but keep it quiet. This did its job, Izuku quickly closing his mouth and dutifully walking along, with Mash doing much the same. Though internally they both did plenty of freaking out. Before long, they came across the space that 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had been seeking out. At one point it had been Fuyuki Central Park, yet it was far from a lively place even when it had been alive. Rumors had often spread of the location being haunted, especially after the previous Grail War. Even while the trees grew with the changing of the seasons, and the grass looked lively and green, it was still not a place people often tread. Especially not at night, with stories of spirits wandering the place, seeking to settle old grudges, being very popular campfire stories. Now it was far worse, with the trees that were still there barren and lifeless, and with another long groove carved into the earth. Only this one ran far deeper, until it turned into a hole that burrowed further underground. Which raised many questions about what created that and why, but they weren't exactly about to find answers to that anytime soon. Is that the path to the Grail? Mash wondered, the group having stopped to stare down at the hole that was just a few feet away from them. It should be. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 answered, although he was instead looking off into the distance. He sounded a bit distracted when he responded, not that any of them could guess why. So, shouldn't we get going then? Olga Marie asked cautiously. The caster didn't answer, his gaze slowly sweeping along the horizon, a frown of concentration on his face. The other three watched him all the while, each of them wondering what could be going through his head. After he turned his attention to the trees spread out past the hole beneath them, he suddenly stopped. "Oh hey, I just remembered," he then exclaimed, before looking over to Izuku with a grin. "I have a question for you, 𝐵𝐵." Izuku tensed slightly, taken aback by his sudden change in mood. "Hey, alright now?" he wondered. "Yeah, it'll just take a minute or two," he answered, turning to fully face him. "See, I was just wondering, since you asked me about my wish. What would yours be?" he asked, while pointing a finger down at him. Izuku blinked again, still unprepared for this change of subject, especially right as they were about to begin the final leg of the mission. "See, Caster, didn't you say you didn't think the Grail would grant your wish?" he remarked, remembering that part of their conversation as well. "Yeah, but never mind that," he said, brushing off Izuku's concern while lightly waving his hand. "Just don't even think of the Grail. Say you got a chance to make a wish for anything you would want. No strings attached. Anything at all. What would it be?" he questioned. Izuku looked over to Mash, who looked as confused as he was. Then to the director, who simply tilted her head and waited for his reply. Seeing that he wasn't going to get out of giving some sort of answer, he looked back to 𝐒𝐿 and gave a rather weak shrug. "I don't really have one," he offered with a shaky smile. "Oh come on. You think you're getting off that easy?" 𝐒𝐿 answered, looking a little annoyed. "Not accepting that. You're young, you're alive, you must have something that you want." Figured that wasn't going to work. So Izuku had to stop and think for a moment. What was something that he actually wished for? Something that he wanted more than anything. Something that he had wanted for as long as he could remember. When it was put that way, the answer was obvious. "Well, Midoriya," Olga Marie suddenly said, grabbing his attention before he could finish his answer. Oddly enough, when Izuku turned to look at her, she was staring off to the side, twirling a bit of her hair around her finger, even as she spoke to him. "I also just remembered something. It's a bit of information you might find interesting," she explained. Izuku looked to 𝐒𝐿, who just shrugged, not sure where this was going either. They all looked back to the director, who continued. "Ever since quirks first appeared in the world, mags have tried to understand them, just as ordinary humans have. Did you know that in all of our shared recorded history, there has been no instance of a mage suddenly developing a quirk? Despite the metahumans rapidly growing in numbers over the last few generations." That was a bit of a surprise to Izuku, who stared wide-eyed at the director and shook his head. "No, I never would have guessed," he admitted. "I thought not," she commented idly. "Likewise, there hasn't been a single case of a metahuman born to quirk-having families suddenly developing magic circuits either. Many of the major mage families have studied this phenomenon, but haven't been able to think of an explanation for it," she explained. After a moment, she then looked at Izuku with a raised eyebrow. "I don't suppose you might have a theory?" So now he had a second question to answer, one that was less personal but more contemplative. He hummed, placing his hand on his chin as he questioned this internally. Why was there no person born who had both magic circuits and a quirk? "I can't really guess the actual reason, but it must mean that magic circuits and quirks are incompatible somehow," he pondered aloud. "That is what many have assumed, yes," she responded. There was far more to it, but she opted to leave it at that. "So, hypothetically speaking," she then said, shifting gears slightly to get to her real point. "If someone were to, say, use the Grail to grant themselves a quirk. Someone who had only just recently acquired magic circuits, and nearly died in doing so." Izuku jolted, whipping his head to look at the director. For her part, she kept looking away from him, soon untangling her finger from her hair. "Anyway, just something to consider. By all means, continue your conversation," she said with a slightly dulled tone. This was her attempt at being nice with him. If this topic had come up when she had only just met Izuku, she would have likely been more blunt. Knowing how he reacted when having to mention that he was quirkless, she would have pointed out that she knew he wanted a quirk, and how stupid an idea it was to even consider it and how it'd only get him killed. However, in the time they had spent together, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 opinion on Izuku had changed. He was foolhardy, certainly, but not foolish. He rushed headlong into danger, but he could also be clever if given the chance to. He may disobey from time to time, but never out of disrespect. He may be in over his head, but he was quick to give credit and praise to those who knew what they were doing. So, though she wasn't about to admit this aloud, there was a small part of her that felt Izuku had earned her respect. As such, she could afford to be a little nicer to him. There was also a much smaller part of her, much deeper down, that was a little jealous that he was so quick to shower praise and adulation onto Mash, but had yet to do the same for her. Unaware of her internal feelings on this, but recognizing what she was trying to say, Izuku was left to reconsider his stance. Not that it was much of a blow to hear this, he had long since gotten used to the idea that he'd never have a quirk. So if that couldn't be his wish, then there was only one other option. Yet, there was a problem there too. In that case, there's only one thing I could ask for. He began. He looked down at the command seals on the back of his hand. At first, he thought the design looked a bit like a rabbit, with the long V shape being the ears. On a second glance, however, there was another figure it brought to mind. Unfortunately, I can't ask for it, he continued. He clenched his hand into a fist, feeling a brief surge of bitterness that he quickly quashed. If I just asked for it to happen, then it'd become meaningless. It would be something I'd have to earn. Something I'd have to prove that I could do, and keep doing it every single day. It isn't something I'd just have, but something I would be. Something that he already knew he couldn't be, but he kept that to himself. So instead, he looked up to 𝐒𝐿 with that same shaky smile. So, sorry, I guess I don't have a wish after all. Senpai. Mash suddenly exclaimed, prompting him to turn to her and see the wide-eyed look of awe on her face. I really wasn't expecting that answer. I knew that you were clever and kind, but I didn't think you'd be so honorable and diligent too. That's really amazing. She continued to express, each adjective used to describe him accompanied by her inching closer, seemingly out of reflex. Which in turn caused Izuku to lean back, his face heating up bright red as he tried not to look directly at her. Because she was too close. That's just a bit much, don't you think? Oh, so now the shoe's on the other foot then. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 grumbled, thankfully out of earshot of either of them. I don't know. 𝐒𝐿 commented, watching the MSTR and demiservant pair with a more thoughtful expression. Sounded more like a riddle to me. Problem is the clues are way too generic. It really wasn't meant to be. Izuku retorted, still in the midst of dealing with how much Mash was admiring him in that instance. You sure? Because 𝐒𝐿 started, before suddenly snapping his head to look ahead of them. Chaldea, get your guard up. Snapping out of her state, Mash suddenly dashed forward and whipped her shield out, just in time for something to fly forward and strike it, the iron of the shield ringing from the impact. The item that hit her flew over her head, landing on the ground behind Izuku. He turned to look, only to see a sword sticking in the earth, before suddenly dissolving into a bluish light. What just dash? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 started, before moving beside Izuku as they hid behind Mash. 𝐒𝐿 made a noise of disgust as he also shifted to stand behind Mash. I knew it, he growled. Archers guarding this place. As if in response to that, there was the sound of something flying through the air, followed by another object hitting Mash's shield. She remained steadfast as the sword fell to the ground, and Izuku looked over her shoulder to see another sword laying there, before it too disappeared. If he's archer, then why is he throwing swords at us? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 shouted, airing the same thought that Izuku had running through his head. Hey, I don't know everyone here. 𝐒𝐿 responded, tension rising in his voice. Even if this guy really sees me off for some reason. Another object sliced through the air and clashed against Mash's shield, as the group saw a thinner sword clatter to the ground and disappear. Questions about Archer's identity would have to wait until later, as Izuku's eyes looked up to the line of trees before them, trying to find any signs of something not meant to be there. Girlie, keep your shield up. 𝐒𝐿 ordered. I need a clear shot at him, and I can't get one if I get skewered. Mash only gave a quick nod, having no intention of lowering her guard in the first place. Hey, Archer! 𝐒𝐬𝐴 shouted out. What's the matter, not going to come out and say hello? Are you shy or something? Another sword arced through the air, hitting 𝐼's shield and falling to the ground behind the gathered group. If you think that's going to work, you must be a fool, caster, a male voice intoned. The group kept scanning the trees ahead of them, trying to guess where the voice came from before he struck again. Hey, can't blame a guy for trying. Caster answered, although he was growing more annoyed by the second. "A minute, where is he?" he growled under his breath. Another sword flew through the air, this one smaller and lighter than the last, moving much faster than the others. 𝐼 easily deflected this one, of course, but it seemed as though Archer was closing the distance between them. "He's moving around," Izuku whispered, to which 𝐒𝐬𝐴 nodded in agreement. "So we just gotta try and predict where the next shot is coming from," he muttered, his eyes still searching the trees for anything amiss. Another sword arced through the air, clashing against 𝐼's shield and scattering behind them. She didn't react to it at all, simply keeping her shield firm in front of her. Fortunately, this time the group noticed that the last shot had come from their left, 𝐒𝐬𝐴 already turning to the right to retaliate. "Okay, BT, this time you're mine," he growled quietly, as the others waited for the next volley. Izuku counted the seconds in his head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. "Got you!" Caster suddenly shouted, swinging his staff to the trees and firing a ball of flames into them. The flames only hit a tree branch, and another sword flew from the left to hit 𝐼's shield. "Did you really think I was going to be that predictable?" the voice asked, sounding somewhat disappointed at 𝐒𝐬𝐴's assumption. Though he quickly added in a taunting tone, "Or are you trying to burn the forest down? Why you dash?" 𝐒𝐬𝐴 snarled, turning to aim his staff at the other set of trees. Before he had the chance, however, another blade flew and clashed against 𝐼's shield. Then another suddenly flew out to join it. And another. And another. "How is he dash?" Olga Marie started to ask, ducking behind 𝐼 completely as she held firm against a steady barrage of blades. At least, she held firm for a little longer. However, as the swords flew at her faster and faster, she felt the strain starting to get to her. The swords moved as fast as bullets, each one ricocheting off of the center of her shield, adding more and more pressure onto her. Against her will, she took a step back, trying her best to resist the onslaught but starting to weaken. "𝐼, keep it up," Izuku shouts, seeing how she's losing ground and wanting to encourage her. "Just hold on, we'll stop him," he added, placing his hands on her shoulders in some poor attempt to help. I know," 𝐼 responded, wanting badly to keep it up but starting to feel her body cry out in protest. "A minute, was he just playing with us before?" 𝐒𝐬𝐴 shouted, trying to find an opening to return fire, but the blades were now flying at them too quickly. If only these trees weren't in the way. Izuku kept holding onto 𝐼's shoulders, even as the barrage continued, and he heard her yelp in pain as her arms strained. He felt her step back again, forced to do the same, as he tried to think of a way around this. He could use his magecraft to help reinforce 𝐼, but that would only last so long before one of them burnt out. 𝐒𝐬𝐴 was right, if only the trees weren't wait. Izuku suddenly shouted, his eyes widening in realization. "Oh my god, I'm an idiot." He then added, prompting a confused look from the others as he turned his attention to 𝐒𝐬𝐴. "Caster, the trees." "Hey!" Caster shouted back. "Yeah, the trees, they're a huge pain in the butt." "What do you expect me to dash?" he started to shout back, but noticed that Izuku was pointing very animatedly at his staff. He looked at it, then back to him, then likewise jolted in understanding. "Okay, this is why I'm better as a lancer. This strategy SHT doesn't work for me." Without wasting a second longer, 𝐒𝐬𝐴 lifted his staff up and slammed the end of it into the earth. A brief green glow spread out from where the staff landed, fading away as it moved out past the group's feet. The reaction came soon after. Even though the trees were long since dead, roots burst out from beneath them, the trees themselves turning and tilting from the shifting they were making. Like a wave, the trees all bent in random directions, and as more and more of them shifted, the barrage of blades came to a stop. 𝐼 gasped and lowered her shield just a bit to catch her breath, as the others watched the trees for any signs of a shadow out of place. "Did we get him?" 𝐒𝐿𝐵 demanded. In response, they heard Archer's voice again, except this time he wasn't talking to them. Grunting. "Mash, shield up." 𝐒𝐬𝐴𝐺 yelled, and Mash did just that in the nick of time. Another blade flew at them and hit the rim of her shield, whizzing right past them after the glancing blow. Grunting. Izuku shouted, after the arrow had just narrowly missed them. "But that's one of Beowulf's swords." "But Beowulf was never an archer," 𝐒𝐿𝐵 retorted, the both of them equally confused and freaked out over what was going on. Before they had the time to contemplate what this meant, Izuku heard the whistling of something flying through the air, and turned to look in the opposite direction. His eyes shot wide open. "It's coming back." Indeed, somehow, the sword Grunting had turned in midair and was flying back the way it came, right at a vulnerable 𝐒𝐿𝐵. Without thinking further, Izuku dove at her, tackling her and getting them both out of its path. Fortunately, Izuku's warning had been given in the nick of time, as Mash spun around and deflected the returning blade, sending it away into the forest. Only after a few seconds it came back again, flying through the trees and right at her. She held the shield firm this time, but once the blade crashed against it, the force actually knocked her shield back, the sword disappearing soon after. "Stay together," 𝐒𝐬𝐴𝐺 shouted, his attention turned to Izuku and the director on the ground. However, before either of them could think about where they were or to do as Caster asked, they looked up and saw the shadow finally appear. The man leapt from one of the bent trees, a bow aimed squarely at them. Izuku's eyes widened as he saw the arrow glow with bright blue energy. Whatever that was, if it hit them, they were finished. He again acted without thinking. He imagined the shield in his hand, standing in front of the oncoming storm, his magic circuits reactivating. "Chaldea," the shadow shouted. Izuku scooped up the director in his arms. "You son of a dash!" 𝐒𝐬𝐴𝐺 started to curse. Izuku jumped off of the ground, the circuits running through his legs, sending both him and the director further into the forest than he expected. It wasn't enough. Izuku heard the explosion behind him, felt the blast of wind hit his back and push him even further into the darkened forest. He was spinning around, no longer in control of where they were going to land, but he held onto the panicking director the whole time. Then his back crashed against something, prompting a yell of pain from him, and contact with the ground beneath them. He fell into darkness again. Thankfully for Izuku, the fall didn't last long this time. He felt something lightly smacking against his cheek, prompting a pained groan from him. His ears were ringing from the explosion, and in the darkness of the forest it was hard to tell just who was leaning over him. "Dory. Midori." He groaned again, seeing the vague shape move as he started to sit up. His vision came into focus, and he was surprised to see just who looked so worried about him. "Midoriya," the director gasped. "Director." He weakly answered, earning a relieved sigh from her as she shifted her hand back from his face. "Good. The last thing we need right now is you dying on us," she muttered. There was a slight rustling sound from nearby, and both of them turned to where it came from, Izuku now fully awake. Without another word, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 dove behind one of the upturned trees, with Izuku not far behind. He grit his teeth to force back a yell of pain as he dropped down beside her, his back aching after that impact. "How bad is it?" she whispered, looking worried for him again. This really was a change from earlier, he noted internally. I don't think anything's broken," he answered quietly. "I can still move," he added, in an attempt to assuage her concerns. "One of them, at least." "Right, well, just don't move for now," she lightly ordered, and the two kept their backs pressed against the tree. It had been tilted back after 𝐒𝐬𝐴𝐺's stunt, leaning away from the two of them, the gnarled roots sticking out providing surprisingly good cover for them. It almost looked like one good push could send it toppling over. The two fell silent as they listened for any unusual sounds. Had the earlier rustling just been the wind? Izuku looked off to one side, while 𝐒𝐿𝐵 handled the other. No signs of any movement, visual or auditory, came about right away. Both of them slowed their breathing gradually, trying to mute any sort of noises they might make, despite the anxiety going through them. Izuku felt 𝐒𝐿𝐵 grip his shoulder, though whether that was to steady herself or calm him down was unclear. Where were Mash and 𝐒𝐿? Had they made it? What about that archer? Why couldn't they even hear the sounds of fighting? The seconds felt like they were dragging on too long, as the two were only greeted with silence. They both exhaled slowly. For the time being, they were safe. The other questions could wait for now. So how many does that make now? Olga Marie wondered. 4. 5. Izuku looked over at her, surprised that she was bringing this up again. He saw that she just looked more tired than anything else, so he assumed she wasn't actually mad. This prompted him to give a tired smile and whisper back to her. Sorry, still not counting. In return, she actually managed a slight smirk of her own. Not quite as smug as usual, but still with small hints of that feeling. You must really be trying to get on my good side, Midoriya, she remarked. Is it working? He asked. Why he thought it was a good idea to say that right now was probably because of the blow to his back. Or his head. He wasn't sure which was going on at this point. He was far more surprised to hear her give a short giggle, placing a hand over her mouth for just a second. She soon lowered it, and for a moment Izuku got to see a more genuine smile of appreciation on her face. Before he could actually enjoy it, however, the more smug grin was back. Keep it up and you might earn a raise, she quipped. A joke. The hardened, cold-hearted, ruthless director of Chaldea just made a joke. Izuku couldn't help himself, a short puff of air leaving his mouth before he covered it, descending into quiet chuckles. The director wasn't far behind him, likewise covering her mouth so only slight shakes her body made acted as a sign she was laughing. Would you believe I almost forgot I was being paid? Izuku asked between breathy chuckles. Why you thought you were doing charity work, she responded, trying her best to contain herself, but failing just a bit. Are you even surprised? See, considering it's you, not really. Hell, you'd probably leap at charity work. The two were now leaning on each other as the muffled laughing continued, much as they tried to stop it. Maybe it was a defense mechanism in the face of the present danger, or maybe they had both been through so much that day that they kind of snapped a little. Whatever the case, for the time being, they just couldn't stop. Right up until they were reminded of what they were in for. Senpai. Director. They both jolted out of their stressed reverie as they heard the voice call for them. Mash was still alive. Don't dash. The second voice belonged to 𝐒𝐿, confirming that he was still around too. His exact wording stuck out to them, and they both started to piece together what was going on. Mash and 𝐒𝐿 survived, with Fu still with Mash, but they weren't anywhere in their line of sight. They were further away, possibly on the other side of the forest. Mash's calling to them was proven to be a mistake, then, as 𝐒𝐿 quieting her showed. Archer was still alive too, then, and now knew they were separated. Meaning he'd be coming after Izuku and Olga Marie, as they were more vulnerable. The reality of the situation settled in again, and both mags were back to listening for anything amiss. The slightest rustling of leaves, the sound of feet hitting the ground, a bow being drawn taut, anything to act as a sign. Archer, you must really hate me, right? 𝐒𝐿 suddenly called out. You went and used that, here. You got a bone to pick with me. Even if Izuku could tell this was an attempt at drawing Archer's attention, the anger in Caster's voice was palpable. He couldn't very well blame him, either. Caladbog was the sword of Fergus MacRoich, one of the men who helped raise 𝐒𝐿. The fact that he called him Uncle Fergus before only solidified that. To have someone else use it on him must have 𝐒𝐿 seeing red. More importantly, who was this archer? He used the swords of both Beowulf and Fergus MacRoich, but he shot them from a bow. He couldn't think of any heroes he knew of who acquired both of those blades, especially since Beowulf himself broke hunting. Not to mention all of the random unnamed swords that had been flying their way. Someone just shooting swords like arrows didn't bring any names to mind at all. It probably didn't help that panic was starting to set in again, making it harder to concentrate. It also really didn't help that Archer hadn't responded to 𝐒𝐿. He clearly saw it for what it was and wasn't giving Caster the chance. The wind shifted the leaves again, both mags tensing up. Izuku felt the director's hand clench his sleeve even as she tried to keep watch. A footstep. Both of their breaths caught in their throats. They wondered if they had misunderstood what the sound was. Perhaps a branch had fallen and hit the ground. Perhaps a creature, somehow still alive in the midst of this madness, had gone by. A second footstep. No mistaking it this time. The sound had echoed from further behind them, past the tree they were hiding behind. Worse, it was getting closer. Olga Marie tugged on Izuku's sleeve, drawing his attention. She pointed deeper into the forest, a suggestion that it was time for them to make a run for it. Before he could even consider the option, however, another footstep was heard, this one closer again. He shook his head. If they tried to run now, then whoever was approaching would catch them, and if it was Archer then they'd be helpless. Another footstep. Izuku hurriedly tried to think of a way to approach this. There was a possibility it was Mash or 𝐒𝐭𝐴, having separated themselves to try and find them. They couldn't just call to them, however, because if it wasn't then that'd just draw Archer's attention. If they tried to run, there was that outcome as well. They certainly couldn't fight back, neither of them capable of taking on a servant. However, if they could bluff. Olga Marie practically saw the gears turning in Izuku's head, and grabbed both of his shoulders while rapidly shaking her head. That option was suicide, she wanted to say, but kept quiet for the sake of safety. Another footstep. Time was running out. Izuku brushed her hands away, then pointed at her, before pointing at the ground, a silent request to stay put. She shook her head again, and Izuku's hands found her shoulders in turn to steady her. He looked right into her eyes, seeing just how utterly terrified she was. He thought she was scared for her own safety, understanding completely what he had to do. He smiled. A wide grin, full of forced confidence. He hoped that it put her at ease. He didn't see the shocked expression on her face. He pulled away, jumped out from behind the tree, and hoped luck was on his side. It wasn't. So, you must be the MSTR. Archer said. Izuku froze in place, keeping his gaze locked fully on the shadow. He was taller than Izuku by a fair bit, his head only reaching the man's chest. He couldn't see any sort of clothing on the man, but he assumed he must be wearing some. He was a number of paces away, but that wouldn't make any difference. One arrow and he was done for. He couldn't even turn his head or flick his eyes in another direction, as that would only draw Archer's attention that way. If he wanted to even try to save the director, he couldn't budge. You abandoned both of your servants. Rather cold of you, don't you think? The shadow asked. Izuku's teeth grit. He didn't abandon them, he had to save the director. He knew that, but the fact that he did leave Mash behind hurt him. He kept all of these thoughts to himself, not answering the shadow, only keeping up a defiant glare. Well, he continued. Aren't you going to run, he wondered. That wasn't an option. If he ran, he'd be killed, and the director would be killed. Likewise, if he took a step forward, he'd be killed anyway. So there was only one choice left. Izuku raised his arms and balled his hands into fists, taking that amateur fighting stance again. He didn't activate his circuits yet, but he kept that idea in mind as he stared Archer down. Really, he responded disbelievingly. You actually want to fight me? You're quite the fool yourself, it seems. So I've been told. Izuku answered automatically. Of course, it wasn't like anyone back home could imagine that he'd be doing something like this when saying that to him, but that wasn't really the point. The archer readied his bow again, aiming it at Izuku. A glow of blue light covered his free hand, and from it, a sword appeared. He clasped the hilt, then brought the sword to the bow, drawing it back in the string. He kept the tip aimed squarely at Izuku. The new mage's knees shook a little, but he maintained his stance. Silence stretched out among the two. Izuku's mind reeled with questions. If he activated his circuits, could he dodge the sword before it hit him? If he could, what then? He'd just tire himself out before even damaging the archer once, and while that might buy enough time for the others to arrive, it wasn't a guarantee. If he made enough noise, would Mash and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 get to them in time? Why wasn't Archer doing anything? I overheard your conversation with Caster earlier, he suddenly announced, while keeping the bow drawn on Izuku. I'm a little disappointed you didn't answer the question. Maybe you could now. What would you wish for? Izuku blinked once, then again, wondering if he'd even heard right. Archer wanted to know something like that. "Why are you asking?" he responded cautiously. "Curiosity," he answered simply. "Not many humans have tried to fight back like this since this war began. I suppose I'd like to know a little more about you before I kill you." There was no clear emotion in his voice when he spoke. He sounded oddly casual about it, like he was just asking any other sort of question one would to another during a conversation. So, he finished, waiting for a reply. Now Izuku had a plan. If he could just keep Archer talking, the others would approach and hit him before he was killed or the director was found. So there was no reason to avoid the question. If he lied, however, would Archer know? Would that just make him angrier and get him killed sooner? There was no choice then. He had to tell him the truth. To be a hero. The sword cut through the air. It flew right by Izuku's head, missing his ear by just a centimeter or two. He winced, thinking for a second that it had hit him, but no pain shot through his head or his shoulder. He thought that Archer had just wanted to get a rise out of him, his wince turning into a glare. The shadow remained still, his arms still hanging in the air after having let go of the sword. "What did you just say?" he then asked. Izuku was surprised to hear that there was shock in his voice. His eyes moved to the arm hanging in the air. The fingers on his hand were twitching. The shot went wild. He hadn't meant to take it. Izuku had stumbled onto something that would further distract Archer. He had to leap on it. "To be a hero," he repeated, his voice carrying a bit more strength to it. "One who saves people with a smile. One who people can feel safe around just by their presence." He continued, repeating the wish he had held onto even when so many told him it was impossible. "I've wanted to be someone like that for almost my whole life." Silence returned to the forest. Archer's arms lowered to his sides, the bow still in one of them. Izuku watched him, wondering what could be going through his head. Why was this something that affected him? Who was he? Archer's head lowered. For a moment, Izuku wondered if he was about to cry. He didn't. Far from it, Izuku heard a short laugh leave the shadowy figure. This was followed by another, and another, gradually growing in volume. Archer leaned back and continued to laugh, the sound echoing through the forest and the dead city around it. The laughing only grew louder, almost becoming unhinged. Archer took a step backwards as he continued, his free hand landing on his chest, as if he was struggling to breathe. Someone laughing at his dream was nothing new to him, but this was something different. Archer had no idea who he was, so why would he automatically assume his dream was impossible? It was easy, he didn't exactly have a lot going for him. That wasn't it, though, at least that wasn't just it. There was a tone of bitterness to his laugh, one Izuku couldn't miss, and that just brought up more questions. After this continued for a little longer, Archer leaned forward again, his hand moving up to his face. The laughter died down, and when it finally stopped, Archer sighed. They had to have been heard by now, and Izuku really hoped Mash and 𝐒𝐿 would show up soon. "A hero," Archer finally said, and the disgust in his tone was so palpable Izuku jumped a bit at it. He straightened back up, his hand returning to his side as he regarded Izuku. "That's your wish," he wondered, the bitterness having returned to his voice. "It is," Izuku simply answered. If Mash and 𝐒𝐿 just suddenly ran over, then Archer would quickly shoot them. He might kill Izuku before they get to him. He hoped that they realized this and were approaching slowly. "Do you think you can achieve it?" Archer asked. "You said it would be meaningless if it was just handed to you. Do you think you can become a hero on your own merits?" Izuku wanted to say yes. It was something he'd told himself again and again. He could do it. He was going to become a hero, just like the man he admired the most. The same man who already told him it was impossible. "No," he responded. His voice was harder than he expected it to be. He didn't let himself look away from Archer. "I already know that I can't," he added. This earned a shorter, quieter laugh from the shadow. "You're more realistic than I expected," he commented. "I guess I finally learned that I had to be," he replied. Did he actually believe that, however? Right now, even he wasn't sure. The Archer's hand glowed blue again, and a new sword appeared. Like before, he drew the sword taut in the bow, aiming it at Izuku, who tensed up all over again. It's actually a little bit of a shame. Maybe if circumstances had been different, we could have gotten along. The shadow remarked. Izuku wondered if that was true. Now, any last words? Still no sign of Mash and 𝐒𝐿𝐴. He really hoped they were trying to be stealthy right now. He was running out of things to say to drag this out. Was that your wish, he asked. It was a gamble, but if that bitterness he exuded said anything, there was a history he had with heroes. He needed to touch on that to buy more time. Archer didn't loosen the bow this time. He instead lowered it, the sword pointing away from Izuku for just this moment. He seemed to be contemplating how to answer the question, which was fine with Izuku since it just gave them more time. Once upon a time, it was, he finally admitted. He lifted his head. Izuku wished he could tell what expression was on his face. Now, I just wish I could undo it all. Despite the danger, Izuku flinched at that. He had been a hero, but now wished he hadn't been. Who was he? What made him this way? How did he become a sad opposite of Izuku himself? Could he help him? Archer drew the bow again, aiming the sword at Izuku's head. Let me offer you some advice to take with you into your next life, he intoned. Izuku flinched again, getting his guard back up. Heroes are not people to be admired. Archer continued. They are people to be pitied. What would make him think this? Why would he have reason to pity heroes? What happened to him? If you walk down the path of a hero, he went on, and Izuku could swear he heard a tinge of sadness in his voice. You're just walking into hell. The bowstring was pulled. Izuku's breath caught in his chest, his mind racing to think of something else to say. He had to say something, he had to hear more. A root beside Archer's foot suddenly shot out, piercing into his leg. He let out a shout, his concentration broke, and Izuku immediately dove behind another tree, away from where Olga Marie was. Not that Archer saw either way, as 𝐒𝐿𝐴 ran out from behind him and into his line of sight. Got you, 𝐵𝐵, the caster shouted as he swung his staff, another blast of fire leaving the tip and nailing Archer in his side. Before he had the chance to retaliate, Mash broke out through the forest on his opposite side, crashing into him and knocking him off of his feet, sending him flying past 𝐒𝐿𝐴 and into a nearby tree. Senpai! Director! Mash called out, Archer slumping to the ground for a moment. In response, both Izuku and Olga Marie dashed out from their hiding spots and ran over to her. She wore a wide, pleased smile as they moved behind her. Thank goodness. Are you two all right? A little bruised, but I'll be okay. Izuku answered, already putting a hand on Mash's shoulder. Worry about us later, focus on him. Olga Marie shouted, right back to the authoritative director role. In turn, Izuku activated his magic circuits. Momentary reinforcement, he called, and with that rush of magic, Mash's body glowed faintly orange, and she wasted no time charging at a recovering Archer. She crashed into him seconds later, the force sending Archer back into the tree he had been resting against. The tree groaned from the impact, soon falling backwards and sending Archer tumbling back. He struggled to stand up again, with the piece of root still sticking into his leg, not that Mash was about to give him the chance to. Stay with her! 𝐒𝐿𝐴 shouted, and Izuku and Olga Marie ran after Mash, who swung her shield to crash against Archer's chin as he struggled to stand. Archers are no good at close range, so she can dash, he started to explain. However, as Mash swung again, there was a brief flash of blue, and a curved blade clashed against her shield. A second one manifested in his other hand, hitting the shield to try and push her back, as he grit her teeth to push back against him. Oh come on! What kind of archer keeps using swords? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 snarled, swinging his staff out, causing another root to swing out and crash into Archer's side to break up the stalemate. Archer tumbled past another tree and landed on his good leg, before rearing back and throwing the two blades he had forged. The blades spun through the air, but glanced off of Mash's shield as she resumed her charge forward. As she got there, Archer rose up with two longer blades appearing in his hands, both swinging down to clash against the center of her shield. Sparks flew as the blades scraped down along the iron, but Mash didn't flinch, glaring up at the shadowy Archer. Minutes ago she was scared out of her mind that her senpai could be dead. Now that he was safe, she wasn't going to give anyone the chance to hurt him again. With a shout, she swung her shield up, the swords flying back away from her. She then spun and swung the shield low, catching Archer's bad leg and knocking him off of his feet. Before he could land, Mash spun again and moved her leg out, her foot hitting his stomach and sending him flying through the air again. He crashed against another tree branch and spun backwards, tumbling out into the clearing that had been where this whole battle began. The group approached, but halted as Archer's bow reappeared, a new sword notched in the bow and aimed squarely at them. Gram! The sword of the dragon slayer Sigurd glowed green and crackled with electricity as it flew for them, but Mash stepped forward, prepared for the worst. The sword clashed against her shield, her teeth clenched as the strain it put on her was very strong. It ground against the center of the shield, sparks flying in every direction, as the electricity arced out and threatened to blast anyone behind her. Unbeknownst to her, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 slammed his staff down on the ground again, green light shining out around them for a moment again. Not this time. Mash growled out. She placed her hand on the top edge of her shield, then pushed her shield downwards, causing the sword to turn and spike into the ground, shattering on impact. As Archer rose to his feet to try another attack, behind him more roots rose from beneath the ground. They elongated and moved up over his head, before suddenly shooting down at his exposed back. One by one, the sharpened points pierced into him from behind, each one prompting a shout of surprise and pain. Before long, over a dozen wooden spikes were sticking into his back, his movements now halted. Not that he didn't try to step forward, a grunt of pain leaving his mouth as he attempted to move. With the spikes in his back holding him and his bad leg, however, that was swiftly shown to be impossible. His bow dropped to the ground and disappeared, and he slumped, defeated. Mash let out a sigh, ready to declare the battle over. She was surprised, naturally, when Izuku suddenly stepped forward. "Senpai," she uttered, wondering if he was going to approach the shadow. To her relief, he only stayed right beside her. The regretful look on his face was one that she couldn't really understand, however. She had only caught a snippet of the conversation between the two of them, and even then just the shadow's last speech. What had actually gone on between them? Up to this point, it was easy to regard the shadow servants as something akin to ghosts, almost nightmares brought to life. There was nothing to them, just shapes made out of pure darkness. They spoke, but up until this point they just said generally threatening things. There was nothing to them beyond that, and so it wasn't hard to feel nothing for them when they disappeared. With this one, Izuku had stumbled upon something human. It was still negative, but it was based on pain. Not hatred, but regret. Something that he could actually understand, but do nothing about. It was a strange feeling, watching this shadow slump before him, acting human but no longer really being one. He felt like he should be upset, but it was a very muted feeling, and he couldn't fully process it. "Who are you?" he asked suddenly. A part of his brain had to know. Who was this person who wanted nothing to do with heroes? Maybe it made no sense, he was as good as gone and it did them no good strategically. Even so, if he could at least remember his name, maybe this slowly growing feeling of guilt would be eased. The shadow lifted his head to look at Izuku. He wished he could see his face. The shadow gave a weak laugh. "No one." The shadow's head dipped again, and the body dissolved into nothing. The roots remained where they were, the only reminder that he had ever been there to begin with. Izuku looked no less regretful afterwards. There was a light tapping against the side of his head, drawing him out of this as he looked up to 𝐒𝐭𝐴, who retracted his staff from him. "Let this be a lesson to you, kid," he uttered. "Don't leave your servant's side. I know you were trying to save your boss, but this is what happens when you guys get separated. If things had gone just a bit differently, you'd be dead for sure. So be more careful from now on, got it?" He admonished, his voice firm but not too harsh. Temporarily distracted from the conflicting feelings going through him, Izuku lowered his head and gave a small nod. "Why yes. Sorry," he quietly responded. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 then turned his attention to a worried Mash. "As for you, girlie, keep this in mind," he went on. "Your job, your purpose, is defense. That's why you carry that shield. As long as you have the will to protect someone, you'll succeed. So don't lose any belief in yourself, and you can't lose. Understand. Mash blinked at 𝐂𝐭𝐚𝐲 advice, before nodding and wearing a more determined expression. All right, she shouted. She had every intention of following through on that idea. She would protect her friends and allies with everything she had from here on, no matter what it took. Satisfied, 𝐂𝐭𝐴 nodded and started to walk away. All right, let's get back to that cave. It's only gonna get tougher from here on, so stay together this time. Olga Marie swiftly followed him, but as she passed by she looked back at Izuku. Their eyes met, and Izuku felt that the expression on her face was hard to read. It was as if she was trying to figure something out, but was it about him? It was only after she turned away that he realized she must have heard the entire conversation with Archer. Not something he really intended, but it wasn't like he could do anything about it now. She was safe, that was what mattered. Awkward discussions could be dealt with later. There was a short cry of protest as Fu poked his head out from the compartment inside of Mash's shield. He swayed from side to side, seemingly dizzy, answering Izuku's earlier question of if she fought with him inside or not. Sorry Fu, it was a dire situation and there wasn't time for you to get away, she apologized. She then looked up at Izuku and lightly patted his shoulder. Are you sure you're okay, senpai, she asked, while starting to follow the others. Izuku took the hint and fell in step with her, while offering a slightly shaky smile to her question. I'm a little sore when I hit my back, but I'll be okay, he clarified. Maybe this mana-absorbing magic crest or whatever will fix that soon. You shouldn't be so cavalier about injuries, senpai, she lightly chided, before offering a light smile to him. We'll just push on a little further, and then we'll finish our mission. Then you can get back to Chaldea and rest up, alright? Yeah. Izuku replied, though he was a little distracted when he did. After they walked a little further, he couldn't help but look over his shoulder. His eyes fell on the sharpened roots as they slowly shrank from his field of vision. Heroes were to be pitied, he said. That to walk the path of a hero was to follow the path to hell. Despite his optimism, Izuku knew that the life of a hero was not an easy one. It was a dangerous, life-threatening job that forced people to confront the darker parts of the world. To be able to face that and come out the other side still wanting to protect others and save people, that took incredible strength of character. That was why he admired heroes so much. Yet, he knew that such a life inevitably took its toll. To come out the other side, feeling as though you were DMN'd forever. What kind of life would one have to live to end up like that? To want to be a hero and do good, only to end up convinced that it would have been better if you had done nothing. Was that the path he had wanted to walk? The quest for the Grail. The atmosphere remained quite tense as the team descended into the cave. Perhaps it was simply due to the mood that had been left after the battle with Archer, or perhaps it was because they were wandering through a cold, musty tunnel. Most likely, it was both. Cold was a very broad description for the tunnel as well. Freezing was probably a bit more apartment. How they weren't all shivering with each step taken was a mystery to Izuku. He suspected that it was some feature of his uniform mystic code, but he didn't think Olga Marie would be very forthcoming with information at the moment. As for Mash and 𝐂𝐭𝐴, the former really seemed like she should have been affected, given she was wearing the least out of the four of them. Something he had to force himself not to dwell on. It likely had to do with them being servants, but again he'd have to ask to check. If it wasn't for the fact that things were so uneasy, he probably would do that. Problem was, Izuku could just feel the tension in the air. Especially from the director of Chaldea. Ever since they had grouped up again, he could just tell she was staring at him the whole time. It was that same discerning stare she had worn earlier that day, and he had hoped she no longer had a need to aim it his way. Clearly such hopes were misplaced, as now she couldn't stop looking at him like she was trying to understand something. It had to do with the conversation he had with Archer. Had to. The question was, why? What difference did it make to her whether he thought he could be a hero or not? That had nothing to do with his ability to be a MSTR. Which was a whole other mess that he was still not completely certain about, but that's besides the point. He could still act in service of Chaldea regardless of what he thought about himself. It wouldn't get in the way of the overall mission, and he knew that was what she cared about. Sure, she had loosened up around him a bit, even joked with each other earlier, but their relationship was still professional. It could be friendly, sure, but it wouldn't get in the way of work. Unless that was what she thought now. Had he said something in the midst of all his conversation that made her change her mind? Was she now reassessing her viewpoint of him? He tried to think of everything that he had said to Archer, but nothing really stuck out as something warranting concern. At least not as far as his use as an agent of Chaldea. Had he just missed something? Had he been acting in some way that was a problem? Wait, no, he was getting too familiar with her, and that was the problem. Dr. Roman had warned him that she wasn't going to take to that, but he still thought he could get through to her anyway. Without even touching on her past, he still must have crossed a line somehow. They had talked, she had helped him with his magecraft, they had joked and even laughed together earlier. Was that just too much for her and she needed to back off? No, then why would she be staring at him like that? Oh God, he was so stupid. She kept talking about how he wasn't acting like a mage whenever he saved her life, so she must still be expecting something else from him. Like he's going to turn around and demand more favors from her. No wonder her guard was still up. How was he supposed to fix this? How could he possibly get through to her that he doesn't want to lord any sort of power over her and just wants to do the right thing? Senpai? Mash asked, jerking Izuku out of his spiraling train of thought. Are you alright? You look upset. She continued, obviously worried about him. He quickly forced a smile on his face, hoping he hadn't accidentally said anything to give away what he was fretting over. Why, I'm okay, Mash. And no need to worry. He lied. Which she seemed to detect as she tilted her head in slight disbelief, an action Fu mimicked from her shoulder. Are you sure? You seem to be a bit stressed about something. She replied. I thought you were just shaking because you were cold, but your eyes were wide open like you were thinking of something scary, she added. DMN it, why couldn't he be better at hiding how he felt? WL, he started, trying to think of a suitable excuse. After a second, however, he realized he couldn't get out of this that easily. So he'd have to go with an alternative approach. Oh okay, maybe I'm a little nervous, he admitted, anxiously pressing his two pointer fingers together. Nervous, she asked. She took a moment to think over what could be the cause of this, before her eyes widened in shock. Senpai, are you claustrophobic? She yelled, her worry turning into brief panic. W8, no, I'm not, really, he protested, waving his hands to try and calm Mash down. I'm just thinking about the battle ahead, he explained. Although he couldn't really blame her for the misunderstanding. The tunnel they were traveling through wasn't really cramped, they had plenty of space. That said, having walls of rock on all sides, including the ceiling, could certainly be nerve-wracking if one thought about it. Still, having the green light coming off of all of it helped battle that. How was the cave brightly lit, though? Speaking of the battle ahead. Olga Marie started, thankfully removed from her own train of thought and giving Izuku a degree of relief. Caster, how much longer are we going to be down here? She asked him. It's gonna be considerably longer, sorry. 𝐒𝐿 responded airily, not as concerned about their current situation as them. We're basically walking the length of the Fuyuki Bridge right about now, so better get used to seeing damp rocks for a while. Olga Marie grimaced at the prospect, grumbling something under her breath. Why exactly is everything all lit up, anyway? Izuku interjected. Is there some sort of luminescent moss on the walls? He wondered, although it didn't quite make sense. The tunnel was too bright for that to be the explanation. I'm sensing a lot of magical energy flowing through here. That may be the actual cause. Mash explained. Girlie's got it. 𝐒𝐿 answered. The place we're heading to is built right on top of a ley line, and these tunnels help spread the mana from that ley line across the city. Why, I can't imagine, but it is what it is. Which is why that spot is where the Greater Grail has manifested. Olga Marie remarked. Pretty much, the caster agreed. I might even go so far as to guess whoever was behind the setup for this Grail War built that place for that reason. Maybe even dug these tunnels themselves so they had more places to draw mana from if needed. That does sound like the 𝐼𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐼n's work, the director commented. Izuku was tempted to ask who the 𝐼𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐼n's were, but given the uncomfortable air between them at the moment it was probably better not to. Regardless, we should probably have a plan of attack before we encounter Saber, she continued, having something new to focus on. I can tell you right now that she's not gonna be like the shadows. 𝐂𝐬𝐴 stated, looking back at the others with a grave face. She is extraordinarily powerful. One swing of Excalibur could level an entire squadron, let alone a single person. He then pointed directly at Izuku, who tensed up in surprise. So this time you really gotta do what your boss has been telling you, MSTR. Stay back, and let us handle it. I still can't believe the enemy is King Arthur. Mash said, looking down at the ground with a saddened expression again. Privately, Izuku still couldn't believe King Arthur was a woman all along, but that would have to be addressed later. He reached over and put a hand on Mash's shoulder, hoping he could be at least a little supportive, even if he wasn't sure why this was bothering her so much. Not that Mash fully understood herself. Mash, whatever is going on with her, I'm sure she isn't herself, he offered. This is King Arthur, after all. King Arthur would never be a villain. How can you be so certain of that? Olga Marie wondered, drawing the attention of both MSTR and Demiservant. We talked about this before, Midoriya. Hero means something different now than it did back then. You can't hold the figures of old to the standards that we carry these days. I know that, he responded weakly, but quickly continued with more emphasis to his voice. But even so, King Arthur is virtuous even today. She worked tirelessly to provide for her kingdom and protect it from all enemies, no matter how powerful they were. She embodied everything people admired about knights, and some even said she was the perfect king. And Camelot still fell. 𝐒𝐬𝐴 bluntly remarked, drawing a flinch from both Izuku and Mash. He came to a stop as they reached a wider opening in the cave. The space spread out before them, with stalactites and stalagmites peppered at random spots around them. Izuku was one of the few in his class that could tell the difference between the two, not that anyone ever asked him. 𝐒𝐬𝐴 turned to face the two fully, giving a sigh before he spoke. Look, I never became a king myself, but I've known my fair share, he stated. It's not an easy job, by any means. Hell, Uncle Fergus was a king, and he walked away from it because he knew he wasn't suited for it. You have to be a certain type of person to be a good king, that's why so many of them ended up unmemorable aristocrats at best, and outright tyrants at worst. You've got the pressure of an entire kingdom, every single life within your walls watching your every move and expecting the world of you. Every action you take can either result in adulation you may not feel you really deserve, or criticism that could evolve into outright hatred and revolution if you're not careful. I don't know what the right thing to do in that situation is. I don't think anyone really does. He explained. He took a moment to let that settle, before pressing on to an even worse reality that had to be conveyed. It's like they say, heavy is the head that wears the crown. So imagine how heavy the crown of the perfect king would be. Take all that pressure that I just talked about and multiply that by. I can't even imagine how much. Every subject in your kingdom sees you as perfect. Every knight under your banner sees you as the ideal they all strive to be. If you screw up just once, even a little, it all comes crashing down. Try and put yourself in that situation, where you work tirelessly to create a kingdom that's supposed to be a utopia lasting forever. And then it all falls apart. Your people turn on you or are killed. Your knights betray you, die, or both. You've done everything you felt you could do and you still failed. Both Izuku and Mash were left staring wide-eyed at 𝐒𝐬𝐴, both slowly realizing just how grim the situation surrounding the King of Knights had been. He watched them both digest the horror he described, and then asked his final question. Can you two really look me in the eye and tell me that, if it had been you in that situation, you wouldn't end up becoming something you thought you wouldn't? That you wouldn't end up going down a path you'd consider villainous? Never! Izuku blurted out, surprising even Mash with how fast it came. I'd dash. I wouldn't dash. I could never. The denial died as quickly as it was formed, however. As much as he wished otherwise, he simply couldn't give an answer that he knew for certain was true. Mash, for her part, watched her MSTR with brief awe at his initial defiance, but it vanished as his confidence did. She didn't voice any thoughts, instead simply looking sadly to the ground again, an act Izuku soon followed. Neither of them could really know how they would act, much as they would like to think they'd remain resolute and not give in to despair. Neither of them had ever experienced something that awful before. How could anyone be completely sure of how they would respond in a given scenario unless they'd lived it themselves? Even if they were both morally upright people, any villain wasn't born a villain. The two were left to dwell on this, and they just found themselves more conflicted and uneasy over it all. 𝐒𝐬𝐴 had initially been taken aback by Izuku's refusal to accept that he could have turned out that way, but he was glad that they were at least able to understand the reality of it. Still, it did wound him a bit to basically dump a metaphorical bucket of water on them like this. After giving them a little bit of time, he stepped closer and gently ruffled Izuku's hair a little. "I hope you're right, Bean Sprout," was all he could really offer as a consolation. Seeing how neither of them were looking any better despite 𝐒𝐬𝐴 trying to reel it back, Olga Marie piped up with a change of subject. "I have to ask, because I just realized something," she said, before she started counting off her fingers. "We defeated Rider, Assassin, and Lancer at the bridge. We just defeated Archer. Saber is ahead, and you're our caster. So aren't we forgetting someone?" At this, 𝐒𝐬𝐴 grimaced as he looked over at the director. "Berserker," he responded reluctantly. He shook his head and turned away to face the path before them again. "I gotta be honest, I'd rather we not go after him if we don't have to. If we can defeat Saber, then he'll just disappear anyway, since he's technically already been defeated. So it's better to just skip that." The change in topic did at least get everyone ready to move again, much as Izuku and Mash were still in a door mood. Hopefully that would fade as they prepared for the final stretch of their mission. Problem was, a slight rumbling through the tunnel stopped them in their tracks. The group looked ahead, noticing that the rumbling came from that direction. An earthquake! Izuku wondered aloud. That was all they needed right now. Another rumble ran through the cave, this one a bit fiercer than the last. This was soon followed by another, and while it wasn't actually affecting them yet, it seemed clear that was going to change shortly. As if to prove this, another rumble shook them, this one happening faster than the last. "Should we run back to the surface?" Olga Marie shouted, the tremors only increasing in frequency with each second. "No, that's not gonna make a difference." 𝐒𝐬𝐴 shouted, his eyes glued on the tunnel opening ahead. "Damn it, I just had to go and jinx it, didn't I?" "Jinx it?" Mash asked, now watching the tunnel as well, dawning horror creeping onto her face. "Seacaster, do you mean Dash?" "Get against the wall," he shouted, waving at them to move back. "Get against the wall, hurry," he repeated, panic surging through his voice. The four of them did just that, running to the nearby wall and pressing themselves as flatly as they could against it. The tremors only grew in strength and frequency, yet after a moment or two, Izuku noticed that they were just short thumps and not full-on quakes. His eyes widened as he started to realize what this meant. They were footsteps. A shadowy mass suddenly rushed out from the darkened tunnel, Izuku only able to tell it was there once it stepped into the lit space they were in. It dashed forward, before skidding to a halt right in front of them. The figure was easily over 7 feet tall, had what looked like a long menere of hair going down its back, was built like a Greek god, and was carrying what Izuku assumed to be either a giant sword or some sort of club. The shadow turned its head to them, and though he couldn't see the eyes, he could feel it staring at them. The worst part was that it didn't speak. It roared. It reared its head back and let out a savage, beast-like roar, with such volume and force that the whole room shook because of it. Izuku's hands had clamped over his ears just as a defensive response, and he still felt it. "That's Berserker," he shouted, partially out of the expected shock, but mostly to try and make sure Caster actually heard him. "Okay, we're doing this apparently." Caster shouted back, which was the closest thing to a yes that Izuku could get at the moment. Berserker had already started to charge at them, sword club raised over its head to swing down at them. Reacting in turn, 𝐒𝐬𝐴 grabbed Olga Marie's wrist and dove to one side, while Mash did the same for Izuku in the opposite direction. The club swung down at where they once stood, swiftly embedding itself in the rock with a thunderous clash and sending chunks of it flying in random directions. Not that it slowed the shadow down at all, as it quickly removed the weapon from the wall, then turned its head in Izuku and Mash's direction. "Fu, get to the tunnel," Mash called out, and the white beast swiftly jumped off of her shoulder to run. Wasting no more time, she prepared her shield and charged forward just as Berserker ran at them. He lifted his weapon up and swung down again, and she held out her shield to meet it. The two weapons clashed with the loudest ring that Mash's shield had made that night, the weapon shaking in her grip, which she was just barely keeping, as the blow almost knocked her legs out from under her, instead pushing her into the rock beneath her feet, small grooves made where her boots were. She didn't even have the chance to recover before Berserker lifted its weapon and swung again, another bone-shattering clash sending her deeper into the ground. A third soon followed, and it was taking everything she had just to keep standing, her legs shaking with each impact. A fourth swing, and she cried out in pain, her body begging her to stop fighting back and just get this over with. Momentary reinforcement. She heard Izuku's spell being cast and felt the surge of energy in her body, her strength increasing yet again. When Berserker went for another swing, she swung her shield up to try and push back against him. The two weapons clashed again, and for a moment they struggled against one another, Mash putting everything she could into forcing Berserker away. Unfortunately, she soon found that all she could do was keep him from pushing her further back, even with the spell empowering her. Berserker pushed down against her, keeping her from attacking, until it let out another mighty roar right in her face. The force of the roar nearly pushed her down again, and when that wasn't enough, Berserker reared back and swung again. The weapon clashed against her shield, thankfully not pushing her down again, but it was taking every effort she could make just to keep her arms up. Worse was that the swings were coming in faster and faster now, Berserker wildly whipping his arm up and down from random directions, trying to get her to move as if he just had to prove he could. Even as each blow from him shook her body, she held as firm as she could, but she knew it wasn't going to last for long. Izuku watched in shock as Berserker continued to batter away at Mash's shield. He had seen the spell he used save her more than once before, so why wasn't it working now? Just how strong was this guy? Caster, he called, as 𝐒𝐿 ran from where Olga Marie was over to him. Summon some tree roots to keep him from moving. I can't. 𝐒𝐿 replied. We're under the Fuyuki River right now, there's nothing down here to work with. Izuku did a double take at this revelation, having been trying to focus on Berserker's attacks but now was presented with a new problem. Where, he shouted disbelievingly. I told you we were walking the length of the bridge, didn't I? What did you think that meant? I didn't think that meant we were underwater. They both heard one last clang of iron against whatever it was Berserker was holding, before it suddenly stopped. Both Izuku and Caster looked over to see something they probably really didn't want. Berserker was now facing them. Oh! 𝐒𝐿. Berserker let out another room-shaking roar and broke away from Mash, charging right for them. The two swiftly separated as Berserker lunged, skidding to a halt again as they ran in opposite directions. Initially it turned its head towards Izuku, but a blast of fire against the side of its head caused it to growl out in pain and annoyance. It turned to look at Caster, who quickly followed up with another blast right square in its face. It shook its head after and let out another roar, already starting to charge at a retreating Caster. Izuku, meanwhile, ran to where Mash was and helped her out of the crater that had started to form beneath all of Berserker's blows. What if we retreat? Olga Marie shouted from her position, far away from the others. Or try to go further in, she added. Berserker stopped and whipped his head to her. No go. 𝐒𝐿 answered. If we don't stop him here, he could bring this whole cave down just swinging around like this. We wouldn't make it far enough. Berserker whipped its head back to 𝐒𝐿, only to be greeted with another blast of fire to the face. Another frustrated roar, and the chase was back on. None of this went past Izuku's notice, and a pattern started to emerge. 𝐒𝐿 was right, they had to hurry and beat Berserker here and now. There might be a chance to do that, but it was insanely risky. If he was wrong, no, even if he was right, the odds of them actually living through it were minimal. They were on a time limit, however, so there was no other alternative. Once Mash was on her feet and looked ready to continue, he pointed in one direction, before suddenly running in the opposite direction. Mash took the hint and started to run away from him, although she watched him with a worried look the whole time. Mash, he called to her. Do whatever you can to keep Berserker's attention on you. He then turned to call to 𝐒𝐿, while still running. Caster, you have to dash. Unfortunately, he saw that his assumption was right, and that Berserker's focus was now on him. Worse, he was rearing his head back for something, and Izuku saw all too late what was coming. Berserker's head swung forward, and another mighty roar left his mouth, aimed right at the young MSTR. He clamped his hands over his ears again, but it did nothing to help him, as he could still hear the ear-splitting sound past them. He felt his feet leave the ground, and soon he was flying back, until he crashed against the cave wall and let out a pained cry as his back bore the brunt of the impact. He tumbled down onto his side after, briefly blind to the world around him as he dealt with the after effects of what just happened. He was still conscious, but God, he wished he wasn't. There was a constant ringing in his ears, his head was throbbing and swimming at the same time. He was starting to wish he hadn't ever gotten out of bed that day. This entire experience was bar none the worst thing he'd ever been through. He kept his eyes screwed tight as he dealt with the painful ringing, unable to even think about anything else other than just praying that it would finally stop. He felt something touch his shoulder and jolted, his eyes opening in a panic, only to see a frightened director kneeling beside him. Realization came back after this. They were still in the middle of a fight, and they only had so much time to act. He let 𝐒𝐿 pull him to a sitting position, although the sudden movement only made his head throb more. He blinked a couple of times as his vision remained unfocused, just barely able to discern that 𝐵 and 𝐒𝐿 were still fighting with Berserker, but not having the best of luck in that regard. He felt 𝐒𝐿 turn his head to look at her, and saw her mouth moving, but couldn't actually tell what was being said. He realized he still had his hands over his ears and soon lowered them, giving her a confused look. He saw her mouth move again, but still couldn't understand her. He reached up to his ears instinctively, not sure if he'd got something caught in them, but winced at the touch and lowered them again. He glanced down at his hands when he felt something wet on them. Oh, that was BLD. He was bleeding from the ears. That wasn't good. He was still in a bit of a hazy frame of mind as he watched 𝐒𝐿 panicked expression. He watched her raise her hands to the sides of his head, and felt a light warmth coming from her hands. That felt sort of nice. Maybe he was wrong to worry so much about her being mad at him. She was just bad with expressing how she and he could hear again, and wow, that hurt. Izuku winced and tried not to cry out as his hearing suddenly came back in, the sounds of battle resonating in his ears and his head only hurting that much more. He looked up to the director as she started to speak, but quickly waved his bloody hands in front of her to get her to stop. With his equilibrium starting to recover came the memory of why he did something that dangerous in the first place. He rapidly motioned to Berserker, then to his ears, then made a swinging motion with his hands to mimic how Berserker attacked. The bewildered expression that the director made was not really what he wanted to see. He shook his head, then pointed at her, then behind her, before he suddenly got up and ran in the opposite direction. He heard her make a confused hey, which only prompted him to shout out in turn. "Caster! Mash! Go for the legs!" He called out, only to start to stumble mid-run. He felt the room start to spin again, his equilibrium not as healthy as he initially thought. He tried to force his legs to move, but they were apparently deciding to be uncooperative at the moment. Much to his dismay, Berserker had heard him and turned his head to him, as he expected. Fortunately, just as he let out a roar and moved to charge at him again, there was another clanging sound as 𝐵 swung her shield right into his knee, stopping him in his tracks. He let out another roar that could almost be mistaken for one of pain, whipping his head to her and snarling. He raised his weapon to attack, but was cut off by a blast of fire hitting the back of his head. He turned his head to try and swing at Caster, but another blow to his knee from 𝐵 drew another roar from him. This time he did swing his weapon out in front of him, but 𝐵 swiftly ducked under the blow and weaved so she was standing directly in front of him. Again, before he could strike at her, 𝐒𝐿 blasted the back of his head, earning another roar and him turning his head in his direction. Izuku couldn't help but grin as he watched this back and forth between the servants. Thank God 𝐵 and 𝐒𝐿 had caught on to what his plan was. If they could just keep Berserker's attention divided, he wouldn't be able to do too much damage to one of them and they could eventually take him down. Considering it seemed like his attention was very easily swayed every time one of them made enough noise, it was the most logical course of action to take, and it would surely be able to bring down even one as insanely powerful as this Berserker. At least, that's what Izuku liked to think. He was swiftly shown that it wasn't going to be that easy, as after another blow to his knee, Berserker suddenly reached out and grabbed Mash's head with just one hand, then whipped her behind him, right into Caster. They both flew back and tumbled along the floor, letting out cries of pain and disorientation as they fell in a heap a few meters away. Mash! Izuku yelled, before slapping his hands over his mouth, realizing what he just did. Sure enough, Berserker whipped his head towards Izuku, another snarl leaving his mouth. Izuku prepared to run again as Berserker began his charge. Gander! The magical blast caught Berserker in the side of his head, which caused him to let out another roar and turn to the source, Izuku doing the same. Sure enough, on the other side of the cave was Olga Marie, nervous and trembling but still holding out her arm for another shot. Berserker prepared for another charge in her direction this time, but Izuku acted first. Hey! Hey, look over here! He shouted, hopping up and down while waving his arms wildly. Berserker paused for a moment, then turned to look over at him. He kept jumping and waving, despite how the motions made him feel dizzy and sick again. Yeah, look at me. I'm the one you want. Berserker seemed to consider this for a moment, but before he could take another step, another Gander shot landed right on his ear. He roared in agony, whipping his head to Olga Marie, but Izuku's shouting didn't stop. Hey, over here. I'm the MSTR here. I'm the one you want dead. He demanded, his voice growing in intensity. Another Gander shot fired out, landing on Berserker's jaw. Come on. Do it. I'm here. Another Gander shot, this one to his ear again. Come on. Kill me. I'm here. Berserker reared back his head and roared again, displaying what could likely be seen as frustration or irritation over the constant peppering of distracting shots. Before he could decide which of the annoying humans to kill, he received a new volley of fire blasts at his exposed back, cutting off his howl. He looked over his shoulder to see that 𝐒𝐿 was back on his feet, and without missing a beat he swung his arm out, smacking his fist into his chest and throwing him to a wall, the caster letting out a choking cry as he hit the rock, blood flying from his mouth before he fell to the floor. What Berserker missed was Mash diving between his legs and rolling to his front, meaning that he was unprepared for her to wind up her shield and swing for the same knee again, earning another pained roar from him. Reacting much more quickly this time, both of his large hands gripped his weapon as he spun and drove it down onto Mash. She got her shield up in time, but the mighty blow that landed on it instantly took her off of her feet, driving her down to the floor and creating another crater from the impact. It was only because of her shield that she wasn't squashed into a pulp, but the shout she gave would easily lead one to think that she had anyway. Berserker quickly lifted his weapon up, going for another swing. Emergency evasion. Time slowed to a crawl for Mash once again, and though she was certainly sore from the attack, she still had the means to continue. So she quickly rolled to the side, time resuming its flow as soon as the weapon smashed into where she once was. Before Berserker had the chance to try again, Mash dove forward, throwing her whole body weight behind her next charge, crashing into Berserker's knee and finally forcing it back out from under him. With another shout he dropped to one knee, while Mash rolled to her feet behind him. He turned his head to her, but as he was getting back to his feet, another blast of fire hit the back of his leg, sending it up in front of him. At the same time, as he began to fall back, Mash leapt up and drove the long edge of her shield down, right into his knee. Once they made contact with the ground, there was a sickening crunch, and Berserker let out another roar as his kneecap was now concave. Guys, hurry, group back up. Izuku called out, as he stumbled on his way to the center of the cave. Olga Marie quickly rejoined him first, followed by a weary Mash. 𝐒𝐿 came last, holding his side as he staggered over to where they were, blood still dripping from his mouth. He moved as fast as he could manage, but even as he came over, Berserker was trying to push himself back up on just one good leg. Once Caster was with them, Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder and wasted little time. First aid, he called, and with his circuits active, 𝐒𝐿 was awash in green light, his internal injuries swiftly healing. He turned to say something to Izuku, but his MSTR was already pointing at the still-moving Berserker. Caster, start blasting him and don't stop until he does, he hurriedly ordered. Read my mind again, MSTR. 𝐂𝐬𝐴 replied with a grin. As such, he swung his staff out and fired another volley of fireballs at Berserker, nailing him in the face one after the other. Each blast earned another shout from him as he reared his head back, but it was only brief, as if he was getting pelted with snowballs instead. 𝐂𝐬𝐴 didn't relent, however, firing blast after blast to his face, then to his hand as he tried to block the shots. Berserker roared in protest, but Caster continued his attacks. Unfortunately, as Berserker began to rise up, it seemed as if even a bad leg wouldn't keep him down long. "Damn it, I'm nailing him over and over but he just won't stop," he shouted, even as he continued to fire away, but his exhaustion was becoming more evident with each blast that didn't finish the job. Izuku quickly tried to think of a solution, while Mash stepped in front of 𝐂𝐬𝐴, shield at the ready in case Berserker managed to get to them in time. He had already used all 3 of his Mystic Code spells, so he couldn't strengthen 𝐂𝐬𝐴's attacks like usual. He could tell him to keep firing, or to change targets, but at this rate 𝐂𝐬𝐴 was going to run out of magic before that did any good. Izuku was starting to feel more exhausted himself, he only now realized. Whether that was because of 𝐂𝐬𝐴 draining so much magical energy or him trying to recover from his earlier blow wasn't clear. Either way, it was clear they had to do something to end this now. He looked down at the red marks on his left hand. He didn't want to go this far. He really didn't want to have to resort to this. He forced himself to remember what Olga Marie said, about how if he and the servant were in agreement, it wasn't forced servitude. He hoped that was true as he looked to 𝐂𝐬𝐴. "Caster, I'm sorry, but I think this is all we have left," he said while showing him the back of his hand. 𝐂𝐬𝐴 looked over his shoulder at Izuku, then gave a distracted nod before looking back at the Berserker. "It's fine, just do it," he shouted, continuing to fire away at the slowly recovering behemoth. "I'm trusting you to make the right call," he added. Izuku had no time to ask how to do this properly, so he just went with what made sense. Placing his left hand on 𝐂𝐬𝐴's shoulder, he activated his magic circuits and called out, "Caster! By the power of my command seal, I ask of you, finish Berserker off." He felt his hand suddenly burn, as if someone stuck a hot lamp right onto it, a sharp hiss leaving his mouth. At the same time, 𝐂𝐬𝐴's eyes widened, as the shots suddenly stopped. He felt the fresh surge of magic flow through his whole body, like lightning coursing under his skin. He lifted his staff up and spun it over his head, before aiming the tip at Berserker again, a ball of fire forming there. "Burn, goddamn you," he roared. From the ball came an explosion of fire, which flew out into a long stream of heat and flame, swiftly engulfing Berserker entirely. The monster let out a roar as he was soon covered in the fire, but he didn't drop right away. He attempted to get up on his only good leg, but the force of the fire pushed him back, falling on his back. He growled again as he tried to force himself up, but the fire just kept him from getting too far, the heat and force constantly battling to keep him down. He rolled backwards, propping up on one knee with his weapon used as a crutch, but he couldn't get himself up any more than that. Finally, he reared back and let out another defiant roar, but the flames soon cut that off as well. Soon, the body of Berserker dissolved into shadowy particles, the flames consuming those too. After a few seconds more, the fire finally died off, leaving a few remnants flickering on the stone floor where Berserker once was. The group stared at that spot for a little longer, as if expecting him to just pop back up again and resume the fight. When that didn't happen, all 4 of them swiftly dropped to the floor, a collective sigh of exhaustion and relief leaving them. "Battle complete. MSTR. Mash heaved out, kneeling against her shield while trying to catch her breath. "Oh my god!" Izuku breathed, lying flat on his back while staring at the ceiling. "That was close. You see why I wanted to avoid him?" 𝐂𝐬𝐴 asked, not that it mattered anymore. "That guy. It was like he was made of muscles," he finished, while leaning on his staff for support. "Is anyone going to argue with me about taking a break here?" Olga Marie wondered. She had intended it as a warning, but she was both too relieved and mentally drained to really try to be threatening. Izuku sat up at this, just in time for Fu to come hopping over to him, landing in his lap with a worried Fu. Izuku tiredly moved a hand over to pet his back, before giving his answer to the director. I don't think I could if I even wanted, he remarked. Good boy, you're learning. Olga Marie quipped, before quickly adding, because if you seriously tried to convince us to continue after you got your ears blown out, hurt your back again, spent all your time running around and used up even more of your magical energy, I'd have to smack you. Izuku looked over to her and saw that she wasn't really angry at him, just wearing a look of tired relief on her face. He grinned wearily back at her, a gesture that caused her to jolt and quickly turn away. Before he could wonder if he'd done something wrong, his communicator crackled to life. My, director. Dr. Roman remarked, as Izuku lifted his arm so his hologram was visible. You're actually joking around with someone. This really is a rare sight. Although, isn't he a little young for Roman? If you finish that sentence, I'll snatch that ponytail of yours right off of your head, she fired back, all of her icy fury aimed directly at him. So much for letting her defenses down. The doctor could only let out a short squeak of fright before the connection was cut off. I'm glad to see you getting along with Senpai, director. Mash offered, moving up from her kneeling position before walking to them. She took a seat beside Izuku, turning her attention to him. Your ability to bring out people's good sides is really something, Senpai. Izuku blinked in total confusion at Mash's statement, even as Olga Marie grumbled something he couldn't catch. Wait, my what? He asked. You haven't noticed? Mash asked, looking almost as confused as he did over his response. The director has warmed up to you. 𝐒𝐿 liked you right away. Me. She trailed off here, a slight blush forming on her cheeks as she smiled warmly at him. I've already voiced my thoughts. And even Fu was friendly with you right away. Don't you start too, Mash. Olga Marie complained, pointedly not looking at Izuku as she said this. Izuku, for his part, just continued to look at Mash like nothing she just said made any sense. Honestly, he had thought people were just feeling sorry for him, or trying to be polite. The idea that they actually liked him, and that it was due to some quality of his, well, that was just silly. Mash had to be misunderstanding things somehow. She didn't actually know him yet, he was only showing one side to him. Once she saw how pathetic he actually was, she'd change her tune in a hurry. He had directed his gaze downwards as a reflex, which caused him to stare at Fu, who only tilted his head at him. At least he wouldn't have to worry about disappointing Fu, he was pretty sure he was safe with that. He started to pet his head, which earned a pleased coo from the creature. After a second of this, however, he saw the command seals on the back of his hand and tensed. The small circle in the center had faded, changing from a bright red tattoo to what looked like a slight burn mark. He remembered what he had just done and felt a fresh wave of guilt go through him. Oh Sia, he suddenly shouted, causing both of the girls to jump in surprise. Not that he noticed, as he looked over to 𝐒𝐿 and hurriedly sputtered out as good an apology as he could manage. 𝐒𝐿, I'm so sorry, I just couldn't think of any other plan so I thought I had to dash. Whoa, just calm down over there. Caster quickly interjected. I already said it was fine, didn't I? And hey, your command was exactly what I needed. So it didn't bother me at all. He finished, grinning widely. Hey, are you sure? Izuku asked, not as convinced as 𝐒𝐿 would like him to be. Don't I sound sure to you? He retorted. Rather than wait for an answer, he pushed himself back up to his feet, watching the trio with a relaxed smile. I'm still feeling a bit of a charge from that, actually. I'll go keep watch, you guys rest up. He stated. He then turned and started to walk back onto the path they were taking, heading for the tunnel entrance they had eyed before. Oh okay. Izuku called in response. Just don't go too far. 𝐒𝐿 chuckled at that, looking over his shoulder and grinning at him. Relax, would YA. You're not getting rid of me just yet, Mstr. With that, he gave a short wave and continued on, soon disappearing into the darkness of the tunnel. One person who had been paying close attention to the exchange was Olga Marie, who was back to wearing that discerning look on her face once more, aimed at Izuku yet again. She hadn't given it much thought before now, but after the encounter with Archer, and now this, she was starting to notice a pattern. For all of his attempts to shower praise on Mash or on 𝐒𝐿, if someone turned that onto him, he didn't seem able to accept it. In fact, He was far quicker to admonish himself or agree with those who spoke poorly of him. Which flew in the face of all that he had done until now, but he didn't seem to actually realize what he had done in the first place. He really was a lot like Mash. Too much like her, in her opinion. The fact that Mash was watching Izuku with concern and confusion only cemented that. She couldn't recognize what was happening, even though it was something she struggled with all the time. She had to get ahead of this right now. It didn't seem to CRP up during battles, but if he was going to be part of Chaldea for the foreseeable future, she had to make sure his head was in the right space. If she could do that, maybe she could get Mash there too. Oh! Mash suddenly remarked. She then reached into the compartment on her shield and pulled out a fresh protein bar, handing it to Izuku. "Senpai, you probably need some more energy, right?" she wondered. Izuku looked surprised for a second, then sheepishly took the bar from her. "Why, after that last fight I should probably refuel a bit," he admitted. "Something I should know about?" Olga Marie questioned. Mash jumped slightly at Olga Marie's question, before answering in a straightforward, almost militaristic manner of speaking. "Ah. Well, Senpai has a theory about his new magic crest. He felt that using mana to amplify his bodily functions also sped up his metabolism." Meaning dash, she began to explain. However, shortly afterwards, they both got a visual demonstration as Izuku downed the whole protein bar in one bite. They both watched with surprise and odd fascination as he somehow managed to chew the whole thing in a matter of seconds, then swallow it without even a tiny bit of difficulty. He let out a light sigh, before getting the feeling he was being stared at. He looked over to Mash, then to Olga Marie, and then quickly lowered his head as his face turned a bright red. "Hungrier than I thought," he muttered. "All right then." Olga Marie responded. Not wanting to embarrass Izuku any further, she reached behind her for the pouch she had around her waist. She pulled out a surprisingly ordinary plastic bag, then nudged Izuku's shoulder and handed it to him. "Dried fruits. Should help with that, and any sort of headaches you're dealing with. What with the combination of temporary deafness and you using your magic circuit so much tonight," she explained. Izuku simply nodded and offered a mumbled thank you, before starting to eat at the dried grapes and apricots much more carefully than the earlier protein bar. A fact that was not lost on the director. "That said, if there is some truth to your theory, we may have to readjust the meal plan when we get back to Chaldea," she remarked. "Although, that may be difficult if we can't replenish our supply." In truth, this was a test. If Izuku said what she thought he was going to say. "Wait, why you don't have to do that," he sputtered out. "If we have limited resources then we shouldn't divert more just to me." Just as she thought. Even when there was a valid reason to do just as she suggested, he balked at the idea of receiving what he felt was special treatment. It wasn't exactly hard to figure this out, but this just confirmed what she could already tell. Izuku's self-esteem and self-worth were in the toilet. She wasn't a psychology expert by any stretch, neither was Romani, but he was all they had, but it was plain to see. Which, again, by itself wasn't a dire threat, but in specific scenarios it could come back to hurt them in the worst ways. At the very least, he would no doubt be the type to burn the candle at both ends when motivated. Which wasn't healthy nor efficient, so she had to start nipping this problem in the bud. Solely for pragmatic purposes, of course. She was only concerned as far as his worth as a member of Chaldea. Nothing further than that. Surely. "All right, we need to clear something up," she stated. This only served to make Izuku more nervous. Had he done something wrong? What had he said? He thought she would prefer not to give him any sort of special treatment, so why did she suddenly look so serious? "Mash, I'm going to need you to pay attention too, this is important," she added. Which prompted a confused but nonetheless curious look from Mash. Which also only made Izuku more nervous. "Director, what is this about?" he asked, hoping that she'd consider relenting from whatever was about to come. Instead, she turned that cold stare his way, and simply asked, "Do you want to explain why you said what you said to Archer, then?" Oh no, he thought. It was exactly what he had first expected it to be. This was going to be very painful and he really wanted no part of it. He had to squirm out of this somehow. Which part of it, he asked. It didn't do him any favors. Olga Marie's eyes narrowed slightly, before she turned to Mash. He acted as a distraction for Archer until you and Caster arrived. He did so by telling him what his metaphorical grail wish would be. She explained. Okay, this was backfiring fast. Director, wait, you don't have to dash. He started to protest, but she simply ignored him and continued. He said that he wished to be a hero. Izuku jolted and quickly looked away again, focusing on Fu unintentionally. The creature just tilted his head at him again, not any more aware of why he was starting to panic than the girls nearby. Mash, for her part, just watched Izuku with growing appreciation for him again. That's exactly what I'd expect of you, senpai. You clearly admire heroes greatly, so it only makes sense that you'd want to emulate them. Her attempts to build him back up didn't do anything, however, and she could only grow concerned all over again when he seemed to tremble in front of her. There's a problem there, however, the director continued. Izuku snapped his head up and resumed frantically pleading with her. Director, please dash. He said that he felt he couldn't achieve it. That he wasn't capable. Izuku's head dropped back down, feeling more than a bit exposed right now. Mash, in turn, looked to him even more confused than before. Not capable. Senpai, why would you say that? Were you just trying to distract Archer more? She wondered. He gave no response, so she looked up to the director. She simply shook her head, causing Mash to jolt and look back to Izuku worriedly. Senpai, why? You've done so much just today alone that anyone would see as heroic. Why would you think you couldn't be a hero when you're already acting as one? I'm pretty sure my running tally of how many times you've saved my life tonight would be enough of a qualification by itself. Olga Marie added, which Mash enthusiastically nodded in response to. Izuku didn't lift his head, clutching the bag he was holding so tightly the director thought he might end up ripping it. His only response was, just because I'm acting heroic doesn't mean I'm a hero. That only got the two girls to look at each other with complete befuddlement. A feeling Mash was quick to voice as she looked at him again. Senpai, I really don't understand the difference. When I was trapped in the fire in Chaldea, you came to me and tried to save me, and then held my hand despite the fact that you could have tried to escape. What is that if not heroic? She asked. She didn't notice Olga Marie's surprised look at discovering what had been what bonded them. In turn, Izuku slowly lifted his head, only to look away and rub the back of his neck. Just being a decent person. He attempted. A decent person. Not even a good person, just decent. This was worse than the director thought. How is it you can be so smart in some areas but so dim in others, Midoriya? She wondered, without thinking it through very much. She wasn't trying to dress him down again, for once at least. Naturally, he responded by looking to her with that awkward smile back in full force. Isn't that everyone, more or less? He tried. It didn't really work, but he seemed to see an opportunity to change the subject and he took it. Anyway, weren't we talking earlier about how the term hero has changed so much over time? Don't try to throw my words back at me, Midoriya, she warned. By your modern standards of dash, she stopped herself as the metaphorical light bulb went off. His modern standards of what a hero was. What had been popping up frequently over the past few decades. Heroes that stood out in the spotlight, performing great feats while ensuring everyone had their eyes on them. Heroes with these things called quirks. He had said something about that, hadn't he? What made him stand out from those beings? She stared at him in slow understanding, while he watched her with mild confusion. Midoriya, does this have to do with you being quirkless? The reaction was much harsher than she thought. He flinched like she had reached out to slap him. There was a brief flash of hurt and betrayal on his face, then he seemed to realize his error and went back to looking at his lap. Worse, his hands moved to grasp at his arms, as if he was starting to curl into himself. Senpai? Mash asked, starting to fret over how rapidly his confidence was deteriorating. Olga Marie saw the same, but also knew she was getting to the bottom of this and couldn't let herself relent. Maybe it wasn't the source of all of Izuku's problems, but it was clearly a major one. Well, Midoriya, she questioned. In response, all that Izuku gave was a slight nod. So you think that being quirkless automatically disqualifies you from becoming a hero, she continued. What I've been told. He muttered. By who? She pressed. People. Was all he gave as an answer. Olga Marie's gaze flattened again. People, she repeated. So you value the opinions of random strangers, then? Izuku flinched again, but did manage to mutter again. If so many said it, it must be true, right? People used to believe the Earth was flat as well. That doesn't make it so, she retorted. In truth, the situation with the planet was much more complicated than any ordinary scientist knew, but that was beside the point entirely. So you think that these people's opinions outweigh, for example, mine, she tested. His head snapped up and she could see that he was almost on the verge of a panic attack with how stressed he looked. And no, I wouldn't say dash, he started to respond, but she cut him off. Good, there's still hope for you, she stated flatly. Because as someone who clearly idolizes heroes as much as you do must know, it isn't the special gifts or talents that made the heroes of old into heroes. It was their actions that dictated as much. Nikola Tesla wasn't gifted beyond his mind, but what people remember him for is his drive to harness electricity, a power once thought to be exclusive to the gods. Francis Drake was gifted with tenacity, but is remembered for circumnavigating the world and living to tell the tale. Would you tell me now that they can't be considered heroes because they didn't have a quirk? No, of course I dash, he started to reply, but she cut him off again. She couldn't give him any room to self-deprecate if she wanted this to sink in. Precisely. So then there's no reason for you to consider yourself unworthy or incapable of becoming a hero yourself. She pointed out. She leaned in slightly, staring right into his eyes to make absolutely certain he understood this. You've saved my life multiple times tonight and asked for nothing in return. You were willing to die just to comfort someone you barely knew. You've reacted to dangerous situations with the longing to save as many as you could, even if they were already dead. You've shown the drive, the mind, and the will to be a hero already. As far as I'm concerned, you're capable of being one. You don't need permission from some bystanders or however your hero organizations are structured for that. If they feel you don't deserve it simply because you didn't win the genetic lottery, then they're imbeciles. Simple as that. Without giving him the chance to answer again, she simply looked away from him. Now I won't hear any more nonsense about your capability or lack thereof. You've proven it, and you will continue to prove it. Are we clear? There was a palpable silence after she finished speaking. No doubt he was in shock after what she had just dropped on him, and he needed a moment to process. That was fine, but he better show some gratitude. She couldn't remember the last time she defended anyone this strongly. Do you really mean that? She heard him ask in a daze. Have I come off as the type to lie, Midoriya? She tested him. Keep things from him, yes, but she hadn't outright lied to him. Okay, there was that little white lie during the training, but that was for his own benefit. What she didn't see was the utterly stunned expression on his face as he was trying to make sense of what he just heard. A small voice in the back of his head was telling him that they didn't understand, they didn't know just how different things were outside of their society. They didn't get that no matter what qualities he showed, it just didn't matter. Senpai! Mash called, drawing his attention and unintentionally shutting that voice up. He still wore that dazed expression even as she hurriedly tried to encourage him. The director is absolutely right. Whatever it was that other people said to you, you've proven to be heroic again and again tonight. I know we've only really known each other for a short time, but I can see that in you as plain as anything. So please, don't say you can't be a hero. You've shown so much faith in my own capabilities, so I know if you could just see what I see, you'd agree that you're every bit a prospective hero as we say you are. Her eyes still shone with worry, but there was the hope in there that he would believe what she was saying. It wasn't an easy task. He almost thought this was all just a long elaborate dream, and he was going to wake up either back home like nothing happened, or in the Chaldea base and actually start his training then. Two people he barely knew felt he could be a hero. One being the stern director that had frightened him at the start of the day, and the other his apparent kohai who thought the world of him. Somehow, over the course of the night, they had agreed that he could become a hero, just like he wanted. They said what he had wanted to hear for his entire life. Mash watched Izuku anxiously, and that anxiety only worsened after a few seconds, her eyes widening in surprise. Senpai! Senpai, what's the matter? What did we say wrong? She suddenly asked, drawing the director's attention as well. What, he asked, still dazed. Why you didn't say anything wrong? I actually really appreciate that you'd say that. But then, why? She started to wonder, watching him all the while. Midoriya. Olga Marie interjected. He turned to look at her, and saw that the mask had fallen, with actual worry visible on her face. You're crying. He reached up and touched under his eyes, and pulled his hand away to see the wetness there. Oh. He blinked a couple of times, his vision starting to get blurry again. Even so, a shaky smile grew on his face. Sorry, he started to explain, both hands moving to wipe slowly at his eyes. It's kind of a Midoriya family trait, why he said, a slight laugh leaving his mouth. We just start bawling like babies over anything, he continued, his hands getting increasingly wet. When we're sad. Or stressed. Or so happy that words can't even. He tried to finish, but his voice trembled too much and broke off. So, he placed his face in his hands and started to sob quietly. He felt Mash's hand touch his shoulder in support, a gesture he expected. The director doing the same to his other, more of a surprise. Even Fu shifted on his lap to rub his head under his chin, even as the tears escaped his hands and dripped down. They were happy tears. The happiest he'd ever shed. Thank you, he whispered. Thank you. He would repeat that over and over as he sat there, trembling with unrestrained joy. Maybe it was just a lie to help him in the end. It was a nice lie, one that he could appreciate hearing. Maybe it was true, however. Maybe he really could be a hero.